The NFL is finally back.
And so are the Cappers contest and the Survivor pools.
Congratulations to our Season 3 champion, Nunya, who joins the Pub Sports Radio Wall of Fame alongside our Season 2 co-champions, Guillermo Zertucci and Sharpie, and our inaugural champion, Heater Loshek.
And we're back for year 4.
The Cappers contest lines come out every Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern. You pick your favorite 5 bets against the spread. Picks must be in by Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. You get 1 point for a win, half a point for a push. The victor at the end of the season is the one with the most total points.
$100 to enter each contest, of which 4% go to covering credit card fees, and the top 10% get paid.
But there's more. The great people at Harbor Acres Cottages in beautiful Nova Scotia, Canada, have offered up $1,000 for the capper who accumulates the most perfect weeks throughout the duration of the regular season. $1,000 from Harbor Acres Cottages. May the greatest football capper reap all the rewards.
Sign up right now at pubsportsradio.com.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, September 5th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. It's been a very strong 2 days here working together. Very, very strong. 14-5 plus 8.37 units in Major League Baseball. And it feels good, man. It feels good. And we have TJ joining us today. TJ has been nothing short of spectacular in a small sample size. I want the sample size to grow and grow and grow. He's very, very skilled, sophisticated capper. 23-14, 62.6% plus 8.88 units. ROI plus 24%, average line minus 104. And he is combining with Wine Time Sports. Wine Time Sports, 134 and 129, 51% plus 3.46 units. ROI plus 1.32%, average line plus 100. Perfect cappers to be working with here to get that cash. So I'm very, very excited about MLB. Jose Bouquet will be joining us as well. He was fighting a good fight on his birthday yesterday, working. I mean, the guy is just nonstop. 3 shows he produced yesterday while cutting up videos. And I have no idea what he was drinking. Not creme de cacao, but something as effeminate. But whatever it was, it got him just lit enough I mean, he was so much fun last night. So shout out to Jose celebrating his 28th birthday with us. Thank you to everybody who joined us for our first live stream of the year. We had the hour break with the lightning, and the game just completely changed on a dime. So we cashed our first live bet of the year, 1-0. Did not get that Prescott interception. That Prescott interception would have paid so much because it would have finished off the SGP as well. But it was very fun. Fun capping with everybody. Fun working with everybody. We sweep the board yesterday in MLB 5-0. But I explained why I wasn't going to bet the Yankees. I explained that it was a recency bias from losing the money 24 hours later. And I knew it was a mistake. It doesn't saying that, oh, this is the mistake I'm going to make. Like being consciously aware of a mistake you're going to make is no better really than being, not aware of the mistake you're going to make. In fact, if you're ignorant and make a mistake, you're an idiot. What are you if you're consciously aware of the mistake you're about to make? Worse? Should have been on the Yankees yesterday. And I talked myself off of that first 3 under in Phillies Brewers. I mean, everything was right. It could have been a 7-0 day. And it's very important to make as much money as possible when you're right. Pirates first 5 cashed easily. Cleveland, Tampa Bay first 3 under 2.5 cashed easily. Cleveland, Tampa Bay full game under 8.5 cashed easily. Rays -1. Well, it became a sweat. It was 4-0 going to the bottom of the 9th. But Angels first 5 plus a half. That was my favorite breakdown. I thought that was the best work. But the angle of the weather in Tampa and it getting cooler, I mean, I want to study this game a little more before I just blindly bet it. I probably should have blindly bet it because I don't think the pitchers warrant it going from 8.5 to 8. But that's what we've seen in the market thus far in the Tampa Bay game. Griffin Jax is going to be the opener, and then they have Seymour, a lefty, coming in. But I expect to be doubling down on that under. I expect to be hammering the board alongside you guys today. And I'm really excited for the opportunity. Shout out to everybody joining us. We got Justin Biller in the house. Stacks play today. Kyle Allen, 40 plus. Oh, sorry. Keenan Allen. Jeez, sorry. You can tell. All right. I was working till about 3:30, and then I couldn't sleep. There's so much on the line with our action, and it's the adrenaline's pumping, and sleep is not easy. That's copied and pasted. I love that you are supporting Keenan Allen here tonight. I am on the Chargers plus 3.5. That will be our first breakdown. So this is how we are rolling here. We have off the hop, we have TJ and Wine Time. Wine Time at first will be capping the NFL game with me. Then we have TJ and Wine Time and Jose Bouquet for Major League Baseball. At that point, we get into Wine Time's college football action. There's just a couple spots that two of them we've talked about already, and one is a brand new one. And then we move into WNBA with Billy Brisbane and Justin McKelvey, 3-game slate. I went 0-2 in WNBA, and it was pretty bothersome. Just giving back money when you're succeeding in another sport is really frustrating. And then we have Gorki, the Gorakle. Going to go over his college football. He can lock in on the Friday night NFL game. I don't want to focus on NFL with Gorki. I want our NFL to be focused on NFL Pub Hub on Sunday morning. So the main thing with Gorki is, of course, college football and the Canadian Football League, the Canadian Gridiron. We got stacks in 1 and 2. The other one is the athletics team total over 4.5 and plus 116. We have the nuke worker in the house, Maryland minus 16.5. Let's get this all copied and pasted. There's Slow Jams Arsenal in the house, ready to get to work. Also, Justin Biller saying excited for this one today. Justin Biller coming to us from Germany. We have cappers coming to us from all over with one goal in mind, and that's to get that cash. Ronnie Lofton ready to go. Got the next 6 hours free, so let's cap. That's what this has become. Robert McCormick ready to go. Slow Jams Arsenal is moving on this Nats Cubs over 10.5 at minus 115. Let's get this all copied and pasted here. We got MMA Mad Hatter, Irish King ready to go. Spooner in the house. Turnbuckle Tommy off another monster day. Free bands play today is the Chargers plus 3 at minus 115. I like seeing that because I got the 3.5 at minus 122. So I'm pleased that the 3 is becoming juiced. Very pleased. Very pleased. There's a huge weekend ahead of us, man. Week 1. You don't want to get these sports can get away from you and then weigh on you. It's very important. It's crucial to get off to a start that gives you confidence. We want Justice TV ready to go. Black Door King in the house. And there's Swiggy NFL Cappers tickets still for sale. I'm over at the Pub Sports page looking at the winners and the losers of yesterday. I had a nice strong day. Mr. Morgan Spooner with a very strong day, cashing with the Cowboys plus 8.5. The Angels Royals under 9.5. Yankees money line and losing with the Dodgers. Nice day there. Wine Time Sports cashing with the Cowboys. Jose Bouquet with a winning day. A lot of glory here. And Danny Betts last week was our number 1 capper here at Pub Sports Radio. I am leading the board here thus far. Also, I was on the Discord last night. We really need, we're trying to put energy into the Discord. So please help us out. Get in on the Discord. It's for our silver and gold members, but we want to have that as a meeting spot for all of us at all times. So please support that if you are a silver and gold member. And if you are, thank you. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Ronnie Lofton, 3 a.m. ready to go. Turnbuckle Tommy's easy cash plays of the day are in as well. He's on the under 46.5 in KCLA Chargers. Let's get this Copied and pasted. Swiggy says, shout out to Gerald Jones, who just signed up for the Cappers contest this morning. Our guy, Gerald Jones. I love it. Nut Flush Allen ready to go. Irish King says, watch the Chargers covered by the hook plus 3.5. I'll be okay with that. But then Dougie Wise will push, and I'll have friends that push. So I'd rather them just win outright. We want justice. TV said I need a day like Jimmy had yesterday. 5-0 in MLB. We got the right crew. We got the right squad. Let's get it. Occupancy says this PSR NFL Cappers contest is awesome. Thank you for being a part of it, Occupancy. Love it. Von Polo ready to get to work. There is the flank stake play of the day. It is the Blue Jays money line, amongst other bets that we will be discussing throughout the show. We get that right under Turnbuckle Tommy's action. Thank you for sharing that with us. 9 Legacy of Montreal, Quebec. We got a bunch of Cappers from Montreal, Quebec. It's sharp guys over there. Chang Kim in the house, ready to go. Yeah, shouting out Jose yesterday. I love to see it. Nutflush says perfect timing when the Eagles scored the first touchdown, smashed live under. We did that together. Certainly didn't feel like perfect timing until about mid-third quarter, but then it did. And it did. I like it. Turnbuckle Tommy says we have the same line today with Rangers first 5 as we had yesterday with the Angels first 5. Again, that I really think that was more splits oriented. And the Angels are a team that will give you 9 right-handed bats, and that's what they, with no Sean Well, that's their best lineup basically. And then, when you have left-handed bats going the other way, the splits just worked for us, and I'd like to see that work again. But you take what the league gives you. You don't need to force it in. Just take what we're given, and we'll handle that here. Dougie Wise in the house, ready to get to work. And TJ says, what is your first 5 plus a half record this season? I'd be curious to know that as well. I know that there was 2 things that I did this year that have paid off very much. That was no more first 5 unders, a bet that's near and dear to my heart because I'm an under better. I cut those, and I have tried my hardest to cut the first 5 minus a halves, and it has really paid dividends. The most important thing that a capper can do is discuss what he's doing wrong, not what he's doing right. What you're doing wrong. Focus on what you're doing. What are the mistakes? What's hurting you? What's holding you back? Focus on that all the time. Okay, the good is great. The bad will take everything from you. Isaiah Scurry in the house. Let's go. Talk sports with JT ready to get to work. James Madison plus 14. We are going over that one again. We've touched on it with Bobano, and we're going to hit it again here with Wine Time Sports. Billy Friedrich in the house. As soon as Carter was to check last night, I live bet the over 47.5. What an awful beat. Yeah, it's absolutely ludicrous. I mean, it was all set up there. It is. Look, it's just I've been in that situation, like so many of the overbettors were, where the first half you're right, and then something intervenes like lightning. I mean, if there was no lightning break, of course that goes over. If Miles Sanders doesn't fumble the ball there, of course that goes over. It was crazy. You were right, and that's the problem. It's the Rosie Perez school of gambling. You were right and wrong, which is horrible. It's those are the things that are the most difficult. That's the most difficult when you're right and you lose a bet, but you are right, and then something kind of intervened. The second most bothersome thing for me is when you've lost a bet and you're like, okay, I've lost it. You move on, and then your team comes back and gives you hope and still slashes your throat, still stabs you in the larynx at the end of it all. Tommy says, do we jump on Pirates first 5? We're going to get to work here. Irish King coming off another great day. I love to see it. Kong's Clips best bet, Louisville minus 13.5 in the over 55.5. Kong's Clips in the house. Kong's Clips. Let's get this show started with a little Kong's Clips glory. We have Nut Flush Allen with the Chiefs team total over in this one. again, the field is key. The NFL has told us that the field is much improved and all that, but it could be just a bunch of fucking yap. Could be bullshit. So if the field is terrible, the under would be bet as soon as you can, or as soon as there's a score, or if you're fear that there won't be a score, just as soon as you can. If the field is, good, the field is crucial here. Philly Eagle Flyers have slept 3 hours after the game and head out to work. Respect to you, Philly Eagle Flyer. We have AM on the Chiefs -3 at -110. Dougie Wise on Baylor. I know we got to get to work here. Let me just copy and paste a couple more things. We have our guests ready to rock. We are ready to talk the NFL right now. And I should bring them on because I can bring them on and I can keep copying and pasting the action here. Gorki here has the Kansas City team total over 24.5. Gorki, thank you for sharing that with us, my friend. And no, Gorki, we want to hear your, if you want the college football action, because we tracked your last week, and we'll track you, and I like to hear it too. So that's how we'll do it with you, Gorki. The first thing, you just come on and you hammer your college football best bets, and then we'll go right into Canadian football. And thank you so much for the dono to the channel, our friend the Gorakle. Can't Stop AC says, I tried to join the contest. How do you put your picks in? You just, if you go to contests and then you go to the Cappers contest, and then all the picks came out yesterday, so they should all be there. You just pick your 5 teams, and then there's a picture of Jose Bouquet, and you click on that, and that means your picks are in and confirmed, and it's as good as that. But Can't Stop AC, if you have any problems, this is the spot. There's Swiggy right there, and he says you're good to go, so Swiggy's right there, so we're in business. Nate Dog 420 says good luck to all in the Cappers contest. Tariq B says hoping to keep up the momentum. Chargers +3.5 in the under 46.5. Let's bring on our first guest of today's show, and we are capping NFL. He will also be on NFL Pub Hub on Sunday morning. Pub Hub is back. We had 41 cappers in NFL Pub Hub last year, and I cannot wait for another year of NFL Pub Hub. It is my favorite show. Please welcome, from Los Angeles, California, off to a great start here with us, 8-4 in college football, and he's been delivering the goods all year in MLB. Please welcome, from Los Angeles, California, our friend Mr. Wine Time Sports to the show. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jim the Bag, happy Friday, my guy. Man, it was a blast being able to hang out with you and the fellas last night on the live stream. Shout out to everyone that was tuning in. I think we all made some money last night. So shout out to the Dallas Cowboys, and shout out to that live under. But good to see you, Jimmy, man. I'm excited to cap this card with you today. We have NFL on a Friday night. This doesn't happen too often with 2 good teams here going at it. We've got a loaded MLB card. We've got a couple, we've got a couple college football games tonight. Nothing major other than the one we're going to talk about. And then we've got a couple nice games that I'm looking forward to tomorrow. So I'm excited to get to work with you, my guy. Let's get right to it.
I am too. I really, you could tell we hadn't been hanging out with each other for a long time, because I haven't seen Loshak sit for 5 hours with us before. We all just sat there. It was just nice to be around everybody's company again. I was buzzing after it. I felt it was just because I'm trying to leave at halftime on those Thursday shows so I can cap Friday's card, but I couldn't leave.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it very, very much. We have Esteban Zertucci, who has signed up for the Cappers contest. That's dope, man. I love Esteban. Guillermo's eldest son, Esteban, who's rocked with us at Pubapalooza. Great family, man. Has a great family himself. I love to hear that. Boogie Main in the house, serious business. Nate Cerna, I think I've copied everything. AM says Circa has had a massive move on Louisville, 14 to 15.5. Wow. Absolutely nuts. Dougie White said the Chargers have a low-key, very good wide receiving room. I'm interested to see what Devontae Adams does here. Kong's Clip says everybody in the world's on JMU. Keep betting it, guys. Look at that. He's got to feel good about the situation. Justin Biller with us. Old E. Talk Sports with JT. A 3-0 start to the NFL season for him. Lucas Ryan, JW, Razor Sharp Picks, AOD. Lucas Ryan says headed down to Nashville. Gents got all the books opened up and driving and no driving to do. Beautiful. Maybe I'm tripping out here. I am lacking sleep. DC Capper, beautiful call. The Cowboys a +8. Razor Sharp Picks has no clue how they undercashed last night, but give us a nice 3-0 day. I love to hear it. Action Jackson, Crystal Craig, Brent Rooker, prop here. Brent Rooker. Let me get that copied and pasted. Wonderful to cap with you as always, Crystal Craig. Let's get this all in. I got Pig Milk play of the day here as well, locked in. Lucas Ryan's action. Let's get that copied and pasted. And I'm going to keep copying and pasting as we go, but we got to start getting into our first cap here. How much have I? Okay, I'm right there. Let me just make sure I got everything. I think I got everything. Beautiful. Okay. Thank you guys so much for joining us. The Wager Detective in the house. JM on Xavier Worthy, a touchdown. Wine Time Sports. Let's get to work. We start at 8 p.m. Eastern. The NFL Sao Paulo game. It is 60 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 8 mile per hour. The weather has not changed. It seems decent. Again, the field in Corinthians Arena, I will be looking at very, very closely. We have BJ's best bet is the Chargers plus 3.5. Oh, yeah, right. Jeez, I totally. Oh, man, what am I thinking? Of course, we set it up yesterday. It's Razor's birthday today.
Oh, wow.
Razor Sharp Picks' birthday today. Oh, thank you, Nate. Nate always comes through, man. What a team player Nasty Nate is. Razor, happy birthday, man. Of course, Jose's birthday's on the 4th. Your birthday's on the 5th. Happy birthday, Razor.
I got to do this for my guy, Jim. I got to do this for my guy, Razor, right here. I already had it poured out when Jose came on here, guys. Shout out to Razor Sharp Picks over there in Delaware, man. Doing everything right over there on the Razor Sharp Picks channel. Got to kick it with him the last couple of years in San Antonio. One of the best people you can meet. Man, he's such a good dude. You guys see him on the live stream, but he's even better in person. Shout out to Razor Sharp Picks. Happy birthday to you, my guy. I got a shot right here for you. Poured out 9:30 over here on the West Coast. Love you, my bro. Shout out to you.
Oh, that's wonderful. Our guy, Razor Sharp Picks. Happy birthday. Man, I love it. And Nasty Nate says, we will celebrate in AC. Yes, Who Bang and Meetup is in, 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Oh, that's dope, man. That is absolutely dope. And shout out to Who Bang and a group of cappers that we love dearly. And, of course, DJ Big
led by that man.
Boss. Is he not? God, he's just there's so many guys that just put a smile on my face. They're just so wonderful in the community. He is at the top of every list there. DJ Big Boss. All right, let's roll here. Sao Paulo, Brazil. I moved on the Chargers plus 3.5 at minus 122, and Troy moved on the Chargers plus 3 at plus 100. He had the confidence to take it a step further than I did. Let's get into the line history and talk cash flow. We have heard from Gorki. We have heard from many cappers. BJ on the Chargers plus 3.5. Lucas Ryan on Mahomes under 249.5 passing yards. Lad over 5.5 receptions. Harris under 23.5 rush yards. We have Crystal Craig's action and many other cappers action, but football stuff. Tariq B on the Chargers plus 3.5 and the under 46.5. AM is on the minus 3.5, and Gorky on the Chiefs team total over 24 and a half. Let me make sure I got this here. And let's get into the line history. Talk some X's and O's here. We'll start with this spread. This spread right now is the Chargers plus 3 at plus 100. I want this to close at plus 3 at minus 110 or minus 115. This opened up at 2.5, moved to 3. This 3 at some points was a plus 105 and plus 104. That's when I got in on the minus 122 on the 3.5. I really want this. I really want this to close at a plus 3 at minus 115. I think that is important. I think if this closes at a 3.5 flat, I'll be very, very concerned. We have a total at 47, opened up at 44.5, and it's just climbed 45.5 to 46 to 46.5, and now we have a 47. 47 came available 2 hours ago, and it's a legit 47. Let's get to the cash flow here. Let's get this board up and see what we are dealing with. And then a couple X's and O's. We have right now tickets and cash. 56% of the tickets and 53% of the cash on the Kansas City Chiefs. It feels like we've been right in that range the entirety of following this. 63% of tickets on the under and 76% of cash on that very under. Let's get into this here. So okay, how about this? I'll give you a juxtaposition here. I said, can somebody tell me how the Chiefs are going to be better than last year? And I said that. And so, of course, we're a community that helps each other out. And, oh, sorry, there's Josh Curl. Okay, sorry. I just want him to know that I paid for his entry. He's the guy that's a Blitzer Bobby who I lost the bet to. Paid for your entry. Okay. So I had a friend named Birdie, who we all love dearly, who is a excellent capper. And he sent me the reasons why, because no one has told me how the Chiefs or why the Chiefs are better, why they are. So I've got this set up. Let me talk about the situation here. We know that this is Mahomes' wheelhouse. -3 to a pick him as a favorite when it's a field goal or less. He has those late drives. He's 15-8 against the spread. I think this offensive line is going to be worse. That's an easy thing. I mean, I don't think it. Thuney's gone.
Oh, yeah.
They had to pay Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith. They had to pay them a ton of cash. And they don't have Rashee Rice for the 6 games. Hollywood Brown, coming back with the collarbone injury. From the collarbone injury, that can affect how you dive for balls. It can be in your head. It's a little different than a leg injury for a wide receiver. You have Xavier Worthy ready, hopefully, to take the next step. I don't expect much from Juju Smith-Schuster. I think Kelsey will be better than he was last year. I don't think Pacheco's that good. At one point, I thought he was elite. I mean, maybe he's above average or close to good. Him and Kareem Hunt are decent. I think Elijah Mitchell will knock Kareem Hunt out of that role, honestly. We know that they had the second highest defensive grade in the NFL, according to PFF. And I don't see why that would change. Spagnuolo's an absolute monster. They have a great looking defense. Nick Bolton is a captain on the field. They signed Christian Fulton. They allowed Trent McDuffie to move back into the slot. We know that Chris Jones is an absolute beast on the front 7. We know what we're going to get from them. So I said, did the Chargers get any better? No one has told me they have. And here we go. Birdie says, yes, defense. McDuffie had to play a ton on the outside press last year, and he was terrible. Bottom 5 metrics. But that's how bad their secondary actually was after losing L'Jarius Sneed. And I know that's confusing because Sneed was so bad as a Titan, but he was so good as a Chief. To remedy, they signed a free agent corner from the Chargers who is much better in outside press. Great signing because now you can move McDuffie back inside where he's a top 5% player. And we touched on that here in our breakdown. He said the only way the Chiefs generated sacks and pressures was when they played Jones on the edge. The problem is they couldn't keep him out there. And when he was inside, they couldn't get pressures or sacks. So they draft Omar Lott. His college pressure rate from inside was through the roof, but Tennessee had a strict rotation, so sample size was pretty low. And you're hoping it projects to the NFL. But put it in perspective, his pressure rates were higher than Carter, Fisk. It is elite. So if he can come close to his college production over 17 game sample size, you can play Jones on the edge, which would be ideal, at least not to have him line up over center. Their defense was an issue last year. Now, I know it was graded second best. I don't think it had much of an issue, but this is Birdie explaining why it's going to be better this year. Now, let's talk about this offense. They were terrible at left tackle, terrible all metric support. They dealt Josh Simmons left tackle, and they dealt for Josh Simmons, and he is legit. The only reason he did not go before Hernandez was due to injury, but all signs point to him being fine and ready to go. They also got a legit backup that was very serviceable in San Francisco. They have their wide receiver room was decimated. Their only viable wide receiver was a rookie. They had to protect the defense. Their left tackle play was so bad that there was no time for Roots down the field to develop. And even if you had the horses to make those throws, which they didn't, even if you look at plays per possession and total time of possession, they were top 5 in both categories. So a lot of long, sustained drives that eat up a bunch of clock. They shorten the game, limited possessions. That could be why their totals were so low, both for and against, and why games ended below a touchdown. That's all absolutely legit. He says their wide receiver room, even without Rice to start, is in a much better place with a massive upgrade at left tackle. Says Mahomes now will have time not to have to throw the ball in less than 2 seconds, and he will have an actual wide receiver group to throw to. This offense has a chance to be really explosive again, and if you listen to what both Mahomes and Reed have been saying all offseason, that is exactly their plan. They then factor in, they move McDuffie back into the middle of their defense and upgrade a corner, and there is an expectation that this team will be better than last year. So there you see the other side of it. Coming to the Chargers, I know that they are set up to be better than last year. The market does not have them winning more games than last year. But you have to think that Harbaugh and Roman and Minter in their second season will be able to deliver. Look, if they didn't lose Slater, I'd have futures on them. And maybe they're still worth having futures on, but they lose their stud lineman. They have to move Alt over. Now, that's the position he played in college. Ladd McConkey gets Quentin Johnston, who's supposed to be, much improved. I think I said Devontae Adams. I guess I was thinking of the Rams there, and I don't know why I screwed that up earlier. It's, again, lack of sleep, and I have all my futures on the Rams, so I guess Devontae Adams in my head. But you're talking about Quentin Johnston improving and Keenan Allen returning to the squad. Also, Trey Harris, second-round pick out of Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Herbert is 2-6-1 against the spread in his last 9 starts as an underdog, but this team couldn't move the ball on the ground, and if Omarion Hampton shows that he's a quality running back, this team is a danger, an absolute danger. We know what Khalil Mack and Denzel Perryman do. We know that their secondary was number 2 ranked in PFF coverage. And Derwin James Jr., the captain of the defense, All-Pro, is probably my favorite player in the National Football League. I am on the Chargers plus 3.5, and I've stayed away from the total. Watching it skyrocket right now is very interesting. Wine Time Sports, take it away. Sao Paulo game in Brazil.
Man, Jimmy the Bag, I don't think I've ever seen that good of an intro for a ball game ever, man. Everyone in the chat, someone drop a membership right now for my guy, Jimmy the Bag. That was insane. This guy, Jimmy, I heard you say on Bankroll Blitz that you put like 38 hours out of 48 hours, I think, something like that, into football. And it shows, my man. That was a great intro to this. So just to touch on that intro right now, I'm right there with you. I think the Chargers are definitely live to win this game. What did they do to improve this season? I think the run attack here. I mean, what did they do? They drafted Omarion Hampton, a guy I really liked in college. They signed Najee Harris. They also, Hassan Haskins, a guy that might go slightly under the radar, but we might see him get a couple touches today. He was the running back from Michigan that made the NCAA cover a couple years ago when it came back. This guy's got a lot of potential. I think the run game has improved tremendously. What else did they do? They grabbed my guy Trey Harris out of Ole Miss, man. This guy could have been a first-round draft choice. I'll never forget his first game at Ole Miss, his junior year 2 years ago. He had 5 touches and 4 of them were for touchdowns. And it was just like no one could touch this guy. This guy is so polished. He's one of the better route runners. He's got good size. He checks every single box. Injuries last year kind of held him back and what made him a second-round pick. This is a steal to get this guy drafted in the second pick. I know they signed Keenan Allen. Trey Harris is probably not going to get as many reps, but Keenan Allen also gets hurt a lot. I want to see Trey Harris out there and at least in some snaps and get some action because you put the ball in his hands. He's very electric. They also grabbed Keandre Lambert-Smith from Auburn, 6'6", wide receiver. I mean, this guy's got all the tools to be good too. And you've got a really good quarterback in Justin Herbert. We know what Herbert is, guys. He's a gunslinger. That's what he's going to go out there and do. He's a gamer. He's been showing it to us since he's been in the league. It's the big games kind of that he can't really win when it comes down to it. But this guy's solid, man. I don't know. I think that the Chargers are definitely live to win this ball game. I moved on in a little bit different of a way, but let me just break down the Chiefs really quick. Yeah, they drafted left tackle Josh Simmons out of Ohio State, came over from San Diego State, San Diego native. This guy was really good. I mean, it's crazy to make the jump from San Diego State to Ohio State, and he did it. And he excelled at it. And that's what the Chiefs went out and grabbed, someone to protect Mahomes here. I think he might have some trouble here against some veteran pass rushers in the Chargers, though. I think Mahomes is going to have some trouble. I think he's going to probably have to scramble quite a bit today to get out of trouble. I'm kind of looking at Travis Kelce under receiving yards, 47.5 currently sitting right now that I like. That's something I'm definitely looking at here. But I think the Chargers can score against this Chiefs defense. We know what Herbert's going to go out there and do it. He's going to sling it. Looking at the numbers right now, I want to pull up the line currently, what we're sitting. I mean, right now the Chargers are +3, -110. We have a total at 47. Team total, guys, this is what I want to get to. 21 right now for the Chargers. It's juiced at -125, but that's the play I'm going to give out to you guys. I think I see no trouble whatsoever that the Chargers score at least 3 touchdowns, and they should make a couple field goals along the way too. We're seeing this total move up. We saw what happened yesterday, guys. The game ended up going under, which was absolutely crazy. They had a delay. This is a Friday night game. I think this is going to be the game where there's fireworks. Both teams are going to be able to score, which is kind of have me off the Chargers. I would only move on them sideways plus the 3 right now that I can get at -110, but I'm going to make it easy. I'm just going to move on their team total over 21, -125. I think that's great value right now. There's no way they don't score at least 3 touchdowns. I think they're going to eat out there today. They've got a good running game. They've got 3 running backs out there that can get some good, that I think could play pretty well out there. I mean, Najee Harris, I mean, he's the backup right now. I mean, he's got to be feeling some type of way. He's out here in LA now, so he's got a nice change of scenery. I think that this is a good dynamic rushing attack that the Chargers have. I think Hampton could have a big year here. He was really good in college, really explosive. I like the Chargers team total over 21, minus 125. It's juicy, but I'm going to take the juice because there's no way that they don't score 21 points here on the board to me today, Jim. So I'm locked in on it. I'm going to tweet it out. And I'm pretty close to taking them on the Chargers plus 3-2, but I'm going to end up staying away from that. We'll see if I end up moving on that as the day goes on. This game, not till 5 p.m. my time, so no rush, but I might end up moving on the Chargers as well, just because I definitely think they're live to win this ball game here. Did the Chargers improve this season? I think so with that rushing attack. The defense does look good if they can stay healthy out there. They've got some good guys from the defensive line. I like the Chargers this season, so I'm right there with you. Chargers, I'm going to just move on the team total, though, over 21, minus 125.
I love it. I love it. I think it makes sense. I think just hearing that brings comfort in me not playing the under. I realize that, like what Coin's talking about, I have the bias of what happened last year. Both games didn't reach 40. We cashed Chiefs unders nonstop all year. And I don't think just expecting that to happen immediately is the right way of handling things. Also, the total from last night, it jarred me.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't, just thinking about people who were right with the over and not getting the cash,
they were right.
It really threw me for a loop, man. It just messed with my head all night. Because I've been in that situation. I know what they were feeling, and
many times,
and we had Troy in that situation with, I felt for him, I'm comfortable staying away from the total. I do, though, watching this thing climb, want to get underneath it, but I'm not going to. But those long drives, is it going to be different this year? I like what Birdie did, and thank you, Birdie, for sending that to me. Also, big thank you to Nasty Nate, Justin McKelvey, and JM for gifting Pub Sports Radio memberships. It means a ton to us. So thank you guys so much. Black Thor King on McConkey were 5.5 receptions. Ronnie Lofton liking that spot. Ronnie Lofton moving on Chargers first half money line, and the first half over 23.5. And I love it. And for G, Eli, Estevan, and then Frank, Mr. Bitches, and G all in the Cappers contest. So we got 4 Zertucci's. And remember, G has the best winning percentage of anybody in the contest since it started. It's pretty impressive. Jose has the most wins because G wasn't in first year. So Jose has the most wins. Guillermo has the highest winning percentage of anybody in the contest, and he was our season 2 co-champion, and he was in the top 5 all year. He was leading most of the year last year. He's been a monster.
Shout out to Guillermo Sertucci hosting us that day at Santa Anita at his house afterwards, made us food and stuff. Guy's such a good guy. He's got great sons. Esteban got to hang out with him a couple years ago in San Antonio. Haven't got to meet his youngest son yet, but shout out to the whole family over there. Great family.
And yes, Fernando, it is a cool night. And also they're an hour ahead. Right, so it's this is it starts at 9:20. If it's 8:20 here, it starts at 9:20 Brazil time. All right, we are locked in. Good luck, everybody, on Friday night football. Wine Time and I are now joined with the capper with the best record thus far in MLB on our channel, 62.6%, ROI plus 24%, and that's through 37 bets. Also starting the year 0-5, and now 23-14. And you can say, well, the sample size is small. Well, we want it to grow. We want to cap with this man very, very much. So please welcome to the show our friend TJ in the house. TJ, what's good, man? How are you?
Hey guys, good. Little bit of a long night last night. Hit the sauce a little bit hard. This morning was a little rough, but otherwise, man, I'm doing good. Baseball's been running hot. I think I finished above 60% last year too.
You did.
Yeah,
you did. Yeah,
we can do that. And it's an interesting card today. I really want to hit this first game, but having trouble finding an angle. I do have Chargers +4 locked in.
Oh, nice. When did you get that?
Minus 118. A few days ago it's on an exchange, so it wasn't widely available. But sometime if you get into those exchanges, guys, you can find some good alt line prices. You'll be shocked. Because people will leave their action up and they won't take the time to take it down, and you can just scoop it up.
Oh, that's nice, man. A nice +4 is a comfortable position to be in. And yes, you're getting a lot of love from the chat. You were hilarious last night. Very, very funny. Nonstop, too, man. This guy was just firing away. It was.
Yeah, I couldn't believe I was still awake.
Let's roll, fellas. I'm excited to cap the card with you. We start at 2:20 p.m. Eastern. The Washington Nationals at the Chicago Cubs. Let me get everything up here. Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois. Let me go into all of this. I don't have Ballpark Pal right now. I will get my hands on it, but let's start with Swish. I don't have everything set up, and I apologize.
I got Ballpark Pal for you.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. If you can handle the Ballpark Pal for us, that would be wonderful. Why don't we just start with that? Because it's windy. It's 66 Fahrenheit. Feels like 59. 17.9 miles per hour out to right field. Dies down at 16.3 miles per hour. So it's very windy. What is Ballpark Pal giving Wrigley Field today?
I will tell you right now. Let's see. Chicago Cubs. It's only given +2% runs, +7% home runs, -5 doubles and triples, and +3 singles. It's showing wind blowing left to right.
Yeah, very slightly out.
A little bit out, yep. But not as significant as I think most people think when they see that weather report.
No, that is very true. Can you give me those numbers one more time?
+2% overall.
Yeah.
+7% home runs, -5% doubles and triples, +3% singles.
Wow. We have Justin Mcelvy on the over 10. We have Jake Irvin going up against Javier Assad. Assad with just 20 innings under his belt so far this season. We thought very highly of him last year, and I haven't really been trusting him in this short sample size of work. And anybody who trusts Jake Irvin has lost a lot of money. I am someone who has lost a lot of money backing Jake Irvin. And we get in situations like this with Jake Irvin. I have won some with Jake. The market really does indicate when he's going to pitch well or handle the situation. And here we have the Cubs opening up at -218. Now they're -202. The Nats have gone from +193 to +183. So we have a move towards the Nats, but we have this very high total. I think the wind is playing a role in it. This opened up at 10.5 at 9:47 p.m., but this was available at 10, flat 10 in the afternoon, around 2 or 3 for the books that came out the earliest. This opened up here 9:47 p.m. at 10.5 -114, and now it's under 10.5 -107. So the even money to the over 10.5 has only moved 5 cents. So there's not much going on here with that total, but it is a very high number. We know how the weather, wreaks havoc with these totals at Wrigley. 72% of the tickets are on the Cubs, but 67% of the cash is on the Washington Nationals. 51% of tickets are on the over, and 69% of cash is on the over. So just by judging the market before going into the X's and O's and the splits, which we have all here, you would have to say that they're saying this game, very simple terms, they're saying this game has a lot of volatility. They're not telling you that Jake Irvin is going to pitch well here because the total is at 10.5, but they're saying that Javier Assad is more vulnerable than one would think if you're biased to what he did last year. This year, he's not being that good, but he just pitched in the thin air Colorado and got the job done. 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, only struck out 1 batter. He has 10 strikeouts in 20 innings so far. But 1.35 whip, he's only walked 5 batters. He's had 1 home start this season. So he's had 1 home start, 3 road starts. His 1 home start was August 17th. 4 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 3 Ks, 1 walk, and a 4-3 win at home over the Pirates. And I'm going to go over, I think, the key thing here is so far this year, Assad is getting hit hard, very hard by lefties. And I want to ensure that this is something that existed last year, because we've talked often about this being the wrong lineup. And now we've seen some other lineups that are putting out 6 lefties. But for a long time, this was the rare lineup where you're going to get 5 of your first 6 batters hitting from the left-hand side. And they got Hassel now playing in center field. So that you're going to turn the lineup over. You're only going to have 3 righties in this lineup. So I'm going to go into the splits here for Assad to see, was this a problem for him last year? Because in 20 innings, I don't want to get too caught up in whatever's happening to him with left-handed batters. It's just not a fair amount of innings. So let's just quickly take a look and see, was this an issue for him last year? The books are saying that he is vulnerable here. I would like to believe it and bet accordingly. So let's go back to 2024 for Javier Assad, and lefties, he shut down. 242, 695. It was righties that were getting to him. So I mean, just right off the hop, TJ, just right off the hop, do you put a line through that information that lefties have been raking him in 20 innings so far this year?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. And I even went back to 2023, much better against lefties. So I would take some. I wouldn't take that too much into your handicap, how he's done in 20 innings. If it was 80 innings, 100 innings, yeah, I mean, then something changed. But I don't think we have enough proof to say for sure that, okay, he's back to a normal splits guy.
That is crucial. Crucial to find however you are going to handle that information. And you don't have to handle it the way TJ and I are doing by saying that's not enough innings. He didn't have this problem last year. We shouldn't focus on it, because we do know that the market is saying that he is vulnerable. We have Jake Irvin, who has similar issues. Righties 247, 712, but lefties 286, 693. And look at this. You're going to have 3 of your first 4 batters hitting from the left-hand side. Happy the switch, so he'll hit from the left. Then Bush Tucker, and then Hap 1, 2, 4. Suzuki 3 and Horner 5. That's how they came up with the lineup going. And PCA is the only other left-handed bat, but he can be a dangerous left-handed bat. On the road this year, Irvin's been terrible. But, I mean, he's been bad everywhere. We shouldn't get too caught up in this. He's coming off a 4-1 loss at home versus the Rays in his last start, 6 innings, 4 earned runs. He pitched decent. Game went under. So here we go. The Nats bullpen's been quite a bit better in the last 30 days. It's still very pedestrian and not to be trusted. The Cubs bullpen is starting to pitch playoff-type baseball, 3.40 ERA last 30 days. And Nats are hitting righties hard, 270, 755 OPS, and the Cubs have not been at all. And we said, look at the last 30 days, how many spots they played at Wrigley Field with the wind blowing in. But then they went on the road, and did they hit any better against righties? Marginally. Let's get to work, fellas. Setup is in. Let's go with wine at times. And look at Higgsy giving 10 radio memberships. Mr. Sean Higgs, blessing our action. We love you, Higgsy. Thank you so much, my man. Oh, it's okay, Higgsy. I'm going to invite you nonstop, because we just love capping with you so much. No worries, man. And thank you for the memberships, my friend. You are a great friend. So let's roll. Wine Time Sports, Nationals, Cubs. Take it away.
Yeah, shout out to Sean Higgs, man. Got to kick it with him a couple years ago in San Antonio. Watch his show all the time. Guy puts in a lot of work. He's one of the best cappers out there, man. One of the best people, too. I remember sitting with him in Southtown 101, eating food, and we had like a 45-minute just like deep conversation about like capping and stuff. And it's one of the best conversations. I'll always remember that. So shout out to my guy, Sean Higgs, always gifting Pub Sports radio memberships. As far as this game goes, guys, I mean, I feel bad. I was texting Jimmy and Spoons probably like 3:30 a.m. their time last night about this game because I couldn't get a line available. And then a line finally popped up for me. I wish I could have gotten a 10 at the time, but I was only able to get a 10.5 at a -105 here. I think both pitchers are going to be very vulnerable today. I think both these guys are going to get hit. Jake Irvin, I mean, you see his record 8-10, but his ERA is absolutely horrible for a reason, because they actually hit for him when he's out there. It's crazy that he actually has 8 wins. It's pretty wild. But yeah, we have made some money off Jake Irvin, but it's also been a big disappointment. He definitely doesn't pass the eye test and the X's and O's from that, and his mechanics just are a little bit off. But I'm on the over 10.5 here. I think that both teams are going to be able to hit. You mentioned all the lefties in the lineup. We're going to have 6 lefties out there for the Washington Nationals. I think they can hit Javier here at Wrigley Field. I've had a good read on these games, these Friday games at Wrigley Field, whether it's an under or whether it's an over. I feel like I don't think I've even moved on a side in one of these Thursday games. It's always a total, and it's been pretty successful. It's had a good ROI so far this season. So I'm on the over 10.5 -105. You can still find that same number available pretty much anywhere, at least according to mine right now, is the same number I got last night when I tweeted it out. Cubs, Nationals, over 10.5 -105 at Wrigley Field. Shout out to my guy Cedars in the chat, $199 dono as well. Good to see you, my guy. Appreciate you. TJ, what do you have to say about this game?
Yeah, I don't know that I can get there on the over with full confidence, just because both these guys prevent fly balls. Now, that is a small sample size for Assad. I don't have his fly ball percentage from last year up, but he's getting over 50% ground balls, only 27% fly balls, which is a very good ratio. And he's not getting hard hit. Whereas Jake Irvin, he's getting barreled 12% of the time, almost 50% hard hit over 95 miles per hour. So I worry more about Irvin here, especially against those four lefties. I think they're starting a fifth lefty at batting last. McGuire catching. So he's got five lefties to face. He's given up 31 home runs on the season, in 154 innings. And the Cubs have, a pretty good track record against him. They got some players with some good batting average and power against him. So that side, I think the Cubs offense can produce. However, I don't necessarily believe Washington is going to get to Assad here. Maybe the market's telling us that. My numbers, kind of expect Assad to have a decent start. His start last week against Colorado, 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned runs in Colorado is a good start, in my opinion. Yeah. 6 innings, only 2 hits against the Angels. He's not walking much, and his strikeouts are very low. But Washington is striking out over 30% right now in the last 30 days against right-handed pitching. So I think we're going to see a bump up there. Now, the one thing that does concern me is I was looking at his props, and I don't look at props a lot, but Assad under innings or under outs is heavily juiced to the under 15.5, and actually more juice than Irvin's. Irvin's minus 145 at 15.5, and Assad's minus 165 at 15.5. So that would indicate to me both pitchers gets touched, which is how you're reading it. I have too many questions. I like to move on these early games, but you also factor in like Washington. I know they're not a good baseball team, and some people don't factor this in, but over the course of the season, I do day games. They're 19 games under 500 and only 61 games. At night, they're only 8 games under 500. That's a big difference with many more games at night for them to lose that edge. But they're a young team, and maybe that's why they struggle during the day. They're out of routine. They're not used to it. And the opposite is true for the Cubs. They're over 500 during the day, 8 games. So it's I have a lot of question marks. I kind of was looking at Cubs parlays, but the market is just keeping me off this one. I would lean under, but I got nothing, guys.
I think this 10.5 number is insane. I understand it's blowing out, slightly and heavily, but slightly. It's not like straight out to left or right center, and it's not warm. It feels like 59 Fahrenheit at the start of the game. I am not at a point, and I don't want to be, where I'm going to say, look, that number's insane. The books don't know what they're doing. I'm going to bet I'm not ever going to not respect the line. And that the more respect I have for the books has equated to a higher ROI. And there's other people who I don't care and don't respect the books, and you have complete autonomy with however you want to get the bag, as long as you're tracking your action and you are succeeding, then keep doing what you're doing. But for me, I'm better when I respect that number 10.5. I think it's insane. I think it's absolutely insane. The bullpens are pitching better. Assad's issues against left-handed batters doesn't make sense. It's a 20-inning sample size. Jake, the books are telling us that either Assad is vulnerable or the Nats are going to, that the line gives value towards the Nats, which either means that Irvin's going to pitch okay or they're going to get to Assad. This is not something that appeals here to me. We have Jose Bouquet has sent the camera from Wrigley Field. So and we hear Deacon talking about how hard it's blowing out at this point. And Deacon, you're on $1 Canadian. You are in business, my friend. But let's see. We're going to take a look at this camera, and regardless of it, if it's 80 if it's 78 in July, August, then yes, like I get it, but it's cold, wind blowing out, pitchers with stats that I don't fully believe. Here it says the Wrigley wind camera says the wind's blowing out to right field at 16 miles per hour, gusts up to 25 miles per hour. That is from Wrigley Winds. Okay, I'm off. We have wine time on the over 10.5, and I don't trust. If we look back at the splits from 2024 and 2023, and the side had issues for lefties, and we know 5 of the first 6 batters of the Nationals are lefties, I'd be backing the Nationals either with a team total over or back them first 5 plus a half. I don't know if you even need the plus a half here because they're saying it's high volatility. So I'm out here.
And more square books like FanDuel is juiced to the under 10.5 here, so and they're going to take a ton of over money. So that's kind of a red flag to me.
I was honestly expecting to see the book I took last night at a minus 115 to the over, but it hasn't moved. It's a minus 105 still. So that's definitely was I expected to see a minus 115, but that's what it is to the under right now. So still a couple hours. I mean, an hour and a half until first pitch, but yeah, I was hoping to see maybe even 11 on the board, but we'll see, man. This is gonna be a good one.
Yeah, and the wind doesn't. I mean, it dies down slightly as the game goes on. But okay,
bullpens.
Yeah, rest. Yeah, it's I will cheer wine times over here and hope to send Deacon $1 Canadian. I will hope that happens because $1 Canadian means wine time picks up what minus 105, 420. You pick up a little over $400, man.
Yeah, I'm up at 5. I moved it up to 500 now, so I'm at the 500 a unit now. Yeah,
you've earned that, man. That's God. I cannot wait. I cannot wait till I tell you guys I've moved up to 500. That is, oh man, that's wonderful news. Congratulations.
525 for 500. Yeah.
Penny just moved to a 10.
Yeah, I think this number is insane. But and I also, we have, if you are just looking at the wins, like if you pull up RotoWire and switch, if you look at that, you'll see, oh my God, 21 miles. No, even this says left to right though. It doesn't say out. I don't know. I would like to go up against the public here.
I kind of do too, Jimmy. Kind of want to get this 10.5.
Yeah, I just like it. Just doesn't. I think it's just too much. And now if some of the sharper books are and Penny just moved it to, okay, I'm gonna do that. They
put it to 10 and it just popped back up to 10.5. So
immediately
people are hitting the 10. Yeah, within a couple minutes.
I'll just let it go.
Yeah, same.
Okay, let's roll on. Next up for us, 6:40 p.m. Eastern. Chicago White Sox 53-88, 23-46 on the road to Detroit Tigers 81-60, 45-27 at home, Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan. Turnbuckle Tommy says, I can't wait to say I moved up to 250. And everybody has different unit sizes, and we are just capping to be the best cappers that we can be. And everybody's at different stages of their life where they can, build a bankroll at a different rate. And this isn't about saying, my bankroll is higher than yours or my unit size higher than yours. This is that we all share the same goal, and that's to increase our unit size. That's the number one goal for all of us in sports gambling, to increase our unit size. Cash out? What? Increase our unit size. So I'm right there with you, Turnbuckle Tommy, and we are on our way. Let's roll. White Sox Tigers, Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan. Let's get into the Swish analytics here, and then we will immediately hear from TJ as to the weather or Ballpark Pal Associates. So it's 70 Fahrenheit, feels like 66. We have heavy winds, a lot of heavy winds today, 15.6 miles per hour right to left and slightly out, dies down to 9.8 miles per hour. So heavy winds, similar to what was going on to Wrigley, just in a different direction, slightly out to left. TJ, what are they giving you on Ballpark Pal?
Comerica Park is plus 2% runs, minus 7% home runs, minus 2% doubles and triples, and plus 8% singles. So minus 2% or plus 2% overall, which equates to 0.18 runs.
I find these two pitchers two of the most difficult pitchers to predict because they are capable of pitching extremely well.
Oh, yeah.
And they just don't seem to do it consistently, especially Flaherty. You have Shane Smith, who at times looks absolutely elite, but I want to back him at right field, not at Comerica Park. It's not that he's bad on the road per se. Let's get into our line history here for this one. I would, with Flaherty this year, he's only a fade to me, and he can pitch quite well at times. I don't think I've backed him in 3 months, and I don't want to back him. But I also don't want to be defeatist when these two pitchers are in a game and Smith is on the road and Flaherty's at home, and I'm like, oh, it's too difficult. This line has not moved. This over opened up over 8.5 minus 102, and the under minus 110 and under. It's just sitting right there. No movement on the total. From a money line standpoint, we have the Tigers at minus 180. Opened up at minus 186, so very slight move towards the White Sox. We get to the cash flow for this one. We have 69% of the tickets on the Tigers, 65% of the cash on the White Sox, 67% of the tickets on the under, and 78% of cash on that under. Shane Smith on the road, 12 starts. He's gone 59 2/3, 55 hits. That's pretty good. But 29 earned runs, and he's walked too many batters. He walks more batters. I guess it's pretty similar, honestly. It's just slightly more on the road than he does at home, but he's allowed 9 home runs on the road, only 6 at right field. Opponents hitting 242 against him, and lefties hit him harder than righties, but it's slight. Jack Flaherty, on the other hand, has some pretty weak numbers and then stronger numbers than you would expect. 169 strikeouts and 142 and a third is impressive. 4.74 ERA is ugly. 1.29 WHIP is pretty good. Still with 52 walks, he doesn't allow that many hits. If you look at what he's done at home, he's been quite a bit better than on the road. He's allowed 38 earned runs in 15 home starts, but he's only allowed 69 hits and 83 and a third. The numbers should be better than that. It's just 15 of those 69 hits have gone yard. Opponents hitting 219 against him. Lefties hit him harder than righties. White Sox versus righties last 30 days, 251, 735 OPS, while the Tigers versus righties, 235, 696 OPS. This White Sox bullpen's back to being trash. We had about 2 months where they were top 10 in the league, at times top 5. And that's gone. That's over. White Sox bullpen is trash again, and the Tigers bullpen is starting to pitch like playoff type baseball. TJ, hit leadoff for us on this one, White Sox Tigers.
Yeah, I kind of want to trust Flaherty here, and I know it's very, very hard. He's very unpredictable, but he's coming off his obviously worst home start. I mean, he did well at Kansas City, but jumping back to start back-to-back versus Kansas City. The first start, he gave up 8 runs and 10 hits over 5 innings. Looked terrible. It's his worst home start of the year. But if you look back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of his last 7 before that were good quality starts at home. And, this team kind of Detroit's kind of got to start winning more consistently here. I think Flaherty's the vet that can kind of put everything, push the stats down sometimes and just outperform. We've seen him do it for years. So I have a tendency to want to trust him here, but it's quite pricey. I see Shane Smith is hard to fade too, but if I'm going to do it, it's going to be on the road. I agree. But at the price, I don't think it's enough. It's hard to trust the bullpen, Detroit's bullpen. They are coming off an off day, so they'll have several arms. They'll have their pick of the arms, but Kansas City's been performing a little better the last couple of weeks. I don't really have a lean on the total. I just have a lot of unknowns here. I know that's boring to cap it that way, but I looked at first 3, trying to find an angle, and I agree with the unpredictability. I just want to trust Flaherty, but I don't think I'm going to put my money on it.
With the injuries and the questionable pitching from Casey Mize, Flaherty is going to be relied upon in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He knows that. Tigers know that. So him starting to pitch a little better is not a surprise. We got our friend Ronnie Imbergia in the house. It's great to see him. It's been a long time. And he says Flaherty's the shit's way overpriced. He's ordering a dog and cash, expecting to back Shane Smith here and get paid in full. I tend to agree with you, and I thought that last start was quite impressive. I know it was on the road. Let's hear what Wine Time has to say about this one. White Sox Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, I think the White Sox have a pitching advantage here with Shane Smith. I like Shane Smith this season. I like some of these arms that the White Sox have. It's just that batting order is just horrendous, man. It's awful. Looking at this line currently sitting right now, it's about 15 to 20 cents difference between the first 5 and the full game here. Got the Tigers minus 170 in the first 5 and minus 185 currently sitting in the full game right now. Let me just double check. Yeah. So those are the numbers we're looking at right now here. I mean, but Shane Smith has been pitching really well here. I feel like this could be a spot where the Tigers could get to him and has some vulnerability here in this ball game. We have a total of 8.5. When I see two teams like this, I would automatically jump on the under here at the 8.5. I think, but I also think that this is priced appropriately. Don't want to force anything here, but I guess if I had a lean, it would be towards the under at the 8.5. It just really hasn't necessarily moved that way. If this got down to an 8, I definitely think this game's going to go under. It was a pass for me, though. I couldn't find too much in this ball game. You guys know me. I like backing the White Sox certain times when there's certain guys on the mound. We've been successful in the Tigers. I mean, I haven't really been on the Tigers since the first couple of months of the season. It's going to be a pass for me. The Tigers do need to start winning some ball games. Going into October, they got to have some confidence going into the playoffs. I'm not sure what this Tigers team is going to do when it comes playoff times. They've got a Bulldog out there in Skubal that we know is going to pitch well. The other guys, I think, are in question, though. And I think this lineup could be in question at times, too, depending on who they face in that first-round matchup. But with that being said, it's going to be a pass for me. Wanted nothing to do with this game. I had to lean towards the under, but I ultimately stayed off because it didn't really move towards the under. Hasn't really moved at all from what I've seen. So it's going to be a pass for me.
I'm starting to get a little higher on that under.
I am too. I'm thinking under here.
What are you guys seeing right now? What number?
Well, Shane Smith has had no problem with this lineup twice already this year.
And he's looked great coming off the IL, and the IL was not an arm injury, right? And that was something that Peter used to talk about so often, that he loves trusting pitchers coming off the IL that aren't coming off an arm injury. It gives them a chance to kind of regroup and come refreshed. Sorry, TJ, take it away.
No, you're good. I agree. His first start out, he pitched into the 5th, and then they've stretched him since that. And he's had a lot of good performances. His one hiccup was at Atlanta. 7 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks, but still getting a lot of ground balls there.
And look at Matty Ice, who knows the Tigers is his ball club. Dead under, says Matty Ice. Right. Not only that, more information for you. This is also the pig milk play of the day. White Sox first 5 plus a half. So you have Matty Ice, the Tigers backer, saying dead under. You have Billy with the pig milk play of the day saying White Sox first 5 plus a half. So Matty Ice thinks Flaherty's going to pitch well. Billy thinks Shane Smith is going to pitch well, which leads me towards that first 3 under. Just before TJ carries it on, I'd like to give a shout out to our guy, Billy Friedrich. TJ, you keep rolling.
Yeah, no, I kind of just said what I needed to say there. I'm going to move on the under. Wine time kind of talking about the offenses. Just everything's just kind of pushing me there. The confidence in the chat, people I trust. I'm going to be on the under 8.5 minus. I'm going full game though because I know the bullpens have been an issue, but they're both rested, and so anytime I can get that, I'm gonna lump it in. I will look at first 3 pricing here.
Yeah, I'm looking at mine. It's a pick'em first 3, which is what we should expect from an 8.5 at a pick'em, right?
Yep.
I mean, nothing untowards there. It's slightly juiced to the under, which makes maybe I think this, TJ. I think I need to bet this right now. I think if I wait, that this could become more juiced. And when you're dealing with first 3s at 365, it's a very difficult proposition to succeed in. 20 cents each way. I mean, 40 cents a vig is disgusting.
Yeah, and I at the exchange I talk about often, I can't even get an 8.5. It's only 8s.
Oh wow! Okay. All right, I'll move on it with you guys then. I'm under 8.5. I'm getting a minus 115 right now.
I'm getting a one. Well, Penny's got a 110, but okay. I'll bet under 8.5 minus 113.
Okay, let
For
me
my right.
copy and paste this. Wine time, you're in too?
Yeah, I'll take the under. I'm getting a minus 115. So that's the best number I can get. My other book's giving me a minus 118 right now, and it was a minus 13 earlier. So it's moved 5 cents in that direction. So I'm going to do it now with you guys before it's too late. Because if TJ's saying he's seen some 8s on the board, that's great. I mean, we might be seeing some 8s here in the next couple hours. I'm going to move on it under 8.5 minus 115.
And TJ, you got minus 113?
Yes, sir.
I got to place it right now.
Heritage.
Beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna lock in this as well. By the way, I did this morning move on Canelo by decision. I know that's not till the 13th, but that's the last bet here at my log. I did move on that. It's moved. I meant to bet it a week ago. I hate these events that are later. They're not on the forefront of your action. It was plus 125 when we talked about it, and now it's plus 110. And the over in that fight has gone up to minus 500.
Wow.
I mean, it's so I expect that Canelo by decision closes at minus 120 or something of that.
Is Preston on that fight, Jim?
He's breaking it down, and so it's we're having a party here for it.
Okay.
The tonight for Chargers Chiefs is the first game on the. Finally got the new 75-incher because the kids broke the first one, right? No insurance.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Okay. So I'm gonna lock this in here. All I really need to do is take the picture, and then I can set up the.
Yeah, and I want listed here if you guys have the option.
Oh yes, absolutely. Okay, here, let me get this up. Okay. All right. So we have all moved on the under here in this one. Coin got the 2.5 minus 115. Good job there, Coin. I like that. God, I should have refreshed this up. So let's set this one up here. Let me just take a picture of this so I don't need to worry about anything. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, I should have had action in already. Get this picture, and then we will roll on. All right, next up for us is Brewers Pirates, PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. At the game that our man Justin Mcelvy was at in the skiing start, so was Tony Tone. We had a couple low baggers there at PNC Park, and Wine Time and I wax often about how spectacular that park looks. I just can't wait to get there. I've only been in Pittsburgh one time. It was in winter, so I got to see Marc-Andre Fleury shut out the Kings 3-0.
Nice,
and it was great. But I still haven't gone to PNC. I walked around the ballpark. Okay, here I'll get the.
Yeah, it's my favorite park I've been to.
Oh, it's a must. It's only a 5-hour drive from Toronto. It's
the walk in across the bridge is so cool.
Oh, I dream of it.
And the park's beautiful. I just wish they had a better team.
I dream of it. Ronnie and Bergie, it's great to have you back in business with us. Hoove in the house has Cubs over 8.5 parlay and singles with Rays, Royals, Athletics. Brian Palmer in the house. Great to see you, Brian Palmer. All right, we're rolling. I always love getting my first in and being on the board, and then you see your cards start coming together. Let's roll. I'm going to be hitting lead off for us right here. Thank you guys for joining us on Pub Sports Radio. This is so much fun. The opportunity to cap with you fellas and all these great cappers in the chat is I'm so fortunate. And the ROI shows if I was doing this alone, I would not be succeeding the way I'm succeeding with you guys. Milwaukee Brewers 86-55, 40-29 on the road. To the Pittsburgh Pirates 64-77, 42-30 at home. Let's take a look at the weather here. And shout out to Spooner sent along the ballpark pal, so I got it here. We have 78 Fahrenheit, feels like 77, 10.8 miles per hour to left field. It dies down to 6.1 miles per hour. So it really falls off here. Ballpark pal has PNC Park plus 5% overall, minus 4% homers, plus 17% doubles and triples, and minus 1% singles. Brandon Cummings says Pat Murphy said Thursday that another key reliever is about to be placed on the injured list as early as Friday. Interesting. They've been being very cautious with all of their arms, and it's very, very smart. And Pat Murphy is my favorite manager in Major League Baseball as well. Quinn Priester, 11-2, 3.28 ERA, 1.24 WHIP. I had to defend him so heavily to people last year that they stopped. They left our chat. Because I was so disgusted that that people would think a draft pick of this ilk wouldn't figure it out. And, I feel the same way about Emerson Hancock. I think Emerson Hancock is going to be a monster next year, just like it took Priester a little bit of time to figure it out. And we knew the Brewers are such great assessors of talent that when they gave up a first-round pick for Quinn Priester, that Quinn Priester had something, and he's certainly shown it. That last start, 4-1 win at the Blue Jays. At the time, Blue Jays were hitting everything. 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 0 earned runs, 3 Ks, no walks. This is his 4th straight road start. He's been dealing with them very, very well. On the road this year, 15 appearances, 13 starts, 26 earned runs, allowed less hits than innings pitched. He has allowed 10 home runs on the road, just 7 at home, 248 opponents batting average, and righties hit him slightly harder than lefties. Then we have Johan Oviedo, just 15 innings of work this year, 20 strikeouts. His last start, 10-3 win at the Red Sox. He's had, and he looked good, 2 earned runs over 5 innings, 6 Ks, and 3 walks. He's had 2 starts at home. He's only made it through 6 innings, 9 strikeouts, 182 opponents batting average. So far this year, and again, we're going to have to go back, and I'll do that while the other guys are capping. So far this year, he's not being touched by left-handed bats, and he's being hit very hard by right-handed. So far this year, lefties are hitting 083 with a 262 OPS, but righties 276, 952 OPS. And there's certain teams, like the Angels, that can give you all right-handed bats. The Brewers are not one of those teams. You got Terang hitting leadoff, Yelich batting 3rd, Frelick batting 5th. Now Collins can hit from the right-hand side, but 2 of your first 3 batters, 3 of your first 5 batters are the split that Oviedo's just completely shutting down right now. Brewers versus righties the last 30 days, 267, 819 OPS. Pirates versus righties, 251, 711, and the Brewers bullpen is in playoff mode, and the Pirates bullpen cannot be trusted whatsoever. Let's take a look at the line history and the cash flow, and then we will hand this over. Wine Time hitting leadoff for this one. We have a total of 8.5. I see sharp books that have a pick 'em, but the sharpest that I think is the sharpest has it heavily juiced to the under 8.5, and it's been heavily juiced since 20 this morning. What's up?
Oh no, I'm getting -110 right now, still on the under.
Right now on this offshore that I think is very sharp, you can get the over 8.5 at +101. We get to the money line here for this one. We have the Pirates at +124. It's very fishy, opening up at +138. So does that tell you that the 4th straight road start for Priester is going to get touched, or that Johan Oviedo is going to pitch very well? Let's take a look at the cash flow. 65% of the tickets, 64% of the cash on the Milwaukee Brewers, 80% of tickets, and 87% of cash on the under. Wine Time. Let's put this puzzle together. Take it away.
Yeah, the more I'm looking at this, why isn't this an 8? Is it because of some of the bullpen troubles from the Pirates? Because I feel like with both these pitchers on the mound, we should probably be seeing an 8 here. Seeing an 8.5 right now. I'm getting a -110. I want to move on this under with both these pitchers on the mound here. But at the same time, I do think Quentin Priest might get a little bit touched up here by a Pirates lineup that I'm not crazy about by any means. But maybe they can get to him a little bit early. But you mentioned, this Brewers bullpen, guys, I don't know if they're going to give up anything to this Pirates lineup. So that's what it's going to have to come down to. That's what's going to probably take me off the Pirates. Pirates coming off a dream sweep against the Dodgers. It's kind of crazy to see how many times the Dodgers have been swept this season, and to see their record the way it still is. It's kind of shocking. I feel like they're like a 500 team this year, the way they play. Milwaukee Brewers, you mentioned it, man. Apologies, moving my laptop. They do everything the right way. Pat Murphy, this guy's one of the best coaches in baseball right now. You mentioned the lefty hitting the leadoff, lefty at the 3rd, lefty in the 5th. They do everything from an X's and O's and analytics and eye test standpoint perfectly. I feel like in Milwaukee, they're doing everything the right way. If they can win the playoffs. This team's more than 30 games over 500. It's still crazy to see that, see the record, seeing how great it is. This is a really good ball team. At the same time, it's a very short favorite. It's very fishy, guys. That's what kind of makes me want to take the Pirates here, but I kind of just want to trust that both pitchers go out there and at least pitch well, that Johan could go out there and pitch decent. We don't have a big sample size of him from this season, so we'll see how long he goes in this game. And the Pirates bullpen is very vulnerable. That's the thing. But at the same time, I want to move on this under 8.5 -110, because I feel like at the same time, I feel like this could have been an 8. That's what kind of has me treading lightly here in this one. TJ, what do you think about this game? I gotta get an opinion from you as well.
Yeah, curious. Certainly, I want to back Priester on the road. They've won 16 straight Priester starts dating back to May 30th. Last time they lost when we started was May 24th.
And they're only minus 135. Wow,
that's crazy. And the line's moving to Pittsburgh.
Where is I hope Gagnon has lost his shirt. I hope he's lost everything. All the horrible things he said about Priester. I hope he's faded Priester in every fucking start. Josh Lauer, too. Both gone from our chat. I hope they got decimated. I hope they lost their entire bankroll. I hope their car and house went into foreclosure. Sorry, TJ. Keep going.
That was great. I'm with you wanting an under here. Wine time. I'm looking at first 5, and I'm surprised that I can get 4.5 under at plus 100. That gives me reason to hesitate.
It's fishy. Why would this? We know this is a run suppressing ballpark. Yeah. It's a pitcher's ballpark. Isn't it not the line movement, but the opening line?
Exactly. Yeah. And I'm getting the same number, under 4.5 plus 100 right now, which is pretty crazy to me here. So maybe the Pirates are the move here. I mean, I'm getting a plus 125. There's still some value here. We're still getting them as a dog. I know the line has moved against them. It's interesting enough, too, the first 5, 10 cents difference. They're a plus 115 on the money line compared to a plus 125. Brewers money line still same on both my sites here. Yeah, you just mentioned it. I mean, this guy's been lights out. I mean, when Priester's on the mound, the Brewers win, but yet they're minus 135 against a team that's not playing meaningful baseball right now. Don't get me wrong, the Pirates, I mean, 13 games under 500. This is definitely an improvement for them, I feel like, which is crazy enough. I think Don Kelly's probably going to be their manager again next year. I think he's earned that at least with the current roster that he has out there, because that batting order is horrible. Yeah, I just think this should have been an 8 when it opened up, especially in Pittsburgh with Priester on the mound. Johan's been pitching well this season as well. It's like I said, it's minimal sample size, but I feel like this should have been an 8, and the fact that it's an 8.5 is a little sus.
Right. If it was 4.5, if the first half was 4.5 and it was minus 110 or minus 115 to the under, that would make sense to me because the bullpen's vulnerable. But to see them giving it away and maybe moving to a 5 is crazy to me.
Another thing about the splits that's important. So, of course, he was gone for Tommy John surgery. We didn't see him in 2024. In 2023, let's go back to 2022. In 2022, he was healthy. You know, he's a Cuban pitcher. You know, he's 24 years old, and he showed signs of being electric, you know, and lefties couldn't hit him at all. Then 2023, he started out a little bit, you know, struggled, and then he found himself and he started pitching well. And then when was the elbow bothering him? You know, because come July, he can't get an out, you know, and then he started getting things together. And then September, he couldn't, you know, get an out. And then he goes, you know, under the knife. So lefties were hitting him in 2023, but maybe that was an issue here with the elbow. So then he comes back with increased velocity. Lefties can't touch him. I don't know why this is an 8.5. And I mean, is there an issue with 4 straight road starts? I mean, does anybody want to fade the Brewers? I know Wager Detective does here, but TJ, you've made more money off the Brewers than anybody I know. Do you want to back over here because the market's saying it's a sharp side?
No, I mean, even if it is, I'll just give up the opportunity and pass on it because the market is telling you it's the time to take Pittsburgh. I just can't make sense of it. What do they know? Because I think Yelich is going to be out. So I get a little bit of movement, but that was already known. And look at it's not like Priester's been pitching against bums. Toronto, Chicago, Reds, Atlanta, who's hitting well again. You know, Chicago, Seattle, Dodgers, just shutting them all down other than the Mets got to him. And that was at home. He's pitched a ton on the road. I don't put a ton of stock into, 4th straight road start. He's had 3 straight road starts another time, and he was excellent in all 3. So, yeah, this is the first time we're seeing him go 4, but I don't see that as a huge routine change.
TJ, another interesting addition to this is almost the same line as the White Sox-Tigers game. Now, the White Sox-Tigers game, their pitchers have far more pedestrian numbers than these 2 pitchers. And I know Oviedo is a small sample size. We moved on the first 3 under. This first 3 under here is juice to the over. It's just not correlating for me here.
Yeah.
Unless you want to bet the Pirates.
That's the only thing I could do here is bet the Pittsburgh Pirates. Even it's juicy, guys, but even the plus 1.5 minus 135 right now, it is a little bit juicy, but I might actually go that way because I feel like it's going to be a one-run ball game. Either way we cut it here. Anyone that's on the Brewers here might be on the run line as well because you're getting plus money, and I don't think they're going to be able to cover that run line. I think this is going to be a one-run game. So if I do end up moving on this, maybe I just pay up and pay some juice on the minus 135. I don't think I'll do it. I might just end up taking the money line, but as of right now, it's a pass, but I could only move on the Pirates. Everything you guys just said on this total is going to keep me off the under. It makes sense not to back the under here, so I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, and if you're going to pay the juice at 135, I would just recommend paying the juice on the first 5 plus a half. It's 120, and you're taking Pittsburgh's bullpen out of it. If we think Priester's the vulnerable one here.
Yeah, that is true because I mean the first 5 right now. I mean there's not a difference on the money line for the Brewers for me, but it is 10 cents cheaper. And yeah, I can get a minus 125 right now for a plus a half. Interesting enough, the team total for the Pirates first 5 is over 1.5. It is juice minus 135. I won't touch that, but yeah, this is a tough one, man.
And one final thing before we move on is our guy, Nut Flush Allen. He's saying this is the market because of the sweep of the Dodgers. That this is moving. That if they didn't sweep the Dodgers, would this line be moving? And that's fair to say. TJ, do you think this is involved with this line move towards the Pirates? That everybody just made a shitload of money backing them, or lost money fading them?
I don't know. I don't put as much stock into that maybe as most people. I mean, I'm seeing 80 to 90% of the money on the Brewers, so I don't think the perception is Pittsburgh's so hot we got to bet them.
Wait, what? Can you read me off this? I'm sorry, guys. I know we've talked about this game for all. Can you read me off the splits right now on the money line on this game?
Yeah, we have different splits, so why don't you hit first? Because the odds logic is the sharper of these two.
It just recently updated to 60% of the money and 60% of the bets and 72% of the money on Milwaukee. It was sitting in the 75% of bet and 90% of money range for a long time.
Yeah, I'm comfortable moving past this one. It feels like this one's out of my pay grade. So, any of you guys want to make this official, or do we roll on?
We roll on.
Roll on.
Okay, let's do it. Turnbuckle Tommy says, Priester has to be due for regression, right? I don't think so. And it's not 16 straight good games. Remember that this team wins games in situations where the pitcher gets touched. I mean, we've seen them come back from 8 and 10 runs, but I've seen Brian Palmer backing that one up. Okay, let's roll on, fellas. Okay, so and excuse the cough. It's a horrific lack of sleep over the last little while. Okay, we roll on. Next up for us, we have the New York Mets. Only 10 games over 500, 8 games under 500 on the road, and Wager Detective looking to get in on them in the futures market. At the Cincinnati Reds, who've now, they added on at the deadline to make a move, and they have not made that move and are very disappointed with the decision-making of the brass. We're in Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio. Let's get into the analytics here for the weather. Excuse me. We have 79 Fahrenheit, feels like 78, 10.5 miles per hour out to left center, dies down at 6.3 miles per hour. We get over to Ballpark Pal for Great American Ballpark. It's plus 7%, plus 18% homers, minus 3% doubles and triples, and plus 2% singles. Getting into the line history here for this one, we have Abbott versus Peterson, and a couple of Peterson and Casey Mize are two of my favorite pitchers in Major League Baseball. And I told you guys, I watched them closely. I was like, look, these guys are vulnerable. And I said about 6 weeks ago, and they both have looked much worse. I haven't made enough money off of Peterson's struggles. I've made some, but I was ahead of it, and I haven't made enough. The Reds open up at plus 110. They're now plus 102. Mets have gone from minus 122 to minus 110. Let's get into the total here for this one. From a total standpoint, we have a 9 and heavily juiced to the over. And some books are even adding the hook now. This opened up over 9 at plus 101. Now it's over 9 at minus 116. 17 cents of movement towards this over. So we have a move to the Reds and a pretty violent move towards the over, with 62% of the tickets and 86% of cash on the under, and 50% of the tickets and 59% of the cash on the Reds. Andrew Abbott is pitching at a very high level at home. 19 earned runs in 14 home starts is spectacular. 67 hits in 81 innings. He's allowed 8 home runs at home in a great American ballpark, very offensive ballpark. His last start was here at home, so now he's consecutive home starts. 5 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 7 Ks, and 4 walks. The Mets are hitting lefties very hard. It's the great equalizer in this baseball game. You have Andrew Abbott, who's pitching at an elite level, and Peterson, who's looked vulnerable of late, especially in that 11-8 loss at home versus the Marlins. He's been pitching better at home than on the road. We think he's vulnerable here. But now the body of work that David Peterson has been quite strong. He's only allowed 9 home runs this year. Only 5 of them will come on the road. His splits are strong. The Reds are not hitting lefties. Mets are hitting in the last 30 days 290 with an 898 OPS, while the Reds are hitting 264, 665, and both bullpens have been vulnerable. Roger, that in the house. Great to see you. So this is a tricky one. This is a very, very tricky to me. So we have it climbing to the over with 85% of cash on the under. We have it moving to the Reds with a 50-50 ticket count and bigger bets coming in on those Cincinnati Reds. TJ, take it away. Mets, Reds, Great American Ballpark.
Yeah, it's quite the conundrum here with the way the Mets are just crushing in every category against lefties. Last 14, last 30, they're top 3 or top 2. Overall, they're number 1 last 30 and last 14. On the road, they're number 1 last 30, last 14 in weighted runs created plus OPS and WOBA. Abbott lives on his fastball and changeup. So that's 67% of his pitches. On the season, the Mets are 5th against the fastball and 1st against the changeup. And in the last 30 days, they're 1st against the fastball and 4th against this changeup. This is going to be a challenge for Abbott. So you got those stats, and yet you got Abbott, who's been excellent at home and on a second consecutive home start where we look to back pitchers. Man, it's a big question mark to me as to what to expect here. My gut, and like you say, the gut is don't trust it. Wants to be on the Mets in some form or fashion, and if I can't get to the Mets, I kind of want to get to the over, because if we're going to say Peterson's vulnerable or showing signs of that, and I think the Mets can get some runs, then that would lead me in the over direction. So how do you get on that? Is it a team total? Do we think Peterson bounces back? Back in early August, he or mid-August, he had a horrible start against Atlanta. And then went out right after that and pitched 8 innings, 1 run, 10 Ks at Washington, which is, I know not a great lineup against lefties, but that's a stellar start. And then did well against Atlanta again in the next game. So, yeah, Miami got to him, but is he going to come back and bounce back? We know Cincinnati's not playing good ball. They've kind of, like you talked about, Jimmy, they tried to make a push, but the fans are upset. The players aren't winning. And it's hard to see. I guess people are just back in I guess the Sharps are back in Cincinnati in a way, and it's not a big enough split for me to consider it really a sharp play. I think there's probably Sharps on both sides. I think it's just take Abbott at home where he's been excellent, and over the full course of the season, it shows that. But man, to take the Mets bats out of the equation here, and it's righties that. He's shutting them both down pretty well, but his expected FIP and his whip against righties, his WOBA against righties is all quite a bit higher. And he's going to face 7 or 8 of them tonight. And these guys are hot. So, man, I'm going to listen to you guys and listen to the chat and see if there's any edges there.
Well, I was listening, and this is an over that must be bet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. It must be bet. You have these pitchers with very strong numbers. You have everything else other than how strong their season-long numbers are, correlating to the over, everything. And these are the overs that I want. I want overs where you have 2 pitchers who have been, aces of their staff, low numbers, the market pushing it to the over, the weather helping the over, Abbott going up against a team that's absolutely raking. We talk about the Nationals. right? And you made the point about the right-handed bats, because not only are the Nationals bad against lefties, they have a bunch of lefties in their lineup. And look what Abbott has been doing to lefty. I mean, his splits aren't that much difference against righties, but now San Francisco 49er on the Reds money line. If I was going to take the Reds, I would take them first 5. I would not leave it to the volatility of the bullpen when we know one team is raking and the other team isn't. And then if that is the case, that first 5 should be very expensive. First 5 should be much, much more expensive than the full game. And I'm going to pull that up right now. I'm having some problems with my computer. Things are just shutting down. I got too much shit up. I haven't turned it off.
First 5, Cincinnati is about -115 across the board.
Yeah. So the difference here is 10 cents. You nailed it. That's probably not enough, but that goes to show you what the Mets are doing against left-handed pitching. Wine time, take it away.
Yeah, guys, this line makes no sense. And when I talk about this line, I mean the total. We're seeing a 9 juiced right now, currently sitting right now, Reds Mets. We are seeing, wow, it was a -120. It is now a -125 to the over, guys. Looking at the first 5 right now, there's a 15 cents difference towards the Reds. Tells me that Abbott might pitch a little bit better than Peterson, but I don't think either of these guys are going to pitch good. I think you could probably move on both team totals over in the first 5 innings and cash with these. I think we're not going to see these guys for too long today. Both these guys are probably going to come out of the game before that 5th inning hits, because there's going to be a lot of vulnerability with these pitchers in a very good ballpark to hit. Hitter-friendly conditions here. Everything marks the box, except when you look at these pitchers, you say, wow, these are 2 all-stars on the mound right here for both squads, respected teams here that are trying to make a playoff push, but yet we're only moving this number up. I got to do it now. I got to find if I can get a -120, because a -125, I'm not too sure here. I'm going to shop around a little bit right now, guys, but I'm right there with you. This doesn't make any sense. Why is this total only moving up with both these pitchers on the mound? I think this is a clear-cut over that needs to be bet now. Yeah, I'm seeing -125s all across the board at all my books right now, unfortunately. So I'm not going to be able to give out that -120 because I haven't placed the bet yet. I'll do it right now. It moved 5 cents by the time we were talking about it. That's how much it moved. So I'm on the over 9, -125. I think this is going to easily hit 10 runs. It's probably going to hit 10 runs before the 7th inning, and we're going to cash with ease here. This line makes no sense. I mean, this total should be 8, 8.5. I know it's at in Cincinnati, hitter-friendly conditions and all that, but they're telling us that there's going to be runs scored. Everyone's got to be betting the under. Right? The public is going to look at this game and say under, and it's only going up. So I'm going to take the over 9 -125, guys.
Wine time, you got to connect with me, because you got to get on this exchange. If you're comfortable with some crypto, man, because I just bet it -113.
Oh wow!
You're going to save so much juice over the course of the bet size you have. You'll fit in because there are minimums, but. Yeah, you got to get on these, man.
Hell yeah. I'll have to hit you up, TJ, about that for sure.
I'm in too. A little bit more expensive, but not much on this offshore, -116.
Yeah, 116 for me officially. I got 113 in my bet. I bet it, but best available 116. That's two. That's 2 group bets, guys.
Yeah. No, and that has been working for us.
What's also interesting is the Mets. Sorry to cut you off, Jim.
Oh, okay.
I also could track there's a guy I know who tracks the first bullpen stats, offense first bullpen. The last 14 and the last 30, the Mets are number 1 and 2, and the Reds are number 3 and 5. So they're hitting late too off bullpens, which is interesting.
That's an interesting thing that he tracks there. I haven't heard many people tracking that angle. Okay, so I am in. All right, we are in business. And Brian Palmer says, I don't trust the bullpens. Think they can get rocked too. If I could only make one bet here, whether it be first 5 or full game, I would bet first 5. Honestly, I think that this appeals to me when you see these sorts of numbers from the pitchers, and yet it's climbing, and this is a 5, first 5. But even if we don't cash, even if the first 5 over doesn't cash, we are still live with the state of these 2 bullpens. So I think it has to be a full game bet. But if I could only make one, and I chose here, like if I was forced to only bet one, because this might end up being a double up spot for me here today.
What's the first 3, Jimmy? Just out of curiosity.
That is a good question. My 365 has been screwing with me here,
Okay.
but no, it's okay. I have to keep bringing it back up. Here it keeps disappearing on me. You know what? I should probably at some point take a second and fix this. But the first three here is, and let's see, what would we expect before I look at it? I expect heavily juiced to the over, to the point where they're showing me a 3.5.
Yeah, minus 150-ish, you think?
Yes, at a minimum. If I see minus 145, I'll be surprised. So let's go now. First three, you nailed it. Minus 150. Over 2.5 minus 150. This is, but coins gets better numbers on the first threes and gets the season 2.5 minus 135. I got the minus 150. So let's roll. That's great stuff. All right, we are in business. Let's roll on. I gotta keep this up so I don't lose it. Sorry, give me 1 second. And okay, here we go. Let's roll on. One time you were hitting lead off here. The LA Dodgers at the Baltimore Orioles. We're Camden in Charm City, Baltimore. Shout out to our Vom Paulo in the house. We have our new show on Pub Culture TV starring our guy Vom Paulo, and love capping with him. He's also going to be joining us for the live stream on the Monday night Ravens game. He's obviously Sunday night's a massive game. I'm sure he's got a party to attend for Ravens Bills. I cannot fucking wait for Ravens Bills. Like that's my favorite game of the entire weekend. I just can't fucking win. There's KB Smell Good in the house. Okay, let's roll here. Ronnie and Burgess says the Dodgers East Coast misery tour continues. Take the juice with the other. I knew you'd be rocking somewhere fresh for that first game of the year. Von Polo, respect. Okay, so let's go. Let's start with the weather here for this one. Let's move over here and get into the Switch Analytics. See what we are dealing with. 83 Fahrenheit. Feels like 84. 6.4 miles per hour out to center. Stays between 6.4 and 6.5 miles per hour. Let's get into a Ballpark Pals expectations of Oriole Park here. We have the second most offensive expectations today, plus 14% for Oriole Park, plus 24% homers, plus 4% doubles and triples, and plus 3% singles, so plus 14% today. Let's move on to the line history here for Dodgers Orioles. We have a total at 9. It's minus 111 to the under. This opened up at 8.5 and has since climbed to 9. So we have a half run move towards the over. And when we get into this money line, we have the Dodgers sitting at minus 154. They opened up at minus 160. So a very slight move towards the Orioles. They've gone from plus 144 to plus 141. The Goon Collector says, I know the Dodgers have been playing bad, but if you watch any Orioles game after the 5th inning, you want to throw up at that bullpen. There's our guy, Robert Cherry, cashing with the Eagles and the Yankees. Nice job, my man. He's on James Madison money line. Maryland first half minus 9.5. I love it, Robert Cherry. I'll copy and paste all of that. And Will Hill has that Cincinnati first 3 over 2.5 minus 115. That is absolutely nuts. And you could bet that right now. Like if you're logged into your account, that's bananas. It'd be 35 cents difference. That's absolutely crazy. That when I see a line that much better than what I'm getting, like, and I'm sure you felt that when you heard about the exchange, I start sweating instantly.
Yeah,
I just start sweating. That's crazy to me. Brandon says Dodgers benefited from Baltimore's success in San Diego as they still hold a 2-game division edge despite their own struggles. So let's go to the cash flow then for this interleague spot. 69% of the tickets on the Dodgers and 85% of the cash. Wow. You guys know I love Dean Kramer at home. Dean Kramer cost me a lot of money. Made me look like a fool last Friday too, because I had a bunch of cappers in the chat who were saying the Giant spot. And I was like, no, it's not. And the Giants won 15-8. Kramer got annihilated and I looked like an ass clown. 50% of the tickets on the under, but 73% of cash on the under. So let's roll. Tyler Glass now 1-3, 3.41 ERA, 1.11 WHIP. 81 strikeouts in 68 2/3. His last start, 6-1 loss at home versus the Diamondbacks. 7 innings, 4 hits, 300 runs, 1 homer, 6 Ks, and no walks. On the road this year, he has struggled. If you look at his K to walk ratio at home and on the road, it's nuts. I mean, at home, you have him with 62 strikeouts and 14 walks. On the road, 19 strikeouts and 18 walks. It's crazy. Now, he's not getting hit much. In 19 innings, he's only allowed 13 hits. But because he's walked 18 batters, he's allowed 12 earned runs. Opponents are hitting 191 against him on the road, but he's allowed 12 earned runs in 19 innings. His splits are very good. He's a very good pitcher. Dean Kramer, 9-10, 4.52 ERA, 1.27 WHIP, coming off getting annihilated at San Francisco, which a lot of you guys called. He's thrown 10. He's had 10 starts and pitched in 11 games at home. He's allowed 25 earned runs. Now he's allowed 11 home runs, but here he's got a 215 opponent's batting average. This guy's a Jekyll and Hyde pitcher. I hate watch these games. Sometimes he looks electric out there, and it messes with me. Dodgers are still hitting 246, 772 last 30 days for righties. The Orioles aren't 236, 84, and the Orioles bullpen. And I know that Goon Collector with a legitimate vividness of how bad this bullpen's been has been really strong the last 30 days statistically. Much better than the Dodgers bullpen. So here we go. Wine time. Dodgers, Orioles, take it away.
Yeah, this is a big-time game. I mean, the Baltimore Orioles coming off a huge sweep on the road against the San Diego Padres, one of the better home teams in all of baseball. And the Dodgers getting swept by the Pirates. It's kind of like two teams that are heading into the series with different highs and lows here. I mean, the Dodgers, they're still sitting 16 games over 500 right now, but I don't know. Something tells me in this total, seeing it at 9 with both these pitchers on the mound. Dean Kramer's been getting lit up his last couple starts. I felt like capping this game last night. I wanted to be on the Orioles in some sort of fashion, whether it was going to be the +1.5 or the money line here. And as I'm getting into it today, the line's really not moving. I mean, if anything, it's moved to the Orioles on my book. I saw -160. It's now -157 for the Dodgers. You mentioned it. People coming in on the Dodgers after getting swept, going to Camden Yards in Baltimore here on a Friday night. I think Dean Kramer could actually pitch well. My only concern is seeing this total at a 9 and maybe even seeing it continuously move up, maybe juice-wise. That will be interesting to see. But I could be on the Baltimore Orioles here, team total over 3.5 at -115. I mean, how do they not get 4 runs on the board here, in my opinion? Haven't moved on it officially quite yet, guys. Another game I wanted to talk about with you guys. But I'm definitely leaning towards the team total over here in this spot because I think Glasnow might be a little bit vulnerable, and maybe not even that. Maybe we only see Glasnow for maybe 5 innings, 2 earned runs, 3 earned runs maybe. Glasnow has been pretty solid this season, but he doesn't really go too deep into games too much this year, especially if he gets touched early. If he has a pitch count going high early, which I think could happen today here. I think the Orioles could hit him either the +1.5 at -120 because it's not that much juice and I'm getting a free run in my back pocket, or the team total over for the Orioles. Let me just look at the first 5 comparison here compared to the full game. Because it's a +144 full game, +150 first 5 for the Orioles. So it is a little bit, you're getting a better number on the first 5 for the Orioles here. Team total 1.5 juice to the over at -125. This is an interesting one. I could only go the Orioles and I could only go on their team total over. Dodgers getting swept. I'm not going to just automatically assume they're going to come into this game angry. I don't really think this is an angry group. I think they have a lot of guys in that dugout that know when it comes down to it, when it's meaningful baseball in October, that's when they'll show up. I think they already have a one-way ticket to the playoffs. It's still a lot of point in the season. I mean, they're going to make the playoffs 100%, but I don't know. This is a tricky spot. I feel like I could only go with the Baltimore Orioles here. I would not lay -157 with the Dodgers here just because they're coming off getting swept here. And that Glasnow, I mean, they paid this guy a lot of money, but I mean, this guy's had some surgery. He's not the same guy that he once was, in my opinion. Dean Kramer coming off 2 starts, getting absolutely lit up, inflating his numbers to where they are now. Maybe this is a good start for him at home on a Friday night. It's too tricky of a game to move on. I feel like I've moved on almost every single game we've talked about here so far, and I probably could move on this game, but I'm not going to do it. Maybe I move on it last minute, or maybe one of you guys talk me into it. I got to hear what my guy TJ says about this one, but I could only lean towards the Orioles on the +1.5 for their team total over.
And TJ, just before you come in, and of course you guys know what I'm going to do here, and that's defending Kramer. I have a sickness for some of these pitchers that screw me over. He was rolling. He at home against Seattle, he allowed 1 earned run over 8 innings. He looked very, very good. The home start before that, the 2 home starts before that, he didn't look great. It was against the Jays. He was fine. And then the Rockies got to him. Before that, he didn't allow a run over 7 innings against the Marlins. But let's go to August 12th. August 12th, he shuts down the Mariners. August 17th, he completely shuts down Houston in Houston. And then he comes home, seeing Houston again the second time, the zigzagging effect, he gets annihilated. So that was the second time seeing the Astros lineup in a row. And then he gets annihilated in San Francisco. Look, this stuff isn't for the faint of heart, but why is there a 5-cent difference? 5 cents of a difference for the Dodgers first 5 over full game. It's 5 cents more expensive, just 5. This is instead of the TJ special here, I think this is a first 3 plus a half, because the price difference is not that much compared to the first 5 plus a half. But I want to hear TJ's breakdown. Take it away, TJ.
You've turned me on to Kramer, and we made a lot of money early in the year backing him. You take his full season at home numbers, and they're excellent. 3.26 ERA, 1.03 WHIP, 35% chase rate. And then you go to what you just talked about, is his recent starts, not so great. San Francisco, that can be a tough place when that team's hitting, man, and the weather's right. It can go well for him, but that there's no excuse for that start. But I like you. I can give him an excuse for the Houston back-to-back. Let's face it, Baltimore's playing better baseball. At least in a short recent sample size, they have some life in the bats. Sweeping San Diego in a series, San Diego had to win that series, man. You're trying to win the division, and you can't get one off Baltimore at home with Darvish and Cease and I forget who, Pivetta. That's not a good look. Now Tyler Glasnow, guys, while I'm breaking this down, if someone can put Glasnow's over under, thanks Ricky. I saw the prop on Kramer over 15.5 minus 120. I'm just curious what the books are putting Glasnow at, and every time I pull up that book, I freeze on screen. But Glasnow, he's not shutting teams out. He's pitching fine. Like 3 runs against Arizona, 3 against San Diego, 2, 1, 4. The teams are getting runs off him. He just limits the damage.
Glasnow is 2 above. So here at 365, Kramer's 15.5, juice to the over here. And Glasnow is 17.5, juice to the under.
So the fact that Kramer's juice to the over kind of gives me confidence that he could bounce back here into the form we saw, going back a few weeks and prior. And that first 5 price, Glasnow versus Kramer, Glasnow should be 15 to 20 cents more expensive.
Yeah.
Every time they meet. The money, the big bets are on the Dodgers, and the market's taking it and doesn't care, or the books are taking it and don't care. And so much stuff is pushing me to Baltimore here. And to me, I would take the first 5 plus a half. I have to make a decision on if I'm going to do that or not. I'll decide here shortly.
And yeah, you can still get first 5 plus a half at plus money.
Yeah, and I get the total going up just because it's so offensive and it's over a run or 1.2 runs of adjustment. I modeled with no weather. I have this as an 8.2, but I understand why it's a 9. So, I kind of want to back Kramer here. I got to get talked out of it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you guys. I want to back Kramer here in this spot. I want to back the Baltimore Orioles, man.
Yeah, so do I. I just, the difference between the offshore that we use for our reading the market and 365, the difference between the first 5 plus half is 16 cents.
In favor of,
it's
365 is worse. Yeah,
always. But that's just you can't bet first 5 plus or minus a half at 365. You're just gonna get screwed in the long run. But that first 3 plus a half's minus 130. It's very expensive, but man, I could cash that with just 9 outs from Kramer and Glasnow pitching well, which I don't think we're gonna get. There's gonna be traffic on the bases.
Yeah.
Does Roberts sit a bat after getting swept, just give somebody a day off and take the pressure off. Maybe Freeman, who's been dealing with some stuff.
I guess I got to take the plus 101 here. It's just long term. A 31-cent difference is just.
Yeah, that's 20. You got to win 18% more games on the minus 130.
And we talk, TJ, you asked about my record on first 5 plus halves. I want my first 3 plus a halves too, because it has been working. Okay. So I'm going to lock in here. So give me a second here. Are you guys going to as well?
I'm going to stay off it as of right now. Maybe we circle back over this game at the end of the show. I'll definitely be taking a look at this game later on.
God, I'm still fucking staring at that first 3. God, I like those so much. 5 out or 9 outs is all you need. But I will move on the. God, you know what? I think I'm going to double up on it. And I'm going to sit and think about it for a few minutes. But I'm moving on the Orioles, either first 3 plus half, first 5 plus half, or both. Let's roll on here to our next spot on the board. 7:05 p.m. Eastern with the Toronto Blue Jays, 81-59, 36-35 on the road at the New York Yankees, 78-62, 41-28 at home at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Gausman going up against Cam Schlittler. 2 pitchers that I love watching. Let's take a look at the weather here in New York. 79 Fahrenheit, 7.9 miles per hour right to left and very slightly out. Stays between 6.9 and 7.9 throughout the duration of the ball game. We have Yankee Stadium here, plus 4%. It's plus 30% homers, minus 10% doubles and triples, and minus 6% singles. Let's get into this line history here and lock this in. Here we go. We have the New York Yankees at minus 123. They opened up at minus 131. That's a move towards the Blue Jays. 8 cents away from the Yankees, 5 cents towards the Blue Jays, from plus 119 to plus 114. We get to the total here for this one. We have 9, minus 107 to the under. This opened up at 8.5 and has climbed to 9. Taking a look at the cash flow, then we have 62% of the tickets on the Yankees, but 65% of the cash on the Toronto Blue Jays. 72% of tickets on the over and 54% of cash on the over. So big bets are coming in on the under, and yet the books laughed at it, going from 8.5 to 9. Gausman, 8-10, 3.75 ERA, 1.05 WHIP. His last start was a thing of beauty. 4-1 loss at home versus the Brewers. That was against Priester, but he pitched very well. 7 innings, 1 earned run, 8 Ks, didn't walk a batter. He's finding himself, and I've never seen him happier. This pitching staff, I mean, it's fun to go to the ballpark when you have a winning ball club, and that's what's happening here. He's so happy. The splits are very good. He's just destroying left-handed bats right now. Righties aren't barreling them, but are doing better against them than lefties. And then you have Schlittler. Schlittler also finding himself, and he is being very good at home. He's only allowed 9 earned runs. Now, 4 of them have come from the long ball. So he's allowed 4 home runs in 25 2/3, but just 9 earned runs at home. His splits are very good, and he's got heat. Jays versus righties, 277, 842 OPS. Yankees versus righties, 243, 829 OPS. They're ripping the leather off the ball. Can these pitchers suppress these bats that are hitting violently? Jays bullpen is a problem, and so is the Yankees bullpen, although it looked a little better yesterday. Take it away for us here, TJ. Big one in the AL East, Jays, Yankees in the Bronx.
Yeah, hard to add much to it, man. Gausman's been so good against lefties all year, and potentially the Yankees could throw out, their expected lineup has 6 lefties in it, other than Volpe, Stanton, and Judge. And they've been sticking with that for a while here. So, man, even though their numbers have been so good of late, the Yankees, I'm surprised that this total moved up, because I think Gausman can get through the lineup here a couple times, which makes me think Schlittler's the vulnerable one. And I've been backing Schlittler. I think he's a good pitcher.
Yeah.
But man, this line to me, and the bullpen. So I am going to be on Toronto here full game. So the Yankees bullpen, Weaver and Cruz have pitched back-to-back. They won't go. Bednar pitched 33 yesterday. So if this is a close game, you're going to get Devin Williams, Camilo Duvall, possibly Blackburn in the 6th or 7th. Man, that's weak for the Yankees bullpen there. And the Jays numbers aren't good, but they can throw out their rested guys with the day off yesterday. I am interested. Let's see what the first 5 price difference is.
I'm so interested in that too. And that's such a great call with all the left-handed sticks and what Gossman's doing to lefties.
It's about the same price first 5.
Same price. I'm getting 5 cents difference maybe.
Yeah, I have the Yankees more expensive first 5. Is that because of the issues in their bullpen? Or I guess it shouldn't be. It should be that Schlittler's numbers are better than Gossman's numbers.
Yeah. Schlittler's numbers are better than Gossman's. I mean, he's got a 2.61 ERA, but his expected ERA is a full run higher.
But this is the lineup for him.
Right. Yeah, why did this total move up? I wanted to be on the under here. What's the first? I bet the first 3 is juiced under.
The first 3 is juiced heavily to the over.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Heavily.
Yeah, this is the same situation as the game, 4.5. You can get under it plus money. Same situation as the game we capped earlier with Milwaukee and Pittsburgh. Man, I'm going to be on Toronto full game.
I'm going to be on Toronto first 5 plus a half.
Okay.
But I don't know if I need to do that.
I think the advantage is
in the bullpen
late.
Yeah. But I just don't trust the Jays bullpen, but that's my own bias. I'd like to say something else too, just about the psychology of what's going on with the Orioles bet. And this is something I need to say out loud because it's a problem that I have. When I can't decide between first 3 and first 5, sometimes out of probably laziness, I bet both. And it's not because I'm so bullish on it. It's because I just kind of give up like an asshole. And I'll just bet both. It's not because I'm like, this is such a good bet that I need to double down. And I need to say that out loud because I almost did it 10 minutes ago because I couldn't decide. I was like, I'll just bet on both. It's not I'm not sitting here saying this is the best bet on the board. I shouldn't bet at both. So I just want to talk about the psychology behind what's kind of messing with my head right now. So the reason why is I've watched the Yankees bullpen fall apart. We both did 2 days ago, TJ, when we were on them.
Yep.
But all I hear nonstop on the radio, and it's part of the reason why I've been listening to a lot of Buffalo radio, and it's just about how bad the Jays bullpen is. So that's playing a bigger role than what I've seen. Because I mean, let's say this. Let's say you have a huge bet on the Jays, and they're up by a run going to the bottom of the 9th, and Hoffman comes out, walks towards the mound. Are you confident that you're going to cash that, or do you immediately want to hedge?
Yeah, not super confident. But, he has pitched 2 of the last 3 and 3 of the last 5. He'll go if they need him. Not a ton of confidence in Hoffman himself, but I have more confidence in Hoffman than Williams and Duvall.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to see Weaver. I don't think they pitch Weaver back to back to back.
This is a perfect lineup for Gossman.
The Yankees got to win. Yeah.
Let's just go over his road starts of late. Let's just go over them here. His last road. Oh, sorry. My bad.
Miami got him.
Yeah, Miami got him. He barely got through the Pirates. He shut down Colorado in the thin air, which was a bit of a surprise. And he's been spectacular at home, which was the opposite of what happened to him last year. Yeah, Schlittler is capable of pitching elite out here today. The pressure doesn't seem to be getting to him. He seems to be having a lot of fun with it. So the Yankees bullpen is exhausted. That was a tough series against the Astros. The Blue Jays should be bet full game. Okay.
That's how I'm reading it. There's just my only hesitation is there's a big difference between, and I respect Circa a lot, and they haven't moved. It's rare to get penny 8 cents off of Circa.
What line?
As I say that,
What
huge
happened?
move to Toronto, 10-cent move to Toronto.
I just got a 5-cent move towards Toronto because +1. I'm seeing a +117 right now. I saw a +122 not too bit ago.
Sports Investor says Yankees are hitting easier to pitch in Toronto than Yankee Stadium. No doubt about it. But again, like we keep going back to it. Look what Gausman is doing against left-handed batters. This year they're hitting 180 with a 578 OPS. And this is a lineup that will have 6 left-handed batters in it. And you could say, well, Judge, Stanton are righties. The biggest bats are righties. But for me, in totals, I want the weaker spots of the lineup with an opportunity to get on base for the big bats. And if those are 6 up and 6 down, which is the way Gausman is shutting down left-handed pitching, then the Jays must be bet.
Yep. Jays +116 official.
Okay. Jays +170. I don't think I broke this one down, but I'm right there with you guys. I think the Jays are very live to win this game. I can get a +117 right now, so I'm going to move on it with you guys officially right now. I'm going to put it in before it gets away from me. I swear I saw a +122 not too long ago. I will be on the Blue Jays with you guys. I think Kevin Gausman can go out there and pitch well. Yeah, we are seeing a little bit higher, but total, it's crazy. One of my books I'm seeing a 9 -110. The other I'm seeing an 8.5 -130. I don't know. The total I'm going to end up staying away from, but I think the Jays are going to win this ball game. I mean, and Jimmy, shout out to George Springer. This guy's hitting 307, 27 bombs, OPS almost 1,000. I mean, this guy, what is he, 35, 36 years old out there just balling? It's crazy to see. Really, shout out to him, man. Blue Jays, I really hope they cash that divisional bet for me to end this season. Really going for the Blue Jays to close this season out as the division leader. So I think it starts here. I think this is a big game for both squads, but I think the Blue Jays at a +117 is pretty damn good money.
Yeah, Circa moved, as I was talking, Circa moved from +118 -131 to +108 -120. Jesus. Superbook followed suit. BOL followed suit. So you got to get this bet in now, I think. I worry about if Spooner, who I respect immensely, has the Yankees -134. But the way this market's going is very worrisome in his shoes.
Yeah, I can understand why he would have moved on it last night. But also, I think the most important single angle in this baseball game is what Gausman is doing to the left-handed bats. I think it's the single most important thing in this baseball game. Agreed.
And Yankees are very lefty heavy right now.
Hey, guys, I just want a quick little update because this game's going to go off in 10 minutes. Went exactly how I wanted. The Nationals-Cubs is now juiced to the -115 over at the 10.5, so I'd love to see that there. It's not going to get to 11 before first pitch, guys, but I'm glad I at least got it by 10 cents. I thought it was going to be this price when I woke up this morning and didn't see it, but I do like to see that it has moved towards this over. That's going to be going off in about 10 minutes.
Well, I've got to get some action in here. So, Wine Time, do you mind setting up Phillies Marlins? I'll stay here on screen, hand it over to TJ, and I'll jump in.
Oh, yeah, of course. Let's get right to it, guys. Let's put it up here. Let me bring it up on my book here. All right, we're doing Phillies Marlins. Yeah, Jim? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know which one we were doing.
Yeah, Phillies Marlins.
All right, Phillies Marlins, guys. We've got Sanchez on the mound, the left-hander from Philadelphia against the Miami Marlins. Got Belozo on the mound for them, the right-hander. Phillies currently sitting at a -230 on the money line. You have the Marlins sitting at a +205. You're nearly getting 2 bills on these guys. It's crazy. A couple months ago, you would never see these the Marlins priced as this much of dogs just because of how good of baseball they were playing at that point in the season. Shout out to the Miami Marlins, man. Haven't been on them in quite some time. Got off them at the right time, but they've made us a lot of cash this season. I will be looking to back them again next season, depending on what they do with this offseason moves. Philadelphia Phillies, man, I'm coming off a 2-0 victory against the Brewers. Phillies, they're fighting for that playoff spot. They're clearly going to get there. It's one of the better batting orders and teams you'll see in all of baseball. Losing Zach Wheeler might be a big miss for them when it comes down to it in October, because you might have to see Walker out there for one of those starts. We'll see about that. But Sanchez, this guy's been pitching really well this season. That's why we're seeing a minus 230 here against a Marlins team that's kind of just falling off this last month of the season. A team that's going nowhere fast. This team was right around a couple games under 500. They're just falling right now at this point in the season. I don't know. This was a game when I capped last night, I figured the price was the way it was because the Phillies are probably going to smash these guys. It really hasn't moved too much from what I've seen so far. TJ, my guy, take it over. Do you have anything in this ballgame?
Nothing yet. I can touch on the market a little bit here. We've had quite a move, 40-cent move from the opener. Philly opened 266. They're sitting 226. Miami opened plus 231, sitting 204. So even with a little tightening of VIG, it's a very significant move with 86% of the bets and 89% of the cash on the Phillies line moving against them heavily. Now, maybe it's now in the correct spot and the opener was just a little bit much. I don't know much about this guy pitching for Miami here. I honestly didn't look into him too much. I kind of just skipped this game just with the huge price. He's only pitched 22 innings this year. He's got a nice 3.27 ERA, but his expected numbers are way worse. 4.75 xERA, 5.64 Sierra. He doesn't strike people out. He walks too many people. Now, it is a small sample size, 22 innings, so it's hard to read a ton into that. Meanwhile, Sanchez has been excellent. 2.66 ERA. His expected is a 3.06. That's close enough where I don't worry about it too much. Striking out 26% of batters, 6% walks. Keeping the hard contact way down. He's only getting barreled less than 6% of the time. Keeping the ball on the ground for a pitcher that keeps the ball on the ground to get barreled that rarely is quite impressive because usually those are really hard hit ground balls for ground ball pitchers. Where the Miami pitcher has a very high fly ball rate and he's getting barreled quite a bit. I think this is a spot. I don't see how you could bet Miami here. And Philly's just too expensive for me. I'm not laying 1.5s. They're just not going well this season, and it's still too pricey for a -1. I don't hate it if that's the way you want to go. Throw them into a parlay if you're that type of bettor. I see Philly kind of cruising here. Low total makes me know that. It tells me Sanchez is going to shove. I don't think that's a surprise, but it's interesting. The team total for Philly's heavily juiced over 4.5. So they're projecting a 5-3 final score.
Marlins team total 2.5 right now. A little bit juicy over at -115, -120. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I could hit on ballpark power. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's indoors. I don't think it's going to be open. No. But yeah, it's ballpark power shows -4% runs, -11% home runs, which is standard for Lone Depot.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to give here. Let's see what the first 5 difference is. Yeah, it's about the same. 4 juiced over, about the same money line. So I'm going to pass on this game. I don't know, Jimmy, you got anything?
Well, Valente Beloso got us paid last year in his short stint when he came in out of Mexicali, Mexico. We didn't see him early this year, and his splits are the opposite of last year. And so I don't know what to make of them. Lefties are annihilating them, and it's 73 2/3 now, so it's a fair sample size. Last year, it was righties that were his problem, and that he threw 68 2/3 last year. So it's both seasons are a respectable sample size, and they're giving you 2 different answers. JM saying Schwarber home run. Of course, you go immediately to the Phillies lineup. You see that there's going to be 4 lefties. If I was to look, so we see this huge line move to the Marlins. So, would you look, this is a spot where you look first 3+1/2, first 5+1/2, first 3+1/2. Well, he's going to have to face Schwarber and Harper twice in that first 3. Those are left-handed bats that bother him. Not only that, but this could be 0-0 going into the third. If Stott leads off the third inning, then you're going to have 3 of 4 left-handed bats that are going to hit him in that third inning, and Schwarber, Harper seeing him a second time.
Oh yeah.
So it's but then the splits, he was getting lefties out last year. So when you don't have, now we see this with Gossman, his splits are different home and road than last year, but it's different for a vet. I mean, these things are going to happen. You kind of, Gossman splits remind me of Kyle Hendricks's a bit, even though I think Gossman's much more talented. But some years Hendricks would shove at home, some years he would shove on the road. But the lefty righty thing, when you shut lefties down in your first year in 2024, and then you can't get them out in 2025. And you're shutting righties down. 186, 512 is what righties are doing them. If that number rings a bell, it's because that's what Gossman is doing to lefties. 185, 78. So if we trust this sample size, which I do, with him throwing 673 and 2/3 this year, then you'd want him to face a lineup like the Los Angeles Angels. Against the LA Angels, Belozzo's will shut them down. But here, when you got Schwarber and Harper, I mean, I respect the move to the Marlins, and the Phillies are playing their best baseball right now, even though they're 500 on the road. It's just there's too many question marks. I don't know what we're trying to do here is predict, and we're looking for predictable pitchers. And here, I don't know what Belozzo is going to do. And Sanchez is pitching lights out right now, even though he's more trustworthy at home than on the road. And this big market move would stop me from ever betting the team it's moving against, unless you said what TJ said off the top, saying the opening line is the problem, not the movement. So yeah, I don't want to be involved in this one. The total being so low. Again, you're right. It says Sanchez is going to shove, and Belozzo will hold on for dear life. And don't forget, the last 30 days, the Marlins are the worst bullpen in Major League Baseball.
Right.
So, okay. I'm going to be off that game. I did move, though, and I could have held off with the Philly spot. I was like, it wouldn't hurt to hold off and just get more information from the market, but I did take that plus money. And it was so hard for me not to take that first 3 plus a half of -130. But like TJ said, that, the implied probability just makes that not make sense. You have to take the plus money spot there. So I got the plus 114 on the Jays and the plus 101. It was plus 110 over at 365 for the Jays. So these are bets 3 and 4 for me. Okay, let's roll on, fellas. Next up for us, Seattle Mariners at Atlanta Braves, 7:15 p.m. Eastern. We're at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. The Mariners 73 and 67, 8 games under 500 on the road, and only 6 games over 500 overall. It's astonishing. But it goes to show you that the teams that succeed are not teams that hammer the free agent market in the offseason. They're the teams that draft their players and then bring them up through the system and like the Jays. I mean, it's not a free agent. Now when the Jays brought in the free agents, they sucked. But the free agents have some time to get comfortable, and the team comes up, and then it's the Clements and the Lucases, and it's those guys that are driving this baseball team. Mariners are bad, less than the sum of their parts, and a tricky cap. Logan Gilbert 4-6, 3.73 ERA, 1.02 WHIP, 144 strikeouts over 103 and 2/3. Impressive. Quality start. Last one, a 4-3 loss at the Guardian. 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 6 Ks, and 2 walks. On the road this year, he has struggled. Opponents hitting 276 against him. He's allowed 10 home runs on the road, only 6 at home. 29 earned runs over 45 innings. He's not very good on the road. And his splits are strong. Chris Sale, on the other hand, 5-4, 2.45 ERA, 1.13 WHIP. Coming off the 3-2 extra inning loss, the Phillies at home this year, he's allowed 9 earned runs and 6 starts. That's it. 9 earned runs and 6 starts. 9 earned runs and 37 and a third, just 32 hits. Only 3 home runs. Opponents hitting 227 against them. And we'll look at what the Mariners are doing versus lefties. They tried to fix that at the deadline. It did squat-ass zilch, man. Mariners versus lefties last 30 days, 221, 675 OPS, while the Braves versus righties, 239, 742 OPS. The Braves have a bullpen advantage. I mean, it's hard to believe when you look at the pitchers in the bullpen. But the bullpen, as the Mariners bullpen is allowing 1 run more than the Braves bullpen over 9 innings over the last 30 days. So let's get into the weather and the line history, and then hand it over to our guys, TJ and Wine. Time Sports. We have this total at 7.5 minus 108 to the over. That's exactly where it opened. Nothing, no change, no interest. Let's get to the money line here for this one. Money line wise, we have the Braves at minus 128. They opened up at minus 135. So there's been a 7-cent move against them. And I don't care. I don't care. Of course, anybody seeing these two teams would want to back the Mariners. Now, they are 8 games under 500 on the road, as we talked about, and the Braves are just a 500 team at home, but that 7-cent move doesn't bother me, especially if the public is here on the Seattle Mariners. So let's find out. And they're not. They're on sale in the Braves. 55% of tickets, 65% of cash. So why is this move towards the Mariners? 67% of tickets on the under, 78% cash on the under. So that is a concern that doesn't correlate. And and I kind of take that back. My initial thought that, because of course people are seeing the great Chris Sale, so I think that I was getting too caught up in the teams and not caught up in what the public are thinking, looking at Chris Sale. Chris Sale was gone for a long time. I mean, the start before this last one was June 18th. It's gone for a long time, and he immediately shoved. Wine at Time Sports. Take it away, Mariners Braves.
Yeah, this one of the first plays I made last night, guys. I am on Chris Sale and the Atlanta Braves on the -1 plus 105. You could probably find a better number available right now, depending on where you're looking. I'm fading this Mariners team, guys, for quite some time now. I mean, I did it the last 2 games against the Tampa Bay Rays. Took care of business with these. I think this Mariners team is dead in the water. This team's not going to make a playoff run. I'm going to be fading them a lot going forward. And I think this is a perfect spot to take the Braves here. I think they take care of business. I wanted to lighten up the juice a little bit because last night it was a -140, now down to a -132. So we have seen some slight movement towards the Mariners, but I still like the Braves here in this spot. I don't think I think the Mariners are going to fall off. And I just think Chris Sale can go out there and pitch well. We've got a total at 7.5 right now. I think Chris Sale can go out there and give us 5 or 6 innings. It's going to be up to the bullpen if they can get it done for us, but I think they can get at least a couple runs off Logan Gilbert here today. And the Braves take care of business. I took them on the -1 at plus 105. You can probably get a plus 110 depending on where you're looking right now on the Braves, but I think they're the spot. They are a little bit more expensive first 5, I believe. I think by 5 more cents, -140 right now in the first 5. So, yeah, I think Chris Sale can outpitch Logan Gilbert here. I know we haven't seen a lot of Sale this year. He had an injury, but I think he can go out there and pitch well here for this Atlanta Braves team at home in Atlanta. I think this Mariners team is done for. Give me the Braves -1 plus 105.
Shouldn't they be more expensive? -1, 5 cents more expensive first 5? This doesn't add up to me.
I would say probably 10. That's why I thought this was going to get to like when I took it last night, they were -140 full game. I'm not sure what the first 5 was. I don't think I had that available yet. But I thought it was going to get to a -150 by today. The fact that it's moved 8 cents away from me, I don't like too much.
If this was 20 cents more expensive for Chris Sale first 5, I bet them right now first 5 -1/2.
Yeah.
But this is fishy. This is fishy to me. It was my mistake initially thinking about the teams rather than the great Chris Sale on the mound. Let's hear what TJ has to say about this Mariners Braves.
Yeah, and I took it that way, that I knew the public would be on Sale after seeing him pitch very well against Philadelphia. A lineup he matches up decently against. They got a lot of lefties, or at least they're dangerous bats. And he shoved in his first start back. I'm going to pump the brakes a little bit on expecting him to do that twice in a row. Now, of course, there's reason to be concerned about Seattle against lefties on the season, the last 30. But they have got to 3 decent lefties their last 3 times out. Logan Allen, 6 hits, 4 runs. JP Sears, 3 runs. Jacob Lopez, who was pitching great. They lit him up for 9 runs. Braves late in the game. Struggle against bullpens. Mariners are a little bit better. But I kind of want to cut this. And to me, a low total. This is a classic one where I'm going to be on the first 5 plus a half. I'll root for your full game Braves bet there. But first 5 plus a half, I think Logan Gilbert can shove here. Obviously, there's reason to be concerned about his road numbers But against this lineup, he really matches up well. The fastball slider splitter combo, Braves are bottom half against on the season. To me, my numbers tell me Logan Allen shoves here, and I could see this 1-1 through 5, even 2-1 Seattle. So I'm on Seattle first 5 plus a half. I bet it earlier. Let me see if it's moved. Let's go. It is plus 120 now. I got it plus 115, but I'll take the plus 120 for the show. So Seattle first 5 plus a half plus 120.
Mariners.
I'm with you, Justin.
5 plus. I think the Mariners are the sharp side here, and I think you heard that in Wine Time's voice, right?
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. I thought this was going to be a minus 145, minus 150 by the time I woke up this morning. That's why when I woke up and saw some of these lines, I thought I was going to beat. I didn't necessarily beat. I still played them, so I'm going to stick to it. But yeah, at this point right now, I do think the Mariners are probably more sharp. But I already have my play in. I'm going to expect Chris Sale to go out there and pitch well, at least give me 5 or 6, and hopefully trust his bullpen the rest of the way.
And you have things going for you. The Mariners are not hitting lefties. It's not. This isn't like. It's just that I was on the wrong tangent at first. I think when I was trying to put this puzzle together, I think I was wrong. You have things going for you in this spot. It's interesting here what Vitalis talking about. 67% of tickets on the under, 78% of cash on the over. And this is not moving, this total.
And I think that backs up Logan Allen pitching well.
Or Logan Gilbert.
That's what. Sorry, Logan Gilbert. Yeah.
And you are alongside the spreadsheet play of the day as well. Ronnie Crawford's spreadsheet play of the day is the Atlanta Braves. And shout out to our guy, the great Ron Crawford.
And to address the point there, turning the dog into a favorite. In a high, if this total was 10, I would just bet Seattle first 5 money line. But it's low, it's not moving up, and that half run is very, very valuable, especially in the first 5. So it's only costing me 40 cents or 38 cents to turn to get that half run in 5 innings. I'll take it.
And what was the final cost?
How many innings do we expect Chris Sale to go, guys, do we think? Because Mills saying over 7 Ks. Is he expected to go 6 innings today?
Why wouldn't he? He went 6 in his first one back.
Yeah, maybe he goes 6. Probably not more than that, so I guess that does seem appropriate.
How many? Let's just take a quick look. And that was against.
Can anyone pull up his over under outs right now?
Oh wow, he only went 70. He only threw 78 pitches to go through 6.
Oh, so he was just efficient.
Yeah.
He's going to throw at least 85 today if he threw 78. It depends on how much he can get through in those 85, but I kind of like that look on Sale here. We'll see though.
Huh. Well, so the big bet's coming in on the over. Total not moving, sitting at a 7.5. We know that the Mariners don't hit lefties. We know that Sale's a beast. So the only possible explanation is Logan Gilbert is going to pitch well here. He shuts left because we know that Sale. Well, we don't know that Sale's going to pitch well, but we expect Sale to pitch well. So then when we take a closer look at Logan Gilbert, lefties don't stand a chance against him. Now it helps pitching in a run-suppressing ballpark like Seattle, but now Logan Gilbert is going up against. Now Profar will hit from the right-hand side. He will. But the difference isn't huge. Lefties 197, 594, righties 214, 675.
Yeah, and look what he's done against. He's had 79 at-bats again, or this Braves lineup has had 79 at-bats against him. Only 12 hits, 1 home run, 152 batting average, 398 OPS. Profar 0 for 9, Olsen 3 for 12, Hassan Kim 0 for 10. There's not a lot there, at least historically, that they've got to him. Now, I know some people don't consider those numbers worth anything. I don't consider him worth a ton, but it is worth pointing out. He shut down this lineup multiple times.
There we go. We got runners at first and second. Is he going for 3? He is going for 3. We have runners at the corners in the bottom of the first for the Chicago Cubs right now. Suzuki just hit a CNI single to get through the hole. The runner went from first to third. We've got, I believe, Kyle Tucker coming up to bat. I'm not too sure. Oh, shit. Shout out to Razor Sharp Pick. He said shots. Guys, you know it's already poured out. Shout out to you guys. No, shout out to Razor Sharp Picks. Shout out to Razor Sharp Picks. Got to be there for my guy right there. Sorry for the yelling, TJ, but got to do it for my guy, Razor Sharp Picks over there. Happy birthday to you, my brother. On a Friday, too. I hope you cash all your bets today, my guy. Shout out to you. Enjoy the day with the fam.
Respect. Yeah, I mean, if we go through his road starts, 2 of the last 3 have been quality starts. He got lit up by the Phillies. Why did he?
Cubs.
Oh, nice. Why did he get lit up by the Phillies? What was up with that road start? And he got hit for 6 runs in the second inning. It was just. I guess it was just one of those things. Kepler singled. I mean, Marsh, Castellanos, Kepler, then Stott doubles, then Turner homers, 3-run homer, then Real Muto homers, and yeah.
This far and away his worst start of the season. I mean, every pitcher has 1 or 2.
Yeah,
the best of them do. So
this is my thought process. So I suspected that my guy Bryce Elder was going to pitch better, right? And I've cashed with them twice in a row. But the last start was against Cade Horton. And so I was sitting there, I was like, God, Cade Horton's pitching so well right now. I can't, if I am on the Braves plus a half, first 3 or first 5, and it's 1-0 Cubs, I'm going to hate myself. So I only bet the first 3 under. And I know I would have to turn this into a 2, but I don't see why I'm not on the first 3 under here. If there's all these left-handed bats in the top of the Braves lineup. And then you also have Logan Gilbert getting to pitch against the great Chris Sale.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to be pumped up for this opportunity. He's got to think this is exciting. Interleague action, going up against the Braves. There's a lot of fun around this one. So I am going to take a look here and see what the cost of this is. Lucky left.
Ballpark Pals -2% runs.
Yeah, I say it's not bad. Truist is not bad here. That and -2% is the 3rd most run suppressing weather in a ballpark today. It's the most for an outdoor park too, because they got Lone Depot and Globe Life, and those are roofed. So it's the most run suppressing ballpark of an outdoor stadium today. I guess that doesn't matter. It should just compare to what it usually is. But let me just quickly see the cost here of the first 3 under, and I want it to be very expensive. It should be a -150 here. The first 3 is -155. I like it. Okay, so I'm going to be on the first 3 under 2.
Yeah, draw. There we go. 2-0 Chicago Cubs. James Wood fumbles it in left field. Let's go.
Nice, man. Nice.
TJ loves it when I break down these games
There's
live.
no one better to watch a game with.
TJ, you should see me at a game live. My friends get a great reaction out of me when I bet games.
And JW says Seattle 14-6 after a loss in game 1. That's an interesting stat, JW. All right, we are in business. We have wine time on the Braves. We have 3 different bets from the panel. Wine time on the Braves -1 at +105. TJ on the Mariners first 5 plus a half at -120. And I'll be on the first 3 under 2 around +100. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 7:35 p.m. Eastern. We have the Cleveland Guardians 69-70, 34-37 on the road at the Tampa Bay Rays, 71-69, 38-33 at home. George M. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, Florida. This is the game that I wanted to talk about the most. So I want to start with the weather, and I think it's extremely interesting. I talked about it getting cooler. But it's not just, there's more factors that go into the Ballpark Pals estimation. Yesterday, Steinbrenner Field was +5%. It was +20% home runs, -2% doubles and triples, and -3% singles. What we know about the weather in these night games is that you want the game to start not at 7:10. You want it to start at 7:35. Just that 25 minutes more gets us closer to the wind blowing in, but that's not quite the case here. It's 82 and it feels like 84, 8.1 miles per hour in. After an hour, it's just 5.4. You know what? Let me refresh this, get the latest information. And then it starts blowing in again at 7, and then it dies down to 6.1, which is the opposite of yesterday. It's the opposite of yesterday. So I just did a refresh to see if anything changed there. It did change. Wow. God damn. You got to keep refreshing these things. So now it's 6.8 miles coming in, and it gets stronger as the game goes on. It gets up to 8.5, and then it drops off again. So we're talking about how Spooner got us on the unders in George M. Steinbrenner Field early last season because gamblers weren't, used to George M. Steinbrenner Field. Even though we've seen it in the Bronx, it plays very different down here in Tampa, Florida. So I thought we'd get similar run-suppressing weather with what we're seeing. So again, yesterday, which was a stone cold under, a double up for me first 3 in full game, plus 5% overall. And then today here, I would think it would be right around there and we'd hammer it again. It's not. It's plus 13%. It's plus 26% home runs, and it's even doubles and triples. Remember, yesterday was negative, and it's plus 4% singles. So let's see how this affects the number. And also, you have Griffin Jacks, who's been terrible out of the bullpen starting, as just for an inning, because the primary is Ian Seymour, whom we'll have to study much harder. I don't know much about. Going up against Gavin Williams, and Gavin Williams gets hit very hard by right-handed bats. So these are, crucial angles here. Gavin Williams going up against righties, and there's not a lot of righties in this lineup. You have Yandy Diaz, Caminero, Mangum is a split that'll hit from the right-hand side, and Williams. So you're going to have possibly 5 lefties in this Rays lineup, and that's Gavin Williams' bread and butter. Gavin Williams is allowing lefties are hitting 141 against them with a 545 OPS. So this is a great opportunity for Gavin Williams. And
let's go 5-0 Cubs.
Oh, beautiful.
Let's go Swanson, 3-run ding dong to left field. The
Dansby.
outfielders watched it go out. Wow,
Dansby ding dong. Damn, looks like I'm gonna have to set up that dollar for fucking Deacon.
No, Jimmy, I'll send it to old Deacon. Don't worry.
No, he needs a Canadian dollar. That's key. It's got to be a bright, shiny loony.
Yeah, it'll cost you more to send 75 cents with the fees.
Yeah, no, I should show up at his door and throw it at him as soon as he walks out to get the. I guess nobody gets the paper anymore, but just wait for him. Just I did that to my friend. I waited for him and lit a bag of shit on fire with my buddy. And this was just a few years ago. It wasn't long ago. And you know what he did? Because we're so old now. He came outside, he looked around, saw it, and he called the cops. Oh God, what a fucking loser! What a fucking loser! That's not what's supposed to happen here. Okay, so let's talk about then what the difference is, because we had Pepio, who's pitching very, very well, going yesterday. So the line here is Tampa Bay minus 138. Opened up at minus 136, opened up minus 131. So we've had 5 cents of movement towards Tampa. I guess that's a good sign. And then from a total standpoint here, we have this at 7.5. Wow. Fuck. I thought it was going to go back up. At 10:45, I was looking at it. There'd been an 8-cent move to the over. Jesus Christ. I'm surprised at that. Okay, fellas, I'm going to pull up Ian Seymour's charts, but let's hear you guys take it away for us. TJ, Guardians, Rays.
Yeah, Seymour, I was just looking at what he's done here recently. He just pitched 5 against Washington, 1 earned run, gave up 4, but 1 earned. And then the game before that at Cleveland, 5 innings, 1 hit, 0 runs, 8 Ks, 1 walk. So 2 straight games with 8 Ks and 1 walk. If I'm reading these numbers right, man, I don't see how Cleveland gets to him. These guys aren't hitting. They haven't all year. I don't think it's surprising. They're worst in baseball against the changeup and fastball. That's 75% or 70% of what we're going to see out of Seymour. And you touched on Gavin Williams. It's a good lineup for him on paper, but the Rays have been hitting righties. They're kind of back to what they were doing when they were hot. Over the last 30 days at home, they're number 3 in baseball. Last 14, they're number 1. And then last 14 against righties, they're number 3. So overall, this Rays offense has come alive. They did just get to Kirby, Wu, and Castillo. 3 good pitchers. And I've put some faith in Williams at times this year, but I just can't seem to get him right. Every time I bet him, he goes out and gives up 3 or 4. And then when I don't bet him, he's been pretty good. It really depends on how much his ball is breaking, because he has a nasty breaking ball there, and when it's on, and you could tell early it's on, he's going to shove. He's kind of a guy I like to wait to bet live. If I had to make a move on this now, it would be Tampa Bay money line, but I'm going to pass at the number.
Yeah, guys. When I tweeted this out last night, I got Tampa Bay Rays -1 plus 100. You could find a similar number right now. You might get a -105 or -110, but yeah, I'm on the Rays. There's no surprise here, guys. I think this Rays team is going to get that last spot in the playoffs, and we're going to cash that Rays to make playoffs ticket. This team is playing hot. I mentioned with Spoons. If Spoons is in the chat on Sunday, I said it's like all it takes is like a 9-game winning streak for the Rays, and ever since that day, they've taken off, and I think they're going to take off here today. You got Griffin Jack's going to open up here today. His numbers are horrific. He's better when he goes out there for 1 inning, though, and that's all we're going to see him here. The last 5 games he's pitched pretty well, give or take. It's only been 1 inning and appearance. We're going to see Seymour after him, but I think this line is priced the way it's supposed to be. I mean, the Guardians, they're absolutely fighting for a playoff spot right now. Now the Rays are back in it. But at the same time, the line just continues to move towards the Rays, I think, right now. And I think the Rays are going to take care of business here today. I think they've got the guys in the order. I like Simpson. I like Diaz. I like Caminero. If Aranda was still healthy, it's crazy to see how probably better this team would be at this point. They're 2 games over 500. They're going to be fighting. Kevin Cash, I remember watching this guy play when I was in Little League, and just – when I'd look at on MLB.com and I'd look at every single Major League Baseball roster, and I would look at these guys, and I always looked at Veritek and Kevin Cash over there in Boston. And it was like Kevin Cash was just like that dog backup guy. And to see him managing right now at the high level that he has been for the past 6-7 years, whatever it's been, the Rays have been relevant with the payroll that they have. It's crazy. I still think that he's one of the best managers in baseball, and I think the Rays take care of business. They're only going to want to keep winning here going forward. That's the culture they've built out there. Their stadium got ruined. What did they do? They moved to a Steinbrenner Field. Their rivalry, the Yankees, AAA ballpark out there in Tampa Bay, and they're going to adjust well here going into September. This team is going to continue to take off. I think this team's going to make a playoff spot still. There's not a lot of people are probably laughing at me when I say that. I could be wrong, but at the same time, I think I'm right. I think the Rays are going to make the playoffs here. Continues here in this series against the Guardians. There's a reason why they're priced at -140, I think, right now. Currently sitting, let me see, Tampa Bay Rays. Yeah, -140 right now. I think Seymour can go out there and pitch well. We're seeing a total of 8 here. I think it's going to go under. I think this is going to be like a 4-2 type of game. The Guardians' batting order is horrific. It's horrific. Outside of Ramirez, there's not a lot of guys. Steven Kwan, I guess you can say too. Marzado, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of this Guardians team. I said a couple weeks ago, maybe this Guardians team is going to be one of those sleeper teams to make the playoffs. At this point right now, I think they're going to fall off. Rays take care of business here, -1 plus 100. You can find a similar number, probably around -105, -110 at a -1, but I'll take a push here, even if they do win by 1 run, knowing that I have that I'm not paying 140 in juice here.
This game is going under.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to be jealous of maybe a tiny bit for my friend Spooner's 8.5 at -120. But I just bet the under 8 at -120. I bet the first 3 under 2.5 at -130. I'm not going to go for the 2 there. I'll drink the juice, pay it. This is at Bet365 available right now. And I'm in. And I may join you on the Rays. But I want to get these in, and I have got them in. I may join you on the Rays, but that's going to be a little bit more studying. So this, looking at my card now, and last couple of days I've been waiting a little bit, and it's actually kind of hurt me. Even though even though the win-loss is wonderful, but it's hurt me with the numbers I've gotten, and I had to stay off a bet that cashed yesterday because the line moved so heavily in my favor, but I wasn't on it. Looking at my card right now, this is my favorite bet on the board. So I'm on the first 3 under 2.5 -130. I'm on the full game under 8 at -120.
Yeah.
And I am interested in what you're doing with the race, but this is the best bet on the board. The mistake I made, nice job, Tommy, getting under 8.5 last night. I mean, we talked about it, but I still wanted to see what the market did, and I'm gonna stop doing that. And as you guys know, the amount of hours that it takes to prepare for this show, and then that we sit with it, that's why I'm not capping baseball on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and now Tuesdays. Because I can't. This requires 8 to 10 hours of work, and if I don't do it, I'm not going to win. So I don't bother. But these unders in Tampa, if they keep cashing, I'm going to keep betting. I will cap these Tampa games. Justin got the first 3 under 2.5 at -108. I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous. The numbers I'm getting destroyed. I've got to, so this can't stay this way. I've got to change this for next season. It's ridiculous, and the fact that I'm still beating the house with the juice that I'm drinking it's a mistake. It's irresponsible. So I've got to change that, and I'm glad that you got that. I am not going to be jealous of it, maybe a little bit. Okay, let's roll on. Anything you want to add, TJ, after you hear Wine Time and I find where we want to be at?
No, I'm gonna root you both on, but I'm gonna stay off here. Something seems off.
With the side or with the total?
To me, the total, but
the public's hammering the over. 66% tickets, 85% of cash. That's the wheelhouse.
It is. I know. I like the bet. My problem is bias with Gavin Williams just screwing me over, and that's probably wrong to have, but I'll just stop it.
No, that's totally valid. And you're right, because I'm the opposite. I said beginning of the year, Gavin Williams is going to be the best pitcher on the Guardians. Watch is going to be the best pitcher on the Guardians. So and he's showing out, and he's showing out on the road. Okay, let's roll on. Next up for, what was the line that you got, Wine Time on the race?
-1 + 100. Got it last night. You could probably find a similar number, I guess, depending on what book you have. I'm going to guess it's probably around a -105, -110 right now. I don't have the -1 calculator out.
You can get probably +110.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I still endorse this. I think the Rays are the clear-cut spot here. Think about it, guys. When they went on that winning streak, it was like they were just like the baseball they were playing was so meaningful, and they're playing the game the right way. And that's what they've been doing. Give or take the competition. Don't get me wrong. It hasn't been the best competition they faced, but I think the way they're rolling right now, they're motivated out there. They're going to get it done here. I might join Jim on the under here too. Under 8 -120. I mean, it seems like the play here in this spot. I haven't done it quite yet. This is going to be a game I look over after we get off screen, but I'm close to that as well.
And this is a very, very interesting point here. Spooner and TJ saying 100%. Spooner saying TJ pointed out beating the markets by betting early totals is a lot more profitable than beating the market with money lines.
Yeah, I stopped betting money lines night before because I need to see what the market does. That's first half. That's everything.
I do at times too. Yeah.
Totals. I do much better consistently getting CLV betting them the night before if I have a very, very strong lean.
And the reason why I want to hit this hard right now in front of you guys is because it's the exact opposite in the NHL. I destroy totals by 50 or 60 cents the night before, and my ROI is trash. And I can remember being in Parkdale in that trash fucking pigeon-filled apartment, and not just being like, how is this possible? How am I beating these totals by 80 cents, 70 cents? And I have this horrible ROI, but money lines, it's working. You beat that's generally it's not only generally a favorite too. You can beat the dog money line. So it's the opposite in hockey than it is in baseball. But that's a great, that's I would say thus far that's the single most important one-line comment in the chat, and that everybody should copy and paste that one line in the chat. because I think it is huge. The fact that TJ, whose unit size is bigger than any of us who are betting right now, who moves lines when he bets, is not betting the money line the night before because he needs to read the market, but succeeding beating totals the night before. That is the single most important line that's being uttered in the show today.
I agree.
Let's roll on. Minnesota Twins, 62-78, 27-42 on the road to the Kansas City Royals, 71-69, 38-34 at home. We're at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. Let's get into the weather here. We have, oh shit, sorry. Is this, yeah. Oh shit, let me just make sure I'm on today because I was fooling around with the fucking Rays game. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's get into the Kauffman Stadium. 68 Fahrenheit, feels like 63, 8.7 miles per hour left to right across the diamond. Opens up at 8.7, closes at 5.1, so it gets, lightens up. I don't think it's a big deal. Ballpark Pal has Kauffman Stadium -1%, -21% home runs, +9% doubles and triples, and +4% singles. Line history-wise here for this one, we have Waka Flocka -126. Fishy. Oh, and it is Pablo Lopez?
Yeah. It is Pablo Lopez. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so one time, or TJ, whoever, both of you guys, could you give us the breakdowns on Pablo? I did not have Pablo planned here. Minus one. Oh, do you want to hit it right now, TJ?
No, go ahead.
No, do it. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so Pablo Lopez here hasn't pitched since June 3rd in the bigs. I understand he's had some minor league starts. I have to pull those up. But, on the season overall, he is getting rocked by lefties. 282 batting average, 721 OPS, and he's shutting down righties, 155 average, 498 OPS. And you look at the Kansas City lineup, 5 lefties they can throw out there regularly. So that's a bit of a concern. Pasquantino, Yastrzemski, Frazier, Massey, Jock, and Isbell. So Lopez, I don't know if anybody wants to look up his minor league numbers.
I got him right here.
Go ahead.
He has had 4 starts for AAA St. Paul. He's gone 16 innings. He has allowed 17 hits in those 16 innings and 2 home runs. He has struck out 18 and walked 2. His whip is 1.19. Pretty good.
Solid. Yeah.
Yeah. Considering how many hits he's given up, I was a little worried when you said the hits. I was like, oh, holy crap. But that's actually not too bad, especially if he's only walking 2 batters and he's striking out that much. I like those numbers from Pablo Lopez.
We have everybody here on the Royals.
Yep.
Interesting. MLB Bookie Buster play of the day from DC Capper after cashing his Bookie Buster with the Cowboys yesterday is on the Kansas City Royals. Turnbuckle Tommy says Pablo Lopez is horrible, which is wild because 2 earned runs. Turnbuckle Tommy. I'm a big Pablo Lopez guy.
Oh yeah, me too.
5-3, 2.82 ERA.
He's been good. I like Pablo.
His injury was a strained major muscle in his pitching shoulder.
And how long was he out for?
That was back in
over
June.
2 months. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess if you can, since he's pitched in the big leagues over 2 months, like 2 months and 15 days, actually. In minor leagues, he's probably, I'm going to guess, probably like a little less than 2 months.
Yeah, I think he was out about 9 or 10 weeks total.
Trisha M says, "Are you saying that my sweet Venezuelan Pablo Lopez bobblehead is worthless?" No, I am a Pablo Lopez backer, not a denier. Wow. Okay, this is wild. So then, with Waka, he had a poor last start. This line opened up with the Royals -145. They're now -128. It's gone 17 cents away from the Kansas City Royals. From a total standpoint here, we have an 8. It's -111 to the over. So there's been no movement on the total. And from a cash flow standpoint, 53% of the tickets and 65% of the cash are on the Twins, 86 and 89 on the under. The market is telling us that
Twins.
Pablo Lopez is going to pitch well here and that the Twins are the bet. Now, we don't have to listen to it. Let's hear from TJ. Take it away.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Lopez is going to be just fine. If it was one rehab start and then back, I would probably be very hesitant to back a pitcher off a shoulder injury. But 4 starts is plenty for him to build up that stamina and strength and make sure everything's clicking well. Waka, I am willing to give a little bit of a pass for his last 2 outings. I mean, Detroit's a very familiar foe. They've seen him so many times, and it was back-to-back road and home start against them where he pitched 10 2/3 and allowed 7 runs, 13 hits, and 2 walks. So not good outings by any stretch. I think that first one against Detroit, he got hit in that last inning. But going before that, 2 runs, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Excellent. He's been, just fine. I expect him to bounce back here and pitch well against the Twins lineup that's kind of just pieced together right now. The last 14 and last 30 days against righties, they're bottom 6. Overall last 30 days, bottom 10. Against the fastball, which is Waka's primary pitch, they're 3rd worst in baseball in the season and in the last 30. So I don't have too many concerns about Waka per se here. And like I already talked about Lopez, I trust him. I'm a little bit worried about those lefties. And those splits are pretty extreme. And I think we've seen that from him his whole career where he just can shut down the righties, but lefties get to him. I could be wrong on that.
I'm gonna pull that up right this very second here because he looked horrible at the beginning of the year. I think we put a line through that. Obviously, he was hurt and he was a mess. And
yeah, Casey's been hit or miss against righties of late. Twins bullpen is horrific. Casey's bullpen is pitching quite well.
Why do I think he was horrible this year? He wasn't. He was fine. Why did I don't understand why I was so set on him getting crushed.
He's old.
Huh. So, yeah, but lefties are hitting him very hard in 2025. Let's go to 2024. And, again, lefties hit him quite a bit harder than righties. Go to 2023. And lefties hit him much harder than righties. So, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. So, it's a bit of a dangerous lineup for him. I mean, those bottom 4 for Kansas City are all lefties, but they're not exactly your best hitters. It's more the top of the lineup I'm worried about.
They're going to throw 6 lefties at him.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to listen to this being a sharp look. Shout out to sports scientist Jacob in the house. I got to just stay off here. I don't trust either. I'm just going to stay off of this one. That's fine. It looks like my action's pretty heavy at this point.
Yeah, and I don't have as big of a move as you have. I have it open in 130.
Okay, let's go back to that here.
But I mean, let's see.
Oh yeah, yeah. I have it opening at minus 145.
Oh wow.
Let's check out a different book here. Let's go where we used to play poker. Yeah, that opened up at minus 135. So that's only an 8-cent move. Why did Penny open it so big? Oh, Penny opened this up.
That's weird because I see Penny opening it up at 130.
Oh no, I must have been looking at the wrong thing. It's 4 cents. What was I looking at?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to be involved. I cannot. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I don't know what the hell I was doing, and that's the biggest mistake I can make in a show. And I know that we're lacking in sleep, and there's all these numbers, but still, that's a crucial. I can't make those mistakes. So the actual line movement, and I thank you for looking into that more. This opened up at minus 130. It's minus 126. So the market's not telling us anything like I thought. So my apologies about that. Okay. I'm off. I'll cheer you guys on. A lot of you guys are on the Royals. Sports Scientist Jacob on the Royals. And I am off. This is probably a bad lineup for Lopez, but it wouldn't surprise me if he is decent. And Waka, it's funny. When I look at Waka's games, I'm like, man, look how many hits he's allowing. But he seems to be, bending but not breaking often. And I'm not.
Wow, look at that first 5 price difference.
What is it?
It's
minus 115 for the Twins.
holy cow.
Yeah, I saw that when you guys were breaking this down. The first 5, it's a big advantage for Pablo Lopez in this spot. Let me just double check. I mean, that's what I think I saw. Let me see. Twins right now.
Oh my God.
Minus 115 first 5.
It's a 30-cent difference.
Yeah. Even more.
Yeah, I was going to say I have a 34-cent difference right now, guys, because at 35, I can get the Twins plus 120 full game, but yet the first 5 is minus 115.
And Circa's moved it. Circa opened it plus 100 first 5 Minnesota, and they're at minus 116.
But there's all these left-handed bat. Oh.
I know. I'm shocked to see that. I expected like a 10-cent difference.
Yeah, me too. I think this is a twin spot, guys. I'm very close to moving on the Minnesota Twins and Pablo Lopez here. I've liked backing Pablo Lopez.
The Twins bullpen is the second worst in Major League Baseball over the last 30 days. They've been horrific, and the Royals bullpen's playing playoff type baseball. I mean, are you saying that you would be moving on the Twins first 5 or full game?
Probably first 5. I think I would move on the first 5 of the minus 115 here because I think Pablo Lopez could at least go out there. And I don't know how deep he's going to go today. Maybe he gives us 5 innings and it's maybe a 1-1, 2-2 game in that 5th. It's just not enough value for me to actually take it because I don't know if they're actually going to take care of business. It's interesting enough on my book right now. First 5, they're minus 115, but yet they're plus a half at minus 160. They have them as the dog on the run line, so which is interesting. It's going to keep me off. I think Twins are going to win this game. I think I'm going to look back at this and be like, why didn't I move on? It's going to be like a 5-0 Twins at the end of 5 innings, and it's going to be like, wait, what the hell? Why didn't I move on the Twins here in this spot? To me, it looks like a twin spot with Pablo Lopez on the mound. Michael Wacha, he's been very serviceable this year, but I mean, you look at his last couple starts, man. I mean, he's very serviceable. He can go out there and go 5 or 6 innings, but I don't know. I think he's very vulnerable here. I know
he's allowed 22 hits in his last 3 starts. 22 hits.
Yeah, and the Twins lineup. I mean, we've talked about it with Spoons. This is a AAA lineup for the Twins here, other than Byron Buxton. So it's difficult. Like I don't know. Like to me, Michael Wacha, his numbers look a lot better than what his record actually is. So I thought they would be at least a little bit. But Paulo Lopez pitched well. He is coming back from that injury, so it's going to be interesting to see. But it'd be Twins or pass for me. I'm very close to moving on the Twins first 5.
What if the market is about this? So we know that Wacha has bent but not broken and allowed 22 hits and 16 and a third. So last year he threw 166 and 2/3. That's the most innings he's pitched, the second most in his career, and the most he's pitched since 2015. He is about to hit that number. He's at 153 and a third.
Yeah.
He's dealing with arm fatigue.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's what we've seen these last couple of starts, I feel like, out of Michael Wacha. I mean, in the beginning of the year, he was pitching very well. Like I say, you even look at his numbers right now, his number on the screen, he's not 6-11. I think he's like 8-10 or something, or 8-11. But doesn't seem like they really want to hit for him when he's out there either. So I don't know. This is a Twins or pass for me. I could trust Pablo Lopez giving me 5 strong innings.
I would love to see my ROI on 20+ cent differences on the first 5 on not heavy dogs. Like on heavy dogs, like if you'll see that, right? Because then you're cutting it down 5 innings against a much better baseball team rather than 9 innings against that better baseball team. Twins first 5 for me. Twins first 5 for me. Let's roll on. We have 8. And sorry, are you guys going to move? Are you guys staying off of this one?
I'm going to stay off it for right now. It might be a spot I move on, and if so, I'll let you guys know.
We have Astros, Texas Rangers. Here is our next spot on the board, and it is Luis Garcia who is pitching here. Okay, Mojo. All right. It helps if you bet the game, but look. If you're just interested in taking dumps, dump away.
Hey, I'd rather watch her do that than any game.
Oh, I was thinking about you taking the shit, Mojo. My bad. I didn't read it properly. I'm 45, dead inside, and just want to gamble. Merrill Kelly, 11-7, 3.24 ERA, 1.05 WHIP, 149 Ks, and 164 innings. Last start, 9-3 win at the A's. That's a really impressive performance. You know, it's a tough ballpark to pitch in. And here we have Merrill Kelly, 36 years of age at this point, and right-handed batters are getting shut down by him right now. Lefties have danger. 223, 728. Lefties can hit power, but righties are getting shut down. We take a look at this lineup. We have 3 lefties: Josh Smith, Jock Peterson, and Rockin' Rowdy Tellez. That is a weak group of lefties, honestly. No, I mean, look, they're batting first, third, and fifth. I think that's a bigger story about the injuries that the Rangers lineup has faced. But that's it. Once you get through Rockin' Rowdy Tellez, it's Young, Higashioka, Freeman, and Hellman. I mean, couldn't you say right now that Higashioka, Freeman, and Hellman, in their, let's say, in the first 6 at bats that they have, they're unlikely to have a hit. It'd be the hit total for the 3 of them in their first 2 at bats against Merrill Kelly at the bottom of the lineup would be a half. You take a plus a half or a minus a half with that. I think this is a really nice lineup. Oh shit! I'm talking about the Rangers. Jesus,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, I was just about to stop you there, but also just before we keep going here, at couple books I have Brown listed. Odds Logic has it undecided.
Really?
But Brown being listed doesn't make sense in the line move. They would be bet more. So I don't know if
I have Hunter Brown listed. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but where we used to play poker has him listed.
Oh well, at least you stopped me from talking about the Rangers fucking righties. I have here. I have no pitcher listed. We got to wait on this. JW is Colton Gordon listed because it can't be Hunter Brown.
That's what I'm saying. It can't be Hunter Brown with the way the price changed. So that's got to be wrong at over there.
Let me go over, at least have a sense of not being a complete ass clown, and talk about the righties in the Astros lineup. Pena, Altuve, Correa. So you have Jordan and Sanchez you have to worry about. This is a perfect lineup for Merrill Kelly to attack. Look, the Astros are dangerous. The Astros hit. But look what the Astros are doing against right-handed pitching the last 30 days anyways. 231, 687 OPS. Merrill Kelly can mow down this lineup. We just need to find out who the hell is pitching for the Astros. Merrill Kelly, do you feel like Merrill Kelly can shut this group down?
Yeah, I agree. It's a good lineup for him. Very good for his pitch mix. 53% of his pitches are changeups and fastballs. Astros 23rd and 26th off those pitches in baseball. That's recent. That's the last 30. But they correlate with their season numbers.
We need to find out who the hell's pitching for the Astros before we do anything.
Agreed.
Okay, but I am going to take a close look at this after the show because this is a lineup that Merrill Kelly can eat up. He is pitching at an elite level right now.
The only thing you could bet now would be a Houston team total under first 5 or full game.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and Spooner believes that Colton Gordon is pitching. We have Lamont Williams, Max Bet, Mets, and Cincinnati first 5 money lines backing Peterson. Interesting. Let me get this here, copied and pasted. Thank you, Lamont, my man. All right. There's no. I don't think anybody will thinks that the Rangers are a better team than the Astros with the injuries that they're dealing with. They're just, they bring in Correa. The expectations heighten. Jordan Alvarez comes back from injury, and they're just not hitting.
Yeah, Alvarez is the only one hitting.
Yeah, he's lost weight. He looks quite a bit smaller at the plate than what I'm used to. Okay, I'm very interested. I need to figure out what's going on because I want to be involved with Merrill Kelly here, and I'm gonna have to study Colton Gordon. We got to get some confirmations and stuff like that. So let's move forward here. Next up for us, we have San Francisco Giants, St. Louis Cardinals. Carson Seymour going up against Michael McGreevy. Carson Seymour throwing 24 and 2/3. He's only throwing one start. He only had one start. That was last out, and he went 3 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 11-1 loss at home to the Orioles. I was trying to put myself in his shoes here. It's first ever start. He gets lit up and smoked. It was at home, packed house. Now he's going to go to Busch Stadium, and it's empty. I wonder if that helps him or hurts him. I don't know how caught up we should get in his stats, but he has struggled on the road. 5 appearances. This is his first road start, but 5 appearances, got 11 innings, 12 hits, 5 earned runs, and he's allowed 4 home runs. So 12 hits, and 4 of those are home runs. So 33% of the hits he allows goes yard. That's 273, 273 opponent's batting average. San Francisco Niner, how did you get banned? Who would have banned you? Great to see you here, but I don't know who would have. You are an asset to us. So, but thank you for getting this new account going. And I apologize for that, and I can fix that here. So let's get into this one, Giants Cardinals, and the key is to study Carson Seymour a little more and have an idea whether or not we feel he is vulnerable, or do we think this is probably the right place, for him to pitch, because it's going to be, empty. It's not. I don't know. It's trickier than it looks. So let's talk about Carson Seymour here. 6th round pick in the 2021 draft out of Kansas State. 26 years old, turning 27. He's been pitching in Sacramento of the PCL League, and that's a tough place to pitch. He's been there last year and this year. Overall, in a tough place to pitch, he has started 43 games. So he's thrown over 200 innings, and he's been pretty good this year, better than he was last year. 3.86 ERA, 1.34 whip. They'll tell you that's impressive for the PCL League, quite impressive. He's not being able to handle the show for whatever reason. I don't quite understand what the issues that he's had are. But that is Carson Seymour. Then we get into Michael McGreevy, young stud pitcher, 6-2, 4.17 ERA, 1.19 whip. His last start, 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, no strikeouts, and 2 walks. Strangely, he wouldn't get strikeouts. He's not a strikeout pitcher. He only has 40 and 69 innings. But he's only allowed 6 home runs in 69 innings. It's not bad for the kid. At home, he's allowed 4 of those 6 homers. And he's been hit quite a bit harder at home than on the road. Points hitting 282 against him. And it's lefties that are annihilating him. 303 with an 851 OPS. So let's take a look at the lefties that McGreevy's going up against in the Giants uniform. And they are Young-Hoo Lee, Devers, Smith, and then Bailey, the switch hitter. Who cares? Bailey's not hitting. So that is an issue, I guess, with Young-Hoo Lee. You have their first batter, the third batter, and fifth batter that hits them. Righties don't have power against them for whatever reason. And the Giants are hitting 274, 807 OPS. Cards are hitting they're the worst team against righties. I don't think they are now. I think the Guardians slipped past them, and the Giants have a bullpen advantage as well. Both bullpens have been pretty good. So let's go into the line history here. It seems like McGreevy is the better pitcher, but in a worse situation. We have this money line, or this total opening up at 8.5 minus 114 to the under. It's 8.5 minus 112 to the under. But it did get to 8 for a while. It was at 8, and it's come back up to 8.5. So we have that U-shaped movement. And then on the money line, we have the St. Louis Cardinals at minus 115. They opened up minus 111. So very little movement. The Cardinals are 6 games over 500 at home, and the Giants are one of the best road teams in the league, 1 game over 500 on the road. When we get to the cash flow for the spot, we have 58% of tickets, 59% of cash on St. Louis. Line's not really moving. 58% of tickets, 53% cash on the under. TJ, take it away. Carson Seymour, Michael McGreevy.
Yeah, San Francisco is reminding me of how they were early in the season. Just win. I came on and said that. They just keep winning. They're making a push here. They're only 4 games out. It's interesting. They're only 2 games better overall than St. Louis. Yet it seems like St. Louis is just dead in the water.
It's crazy.
With their fans, and San Francisco fans are hype, which is interesting. McGreevy, and Spooner came on when McGreevy's first start. And Spooner came on, gave a great breakdown about his pitch mix, how he's got 5 solid pitches, and expects big things out of him. And I think that kind of, showed out early on, but it seems like of late, he's going consistently 6 innings, but he's also consistently walking, at least 1 or 2 a game and giving up 5, 6, 7 hits a game, 9 hits, 7 hits. I don't see San Francisco's offense having a hard time with him. Someone mentioned they haven't seen good fastball, but they're number 2 in the last 30 against the fastball. I look at what they've done to right-handed starters, and we could ignore the series. Even if we ignore the series in Colorado where they got to them, go back to, a week ago, they got Sagano for 7 runs and 10 hits. They got Kramer for 7 runs and 9 hits. Colin Ray for 6 runs and 8 hits. They're those 3 pitchers I would say are all better than or equal to McGreevy. And they got the motivation going right now. Seymour is obviously the big question mark, but I've said it on here and I'll say it again. The lineup you want to see as a right-hander is St. Louis. Even if you struggle against lefties, which he does, still that group is not hitting righties, and they haven't been hitting righties for a long time. I am pretty confidently on San Francisco, plus money here. I got it at plus 109. Best available right now looks to be plus 107. So we can book me for that. San Francisco money line plus 107.
Huh.
That's going to keep me off this game then, TJ, because I'm not going to lie. Kind of you mentioned 2 teams that are pretty similar in the standings right now. Giants just a couple games ahead right now, and it seems like the Cardinals' whole fan base has given up, which is kind of surprising to me. It's such a great fan base over there, and this is a young team. I look at this roster. This roster is not good. The fact that they're still actually in a playoff run is pretty wild, and the fact that the fans aren't really showing out, kind of crazy to me. Because I expect a lot more out of those fans. But with that being said here, I kind of wanted to move on the Cardinals and McGreevy here, but you're going to keep me off this one, TJ. I don't know too much about Seymour here going into this. And Giants, they've won 4 straight games, give or take 3 of them were against the Colorado Rockies. You know what I mean? I don't know how much we can really keep that in, but the Giants are still fighting. We saw Kyle Freeland, that whole drama situation go down in that whole Giants team. You saw Matt Chapman run out the dugout and start swinging, which is kind of crazy to me. But with that being said, you're going to keep me off the Cardinals here. I could only move on the Cardinals here in this spot at home on a Friday night, but I guess maybe the fans, if they're not going to show up for this game, I guess it's much of a home field advantage. I feel like Friday night in St. Louis, usually a pretty hostile environment for baseball because fans love their baseball out there. But you mentioned it. These guys have kind of thrown in the towel already. A couple of weeks ago when I was talking about the Cardinals with Spoons, I was telling him, I was like, dude, this team's right here. They're like right at 500. Why are they already giving up? Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. And they've kind of stayed around that same record since. I'm going to stay away. I've got so much action going tonight, guys. I don't want to get involved with the Cardinals here. And maybe the Giants do. Maybe that whole fight with Kyle Freeland and the Rafael Devers thing, maybe that gave them some juice in that dugout. Who knows? Maybe that's what they needed to move on and to get better, because the Giants are still very much fighting for that playoff spot. You can tell. It's going to be a pass for me, though.
Wow, Spooner on the Cardinals minus 112. I'm rolling with TJ on this. I think this is a pressure-free situation for Carson Seymour to have his first road start. And I think that's probably what he needs. But more importantly, the Cardinals aren't hitting. The Giants have advantages everywhere except at starting pitching. You could say McGreevy's throwing right now. Look what he did in this last start. Look what he has not been very good at home for whatever reason. I wouldn't mind just kind of, I think I'm there. Did you say you got plus 109?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you expect the first 5 price difference to be? Obviously, McGreevy is their advantage.
I think it should be 10 cents. If it's more, I might not bet the Giants and wait to move live. And if it's less, it'll give me more confidence.
It's 5 cents, most books.
Yeah, I'm going to This was a really fun cap that I did not expect I would be here at the end of the road back in the Giants. The last start for McGreevy at home versus Pirates, 4 runs in 6 innings. Faced the Rockies, 3 runs, 6 innings. The Cubs. The issue here is that we have a Giants team that's hitting 274 with an 807 OPS versus right-handed pitching the last 30 days, and the Cardinals just aren't hitting right-handed pitching. To move forward to that, you have the Giants team with a better bullpen, pitching well right now, and you have a Giants team that is trying to still get in the wild card and winning baseball games. So I'm right with you. I am right with you. Sean Pulliam in the house. What up, Sean? JW saying McGreevy 6-0 at night. I'm not sure how much I would put it. It went. Not that it's not a valid comment and a valid statistic. It just, for me, in my history, focusing on night or day has not yielded positive results. But everybody's different here. Black Thor King on the Giants as well. Let's roll on, fellas. Next up for us, we have 8:40 p.m. action. San Diego Padres 76-64, 33-39 on the road. At the Colorado Rockies 39-101, 22-50 at home. We're at Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. Take a look at the weather. 69 Fahrenheit, 4.8 miles per hour in. As it's always between 5.2 and 4 miles per hour in. Let's take a look at Ballpark Pal to see the situation here. We have Coors Field plus 21%. It's the most offensive weather. Plus 11% homers, plus 24% doubles and triples, and plus 9% singles. Let's get into, and it's funny you talking about whether or not the Freeland, Rafi Devers, if that has sparked either team. I was surprised. Maybe it's the pink uniforms or whatever, those bright neon uniforms, but I've never thought of Freeland as a tough guy. And even when he had that monologue at the beginning of the year, I thought that was more heart and character than toughness. And I like to see some emotion from Freeland. I don't like when teams are just comfortable losing. It seems that baseball is the one sport where you can focus on your own statistics. And if you're on a losing baseball team, you're on a losing baseball team. And there doesn't seem to be the same care as there is in other sports. And he cares. But this is a pitcher who's cost me a lot of money. And when I don't back him, he pitches better than expected. And it's frustrating. The Padres open up at minus 221. They're now minus 203. So there's been a move towards Freeland here at home. From a total standpoint, we have this at a 10.5. Very interesting to be under the 11, which is the general opener. This is dropped from 11 to 10.5. So we have a half run move on the under. We get to the cash flow for this one. We have no help on the total for whatever reason, but we do know it's moved from 11 to 10.5. We have 66% of the tickets on Pavetta and 54% of the cash on the Rockies. We've seen this move towards the Rockies. Let's talk about Slick Nick Pavetta. Coming off a 12-3 win at the Twins. They were in control. He didn't pitch very well. He didn't have to. 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 of which were earned, 6 Ks and 1 walk. He's been spectacular this year. 2.84 ERA, 0.94 whip. And his splits are very good. Kyle Freeland didn't record an out, in that 7-4 loss. 2 hits, 2 earned runs. The Devers bomb, and that's your story there. His splits are terrible. The Padres are hitting lefties. The Rockies aren't hitting righties. And the Rockies bullpen is trash. So I'm going to look up Pavetta's numbers at Coors. Let's hear from TJ. You got any interest in Padres Rockies?
Yeah, this year at Coors, he has 1 start, 4 innings, 6 runs, 7 hits, 2 walks. Let me quickly pull up last year, although he may not have pitched there. He did. Wow. 2.2 innings, 10 hits, 7 runs, 8 total. So he's been rocked two straight starts in Coors over the last 2 years, pretty significantly. So that kind of takes away my confidence that he pitches well here. The Rockies have been at least getting to starters. I mean, 2-2, 3-2, 2-2, 3-2, their last 8 games against starting pitching from the right-hand side. Pavetta, he is obviously shutting down both righties and lefties. And the Rockies versus righties numbers don't look good, but I think they're turning it around a little bit. Now that just may be the quality of who they faced. I mean, they did get 7 hits off Logan Webb, which is impressive, but hard to make much of that. Kyle Freeland, hard to know what he's going to do coming off of that. I mean, all I can do is trust the numbers I see, and they're terrible at home. Very high ERA. The underlying numbers support it. The Padres, man, if they don't win they should sweep this series. And if they go 1-2 or something, they're in trouble because they're starting to drop. The price is very expensive. I am interested in a Colorado team total, maybe.
Been cashing.
It's 4.5, heavily juiced to the under. You could probably build a 4. And I know you guys have been doing that lately. I think that's the only way I could go here. Just expecting Pivetta to get touched, maybe a first half team total. Over 1.5. It's juicy. So I don't think I'm going to have a move here, but I'll listen to what you guys have to say.
How much? What should the price difference be first 5 full game?
I have not looked.
I've got it up.
Pivetta should be 20 cents more expensive.
Freeland is 10 cents more expensive.
Wow. Wow.
That's crazy right there.
So Pivetta's vulnerable.
But Freeland, I can't. You know how you were talking about Gavin Williams not being able to time it right? Freeland, I've timed horrifically. And I kind of like him. I like him less because he's cost me money this year. I think he's cost me money for a couple years. I know. How can you make money off Kyle Freeland last couple years? He's been trash. Well,
I'm going to see how much I can build a 2 first 5 team total.
Yeah. Or first 3 plus a half minus 120.
I hate to put faith in Freeland.
Same here.
Yeah, but I mean, coming off that start, you heard him say afterwards, you know what I mean? He was he didn't take that home run too lightly, and give or take, that could have been a foul ball. You never know if Rafael was actually watching that or seeing if it was going to go fair or foul because it was going right field pole. It did go out, and he did watch it. And Freeland, maybe we see some emotion out of him today. Maybe a good emotion that he actually goes out there and pitches well. I mean, we have a total at 10.5 here, so I can't think that he's going to go out there and throw some shutout baseball. But maybe Nick Pivetta, maybe his teammates have his back today because they didn't really have his back when Matt Chapman was throwing swings at him when he wasn't even looking, when he was talking. Matt Chapman's such a bitch. But besides the fact, Kyle Freeland, I think his teammates are going to go out there and have his back here today against San Diego Padres, a team that's kind of falling right now. They took a sweep at home. They're going to Colorado. Nick Pivetta should be more of a favorite here. This should be like a minus 260, 270 with Nick Pivetta on the mound. You got Kyle Freeland. Look at his numbers. I mean, I don't like this. Just doesn't really make a lot of sense. I think you could only move on the Rockies, either team total or even move on them plus 1.5 because you can get some plus money at plus 120 right now. I'm close to doing it. I'm close to moving on the Rockies plus 1.5 plus 120. That's some good plus money. Getting one run in your back pocket in a game where I think maybe his teammates have his back here on the diamond, maybe not in the ring, but on the diamond here. So
one time, let me ask you this: batting average against Kyle Freeland when he's pitching at home this year. What do you think of this?
Oh man, 286.
355.
Jeez. That's crazy right there. But yet, I don't know. Like with that being said, I mean, the Padres should be like a minus 260 here. Let me just double check and see what we're getting here. Let me refresh this page.
I was thinking when you were talking that, years back, I would say I would think about the psychology behind what happened with Freeland, and I would talk about that stuff. That didn't work for me. All that worked for me was just these numbers. Don't. So I'm very hesitant to, because if this was NHL, I would say Rockies are a must bet. They're a must bet. Freeland but then we did that, and Jose was with me. We did that after the monologue, and he got touched up. Remember at the very beginning of the year when he had the big rant? He got touched up right away in that first start back, and I lost money backing him. He screwed me. But I want first 3 plus a half. Sorry to cut you off, my man.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah, I just think that if I was going to take something in this, it would be the Rockies or pass. There's no way I'm going to take the. I mean, the Padres are minus 205 right now on the money line. They should be way higher than this. I mean, this is one of the most expensive teams and most trade. I mean, we've seen them trade away their entire farm system to win, not next year, not in 2 years, but to win now. And the fact that they haven't been able to do that the last couple of years, I mean, don't get me wrong, Padres fans, they got a nice stadium out there. You got a really good team. Have you guys won anything yet, though? I mean, they haven't won nothing yet. And if they don't win it this year, man, if I was a Padres fan, I would be a little down in the dumps, not going to lie to you, because this team should be a lot better. Maybe you can blame the management. I don't know. I think not having Bob Melvin come back I think this is a downgrade with Mike Schmidt at the helm for the Padres. I think that's how you say his name. But I don't know. I feel like this Padres team should be a lot better than what they actually are, and seeing them as a minus 205 against the worst team in baseball in the Colorado Rockies against a pitcher that pretty much kind of got his ass kicked out there when he threw when Devers hit that bomb and the entire Giants dugout attacked him when he wasn't looking. With that being said, I just think that maybe the Rockies can be a little bit live here. I'm not going to move on it just because I don't know if it all correlates. I'm going to look back over this game, but it'd be Rockies plus 1.5 plus 120 or pass.
Look at this against Pivetta. This lineup, and this lineup is, not. We all know it's not good. 20 for 42.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So that means the kids, the very young lineup, has confidence against them. 20
for 42. I'm officially going to bet first 5 Rockies team total over 1.5. It's juicy.
Yeah.
Minus 140.
I like it. Yeah, I like it, TJ. Let me see what number I can get actually right now. I was just looking at that on the first 5. That's an interesting one right there. Let me pull this up here.
What was the juice there, TJ?
Minus 140. I mean, Coors is plus 21% today, which equates to 1.88 runs, plus 11% home runs. Pivetta gives up 49% fly balls.
I can get it over 1.5 minus 135 right now, actually, on the Rockies. I might join you, TJ. I like that. I mean, we're only asking 2 runs in 5 innings off of Pivetta here. I might join you here. Minus 135, it is juicy, but at the same time, I think there is going to be some runs scored in this ball game, and 2 runs in the first 5 innings. I think they can get. I might be right there with you. That might be the move.
Yeah, I think I'm going to move on. I think it's a double up. I am going to take the Rockies first 3 plus 0.5. It's not just psychological situation that I'm betting in. We just went over all of the numbers. I'm not sitting here saying Pivetta is going to step up after this whole thing. We're saying that that Freeland's going to step up after the whole experience with the Giants last week. We're saying that Pivetta is vulnerable. The Rockies hit him, and it's possible that Freeland isn't trash after the emotion and everything that went down last week. It's also possible that the team steps up for him and says, we're going to get this for you, Kyle. We're going to get, shit like that. So I'm in. I think the first 5 team total over is the smarter bet. But the first 3 plus 0.5 is a little bit less vig, and I'm going to take both. Now, the last 2 spots with the Rockies, I've cashed the team total over and lost a different bet and ended up, losing vig because I got cute. And it's very possible that's happening here. I'm not betting it right now, so I'm going to sit with this and make sure that it's the wise decision. But TJ's is the sharpest bet that we found.
As a friend who I respect, Jimmy, just see if you are betting this on the narrative or the numbers. I mean, obviously it's not on the numbers because I get that we think the Rockies get to Pivetta, but I don't see a path where Freeland gets through unscathed. And if you're putting, that's hard. Oldie, just to address your comment since you asked, man. No, I don't think Sears is necessary for them for the playoff run. With they got Cease, Pivetta, Darvish, Cortez, and King might be back in the next few weeks. So, I think they're fine.
No, that's you posed that perfectly, that question as well. Okay.
I'm not talking you out of the bet. It's make your money, make your move. I personally would not do it. That's all.
I hear you. I'll add question marks to the asterisks. And wine time. Anything for you, my friend?
It's going to be a pass for me as of right now, guys. I'm going to look back over this. I might move on that first 5 team total over 1.5 minus 135. I'm going to look over it afterwards after the show, though.
We have 2 games left on the MLB card before we talk college football with wine time. That'll be James Madison, Louisville, Illinois, Duke, and UCLA, UNLV. And then we have Brizzy and Justin Mcelvy for WNBA before the Gorakle. Gorki caps. We hear his best bets in college football, and we get into CFL. So let's roll to our next spot, and we talk about Wine Time's Los Angeles Angels and Jose Soriano, who is a tricky pitcher to cap. He has not allowed a run in 3 of his last 4 starts. He has elite stuff. I don't know exactly what goes wrong for him. And then we have 24-year-old Mason Barnett, who is going to pull back up his baseball reference here for young Mason Barnett. 3rd-round pick in the 2022 draft out of Auburn, Georgia high schooler. And this year he was in AAA Vegas in the Pacific Coast League. So this is precisely the situation that had screwed me. We talk about the difficulty and the trickiness of baseball. Years ago, I would tell you, look at Barnett's numbers at AAA Vegas. They are trash. 6.13 ERA, 1.60 whip. He walked 65 batters in 119 innings. And when I would say that, I would fade that pitcher and I would lose. And it doesn't make sense, but it's just what would happen to me. So when I see a pitcher with horrific numbers coming up, even if we think they're being set out put in a very treacherous situation, I now just want to stay off. This is his first career start against Jose Soriano. Has not run in 3 of his last 4 starts at home this year. Soriano's been bad. I mean, 78 strikeouts and 36 walks. It is sort of his MO this year. He's walked way too many batters. 68 walks this year. He's coming off completely shutting down the Astros. 7 innings, 1 hit, 8 Ks, 3 walks. And his splits are very good. It's strange. Athletics versus righties last 30 days, 256, 759. The Angels have gone from raking to being invisible. Absolutely invisible. And you ask why? It's because of their one left-handed bat. And it helped them so much because of this fucked up lineup that they put together without forethought. It's amazing that these guys can get paid all this money and put out a lineup without a left-handed bat. And then you look at the Brewers, who, statistically before the year started, you could say, well, I don't know which offense is better, And the Brewers have lefty, righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty. I mean, they create a difficult opponent where the Angels are going to bring 9. Right now, they have the switchies in Moncada, Rengifo, and Davidson. So it's not as horrific as maybe I'm making it out to be. Okay, but Sean Noel. I mean, is that fair to say Sean Noel goes down and this team can't hit?
Yeah, I mean, Sean Noel he's such a good contact hitter to have, like, kind of right in between Neto and Trout in this order. So it was definitely not having this guy in the lineup. It seemed like he had a lot of heart in that part of the lineup. Not a lot of people talk about Sean Noel, but him having that lefty in the bat at the top of the order. Now they're putting Moncada up there at times in the 2 because he's a switch. It's not the same, though. He's not the kind of contact hitter that Sean Noel is. It seems like Sean Noel does a lot of the good things right. Hopefully we get him back here today. Or
you
not
think
today.
he might?
No, not today. No,
Okay.
I shouldn't have said that. Hopefully we get him back here soon.
Okay.
Angels team are going to make the playoffs, but I would like to see him at least try to get to that 500 mark, but continue.
197, 628 OPS, the Angels versus righties last 30 days. Also, the Athletics bullpen has been stepping up in a big, big way. And Spooner says what makes it worse
I mean, guys, it's the ballpark that Ohtani built. Why do you think there's a home run now over that yellow part of the wall in right field? It used to be you have to hit it over the fence. Now they put that yellow part there for Shohei Ohtani to get up those home runs when he was there. And now it hurts because we don't have any left-handed powerful hitters other than, I mean, even Shawnuel and Rengifo, those guys don't hit home runs. Moncada maybe to the right side. He's probably hitting the most home runs to right field all season long for the Angels. He has like 8 or 9. You know what I mean?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous that they would put this lineup together. It's absolutely trash. And Spooner's saying this ballpark is built to favor left-handed hitters. I mean, it's insane. It's the decision making of the Angels over the last few years has just been insane. 80 Fahrenheit feels like 82, so it's hot and it's blowing out. Not heavy, 6 miles per hour down to 4.7, but it's hot. And I used to think before Ballpark Pal became a big part of everybody's capping that when it was blowing out like this, that it was just, you know, to get, you could hit the highway. I used to think when it's blowing out and it's hot, these games soar over. But Ballpark Pal telling us just plus 4%. Now it's plus 19% home runs for you, the prop bettors out there. Minus 5% doubles and triples and minus 6% singles. We get into the line history here for this one. We have a total at 9. It's at 9 and it's minus 116 to the over. It opened up at 9, minus 119 to the over. It did get up to 9.5 and it's come back. So overall, we've had a tiny 1 cent move towards the under. We get to the money line here for this one. We have the Angels at minus 144. It is extremely fishy. You have a pitcher who's shoving. He's pitching better than he's pitched in a long time. And yet they're lukewarm favorites. You know, and you could say, well, the A's are playing the better baseball right now. That would be fair. You could say the A's have a bullpen advantage. That would be fair. The A's are hitting righties much harder than them. That would all be fair. Except for the fact you have Mason Barnett, who looked terrible in Vegas, going up against Soriano, who is pitching elite. So we go to the cash flow here to see now, are we going to see all the money on the Angels? That would make things easier, and we don't. But we see 66% of the tickets on the Angels and just 34% of the cash. 50% of the tickets on the over and 65% of cash on the over. This is screaming athletics to me. But good God, it's a tricky thing to fade Soriano here right now, even though he's been bad at home, and that last start was at Houston. But some of these great starts have come at home. Take it away for us, Wine Time, A's, Angels.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Jose Soriano is arguably coming off the greatest start of his career in Houston. 7 shutout innings, 1 hit baseball, 8 strikeouts, 3 walks. I don't know if he's had a better start than that to date. Look, he's rocking and rolling, guys. But yet, I mean, we're seeing a total here at 9, juice to the over at minus 120 right now at Angel Stadium. It's definitely hot and dry out here right now.
Real quick, sorry, one time I got to interrupt you real quick. Glasnow just got scratched for Ohtani. For those of you that
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Glasnow got scratched for Ohtani. So I expect that. I don't know what we expect the line to do, to be honest.
That's crazy right there.
Yes, sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. I was not expecting to see that.
And Jimmy, I am going to add officially Cleveland, Tampa Bay under 8. I'm going to pay for waiting minus 120, but 7.5s are coming up.
Yeah,
money's still on the over. I'm confident you're on the right side, so I'll pay the juice minus 120.
That's what we had to pay.
Okay.
Cleveland, so it hasn't changed from that bad. Cleveland, Tampa Bay under 8 minus 120. It's Spoons that got the 8.5. So, and Chang Kim saying it's pretty hot in LA right now. So we have.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Chang. I'm in Costa Mesa, and it is definitely. I mean, where I'm at, I'm closer to the beach, so it's not as hot. Anaheim right now, I'm gonna guess it's probably 85, 90 degrees when it's 7, and it's only 20, 25 minutes away from me, but it gets so much hotter just because close to the beach, you kind of get that breeze, and it never gets really beyond 80, 85, I guess you could say. But as far as this game goes, I think that there's going to be a lot of runs scored here. I think the Athletics could probably get to Soriano early, especially him coming off such a stellar start. He still walked a couple batters and was in trouble a little bit. His ability to get ground balls is definitely a big thing for him. To turn those double plays. The Angels lead all the major leagues in turning double plays this year. No surprise to that, but same time, it's just it's a tough spot. I think the Athletics the Athletics have been playing some better baseball compared to the Angels. The Angels had a nice couple games there. Go up early 3-0 yesterday. Couldn't score for 8 runs. That's kind of the story of the Angels season. They have 1 or 2 innings a game where they can really get off. And other than that, it doesn't seem like they have too much heart in that lineup. I could only back the Athletics. I mean, you can get a nice price on the Athletics right now. I believe you can get a plus 135 right now. I mean, there's a reason why they're plus 135 on the money line and plus 165 on the plus 1.5. This is going to probably come down pretty close game. I think 1 run either way we have it. I wouldn't take the Angels here laying minus 148. Like that's too much for me against this Athletics team. That these two teams are pretty similar in record. I would say probably the Athletics have a better. I mean, we don't even know if Trout and Ward are going to play today. You know what I mean? I mean, Trout had that skin infection. Ward had all those stitches. They're both in the projected lineup, but I mean, are they going to play today? I'm not sure. I know Trout's chasing 400. He's been chasing it for over 30 days now. It's kind of crazy to see, man. It's Athletics or past plus 135. I think that's good money. Not even going to lie. The over 4.5 team total at plus 110 looks like money in the bank. I think they can easily get 5 runs here. I think the books are indicating that they can get 5 runs here against us, even though that Soriano's on the mound coming off the best start of his career, arguably. It's Athletics or pass. I'm going to end up staying away from this game here. But it could be Athletics or nothing for me.
Yeah. What do you think, TJ?
Yeah, man, Soriano is a tough cookie to figure out. Those home numbers are just so ugly. And this guy is 66% ground ball rate, man. It's so elite.
It's crazy. It's crazy to watch TJ, like how much trouble he gets into, and like it's like one pitch and ground ball away from a double play to get out of the inning. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, he needs those strikeout numbers. Hopefully in the offseason he could develop a better strikeout pitch, because that's what's really separating him. You know, only a 2-to-1 K to walk ratio, pretty much, and that's why he gets in trouble with runners on base. You know, those walks. But man, every time I see him, I want to back him because I know the talent is there. Coming off 3 straight road starts, like you just touched on, his best start of his career. So I want to look back and see what else he did when he had great starts. He shut out the Dodgers over 6 innings and then got shelled by the A's to start after. He shut out the Braves over 7 innings and got shelled by Texas to start after.
Wow. That tells us everything right there, TJ.
Right. He got shelled by Washington after he pitched great against Houston. Granted, those are 3 good starts in a row, so that argument goes against me. But of recent, those last 3 really good starts have been followed by getting shelled. Kind of see the path to the A's getting runs. Definitely wish I could trust the Angels offense just a little. I'd just be 20th in baseball here, and I'm going to be on the over, because I don't, but I don't know if this guy splits. I was trying to pull up his minor league splits.
I have his minor league splits right here.
Righties, lefties.
Yeah, I have him right here. In the minors this year in 2025, righties are hitting 281 with an 849 OPS against them. Lefties 259 with a 766 OPS. Righties are hitting them harder than lefties. This is a lineup of 9 righties.
Okay, well that makes me like Wine Time's position. Curious that the first 5 is. I mean, I guess it makes sense. The Angels are 25 cents more expensive first 5, which makes me think Soriano pitches well. But maybe it's just because Barnett is so vulnerable, which should throw us to the over.
It should, yeah, it should. It should. Like if we're going to move on this game, if you're going to move on the A's in any way, it has to be the A's team total over. You can't.
Yeah, but but why did the books go to 9.5 and move right back down?
Because of the weakness of the Angels sticks. You're absolutely right. Even if it's all right-handed bats,
inconsistency with the Angels bats.
What did you say the first 5 difference was?
25 cents.
Minus 147. Let me double check that.
Yeah, and then I hate that too. But I mean, it did it in the Cubs game, right? It went down to 10 and it moved right up back to 10.5, implying that
it's different for me on my book.
How much? 28? But implying that Sharps hammered that over 10 immediately, and they all were rewarded for it. So here, the total. Let me go back to it right now. Let's see exactly what it's done. I guess you can bet the Athletics team total over, and I think that makes sense. But the opposite happening here. As soon as it went up to 9.5, it got hammered to the under. As soon as the Cubs game went down to 10, it got hammered to the over. I think we have to respect. That stuff. It just doesn't correlate.
Yeah,
things just don't correlate.
The A's lineup, the guys I want to, they're 25 of 78 off Soriano, 321 batting average, 1.045 OPS.
And they're all in the lineup. These are the guys that we have.
It's Rooker, Langoliers, and Butler are the ones that really get to
him. Yeah, I'm off. I'm off. I just look. It just doesn't work. I'm off.
I'll be off it too. I'm not gonna end up moving on. If I do, I'll end up tweeting it out.
We have yesterday's birthday boy ready to rock for our final game, and it's the Boston Red Sox. A little boost of energy after we've spent over 3 hours hammering this baseball card, which I've enjoyed every second of it.
Oh yeah.
But it is a battle. I think this is the only way I can win. So if I just sit here and hammer it over and over from every angle for hours and hours to find the angles. And he has made it for the show because of the great. I don't know if you listen to Peyton Tolley talk, watch any of these videos or anything, how are you not an instant fan? An absolute instant fan of young Peyton Tolley. So without further ado, from our home studio in the Southtown 101, best bar in Texas, please welcome the backbone, fresh off his 28th birthday, we think, Mr. Jose Bouquet to the show. Snips, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm pretty exhausted, I'm not going to lie, but we're here. My lips are in my pants, and we're ready to talk ball.
Oh, boy.
TJ, it's nice to see you. I'd like Drunk TJ. Drunk TJ was on one last night. I missed that guy, too, so I can't wait to see that guy at Palooza.
Yeah, same here, man. Lips in the pants. That's a new twist on a horrible story.
Firmly tucked in.
Peyton Tolley. Peyton Tolley is special. And you expect that people are going to fight for him and try very hard for him, which we might think happens for Kyle Freeland. Peyton Tolley is in Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. These Diamondbacks, 36-33 at home, just a game under 500 overall. They didn't fall off after the mass exodus at the trade deadline, and the pieces that they gave away are doing squat as zilch. Red Sox, 15 games over 500 now, but a game under 500 on the road, and are creeping closer and closer to the Toronto Blue Jays. We saw Peyton Tolley in his first start against Skeens. He was spectacular. 5 1/3, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 8 Ks, and 2 walks. It was a 4-2 loss at home, but he left them in position to succeed. Eduardo Rodriguez coming off a brilliant start at the Dodgers. 6 innings, 4 hits, 4 Ks, 4 walks, 6-1 win. A rare, brilliant start for him. At home this year, he's been an issue, but he's been a little better of late. 10 home starts overall, 10 home runs allowed. Opponents hitting 283 against him. The Red Sox first lefties, 245 with a 663 OPS. The power numbers have vanished. The Diamondbacks first lefties, though, 276, 838. Diamondbacks bullpen's pitching better, which is a surprise. And the Boston Red Sox bullpen's been very consistent this year in a tricky position to stay consistent. So let's take a look at the line history and then hand it over to Mr. Bouquet. We have on the total, we have a 9. Now, I see 8.5s out there too. This opened up at 8.5, and it's not a real 9. It's minus 119 to the under and plus 105 to the over. This opened up 8.5, minus 119 to the over. It's basically not moved, I guess you could say. From a money line standpoint here, we have the Arizona Diamondbacks at plus 116. They opened up at plus 111. There was one move, just one. Well, that's not true because at first this was moving towards the Diamondbacks. The early money moved it towards the Diamondbacks. And then there was one move at 8:45 this morning. It was a 7-cent move. It was actually 8 cents towards the favorite, 7 cents away from the dog. That was when the Red Sox went from minus 116 to minus 124. Let's get into the cash flow. I think this will be important. Nasty Nate in the house. Of course, the Red Sox fans show up when we're talking Boston Red Sox ball. We have 73% of the tickets on the over, but just 52% of the cash. 56% of the tickets on the Red Sox and 66% of the cash. The line's not really moving. Mr. Bouquet, take it away.
Yeah, so I'll continue to get on my stump, and I will continue to say that Roman Anthony is a top 10 player in baseball, and without Roman Anthony, the Red Sox are fucked offensively. There's every revenge angle in the book here when it comes to Eduardo Rodriguez, World Series champion with the Boston Red Sox. People forget that. People also forget the home run he gave up to Yasiel Puig in that World Series. I will not forget that. But yeah, Jimmy, you said it. Peyton Tolley is the apple of my eye. He is everything I've ever wanted and more. I just relearned that he's a lefty again, and that makes me like him even more as a lefty. I fucking love the guy. I love him so much, but I think that this is a Diamondback spot, as much as I hate to say this. First time on the road, Diamondbacks hitting lefties, and I will continue to say that the Red Sox are not going to be good offensively without Roman Anthony. Now, since it's a lefty, the effects of that will probably be lessened a little bit, but he is their leadoff hitter, and they need him. So I was thinking under. I was thinking Arizona here, and I was just trying to figure out what way I was going to bet it. I have a few bets on the card already. Since you guys broke it down, I was just quietly listening and making bets with you guys, but it feels like it has to be a Diamondback spot today. And I was very close to betting like a first 5 under just to break myself here, but it just feels like an under in Diamondbacks.
It's not easy going up against the most exciting pitcher in Major League Baseball in front of a sold-out Fenway Park, and then going to play in Arizona where it's going to be empty and nobody cares. Now, the Red Sox fans will show up, so it won't be that empty. I like this look on Arizona, much to Nasty Nate's chagrin. I like it. I like it quite a bit. Justin Mcelvy moved on the Red Sox, though. Let's hear it from Wine Time Sports, Red Sox Diamondbacks.
All right. Shout out to Jose Hollywood Bouquet with the shades on in the studio, fresh off being hungover off his birthday night. You guys
not a sip of alcohol I had last night.
Oh, yeah, right. What was that you were sipping on again?
I thought that creme de cacao.
I mean, that's funny. You guys are like, that fucking barely counts. You fucking drinking like coffee. So that doesn't really count.
Shout out to my guy Jose, though, man. I'm holding it down here at Pub Sports Radio. Always doing best job producing. Shout out to my guy right there. I know he hates when people give him shout outs. So that's why I love giving Jose shout outs, because he fucking hates it. Shout out to you, Jose. And as far as this game goes, guys, we're on the Arizona Diamondbacks. I'm sorry, Nasty Nate, my guy in the chat right there. That was for you too for donating that membership. You said I owed you a shot. That was one for you too, my guy. Gave out the Diamondbacks plus 115 last night. You get them a plus 120 right now, full game. So you can get a 5 cents difference, better than what I got last night. I still like my standpoint on the Diamondbacks today. I think the Diamondbacks are going to end up finishing the season over 500, missing the playoffs, but I think they have a lot of pride. I like the manager, like everything they're doing. Jim mentioned it. I mean, they dealt the players they needed to dealt. And look is Geno Suarez doing anything? Have we heard his name since being traded? I don't think I have. It's kind of crazy to watch, actually. With that being said, I think this is a Diamondback spot at home in Arizona. Don't get me wrong, guys. Our Red Sox have been a cash cow for me this season. I've made a lot of money back in the Boston Red Sox this season. It just doesn't seem like the spot. Interesting enough, right now they're sitting plus 120. There's a 20 cents difference between the first 5 and the full game. Right now the Diamondbacks are plus 100 first 5. So they're telling you that Erod's going to go out there and probably pitch well here. I'm on the Diamondbacks. I got him plus 115 full game. You can get a better number right now at plus 120. I still endorse it. I don't like that it moved against me, but in this kind of game, I kind of felt like it might have moved against me. I think the public is going to come in on the Red Sox, as they probably should. But yeah, Diamondbacks money line plus 115 for me.
It sounds like the first 5 is the more appealing spot here, but I'm listening all ears, and I'm going to have something on the Diamondbacks. Let's hear from TJ.
Yeah, it's definitely the only way I could see this as a better is to fade the hype. But I want to back the kid, Yeah, he's very likable fellow, but I think obviously the smarter thing to do is anytime you get that much hype. I mean, if this was any other pitcher, average pitcher, but even above average, I think the line's going to be a little bit different here. Rodriguez is getting rocked by both sides of the plate. And initially I saw he's worse against lefties this year, but you go back, that's not really consistent. And even against righties, a 285 batting average and 800 OPS is, the righties are rocking him. Yeah. So you look at the lineup for Boston, and I agree Anthony's a hit, but I can't say Rodriguez is going to go out there and have great back-to-back starts with any confidence. I mean, he hasn't done it since June. So that being said, I find it hard to put money on Arizona just following the fade totally narrative. I'd only be that way. I agree with you guys, but I'm going to pass.
Nasty Nate has some pretty sound logic in the chat right now. So if we hype Jimmy's ping pong playing, does that mean we have to fade him at Palooza?
No, that's a lifelong of achievement. That's not one major league start at home.
Yeah,
a little bit of a difference.
And plus
the cortisone shot.
I mean, Jimmy, the last time you played, everyone was slandering you. I bought low. Everyone's like, oh, he's too polluted. He's a shaky mess. He's a fucking drunk. He can't beat Cab. And then Cab said, oh, I'll take it easy on the guy. Don't worry. And, we just had the cash.
21-5, if you were counting at home.
I love you still remember this.
Of course I do.
It's an ass kicking right there.
I'm better now with the cortisone shot. I'm a monster right now. I'm a fucking monster right now. I'm the best I've ever been, making up for lost time with the shoulder injury. I want the Diamondbacks. I think this is very now. The TJ brings up a great point. Can we trust Eduardo Rodriguez to have another good start? I mean, you could think he just shut down the Dodgers in LA. He's got to feel pretty good about himself. The Red Sox come to town, So, Jim Doolittle said Sox fans will be there in droves. I mean, I don't think they'll fill up the 47 or 48,000 or whatever the hell it is. But because of the question, I mean, the market is screaming to us. I like in fact, TJ, I think this has to be Diamondbacks first 3 and Diamondbacks first 5. The market is screaming at us, yelling at us to back Erod and fade the kid that everybody loves. And I'm going to do it.
I'll join you first 5. It's a 20-cent difference for me for plus 120 full game, even money first 5 for me. And I know Eduardo is going to be out there motivated to show Alex Cora what's up as well. I literally don't think any of his teammates are on the Red Sox still. Maybe Jarren Duran, but he wants to show Alex Cora what's up.
And Razor Sharp Picks has given us birthday picks here on his birthday. Seattle money line and Blue Jays money line.
Shout out to my Virgo brother Razor. Happy birthday, Virgo! Stand up.
Okay, this is a spot. Okay, my card is coming together, and we deserve this. Thank you, Craig. Would have won state if he didn't have arthritis. Would have won province. Doesn't sound as good. Got to use state.
That's true.
I gotta run. So is it okay to throw my action out? And then,
absolutely, you were a monster today, man. It's just these caps are getting longer and longer and longer. I apologize, man.
I know. I even told myself, just be short to the point. But and then it's like we finish the game. It's like, wait, did you see the first 5 difference? And then there's another.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I mean, isn't Shohei a fade on the same level? I mean, or do you trust this guy's character that he's going to step up for the ball club? Isn't he a fade or even more of a fade than Glasnow?
Yeah, he's books are saying that it's already 10 cents cheaper for the Dodgers.
Oh my God, it's minus 144 at Penny.
Yeah. He's more of a fade than Glasnow. I mean, guys, I've seen Ohtani pitch. I mean, he pitched really well for the Angels when he was here, but I mean, they kind of did him a favor and never threw him past 5 innings ever. I mean, look at his starts, how many times he's gone 7+ innings. It couldn't count it on one hand. He's a 5 or 6 inning guy, and that's it. And that's before the surgery. I don't know. I don't think he's ever going to be the same out there. I don't really think he should be pitching. I think he should probably learn.
God damn.
He's good enough at the plate. Don't get me wrong. He's one of the best hitters I've ever seen in my lifetime, if not the best. But I don't know. I think he's very vulnerable on the mound.
Wine just fucking burying the guy. Left his team now, just fucking covering him up. Put the gravestone down. Fuck.
Shout out to it. I had a pleasure watching him. Not a lot of people can say they watched him play in front of their eyes as much as I have these last couple of years, which was a blessing. I'll always remember. I'll be able to tell my kids that. Like, I watched Shohei Ohtani play whenever I wanted to drive 15 minutes down the road. They never won the games, but I still got to watch it. You know what I mean?
What I'm learning is that the closer you are to wine time, the more he'll slander you. Joey Ortiz, the media.
I never even played with Joey. He was on Pacifica High School.
Just before we got to get TJ out of here. TJ's got to run, and I know we got more work to do here. So, and I love it. I'm gonna bet that again. I'm bet the Orioles first 5+ half again. TJ, take it over, and I want to go through this to make sure I've got all your action too. Right. So let's roll through. Can you do it in the order that we capped it in?
I will try.
Okay, let's do it.
Chicago White Sox, Detroit under 8.5 -113. That's still sitting about there. Toronto money line +116. We've already seen a 7-8 cents.
Let's go catch the over. Sorry.
To Toronto. So that's good. New York Mets, Cincinnati over 9 -116. Circa and Superbook now have a 9.5 up, so that's a good sign.
Yep.
Seattle first 5 +0.5 at -120. I got San Francisco money line +107. Colorado first 5 team total over 1.5 -140. And I joined you with Cleveland, Tampa Bay under 8 -120.
Yeah, and I got it all. Beautiful. TJ, spectacular work. Let build on this record. That's a thing of beauty. TJ, 23-14 on our show, 62.6% plus 8.88 units ROI plus 24% average line -104. Thank you, TJ, from all of us. Thank you for rocking with us, man. You make us better. And
all right, guys, have a good night. Enjoy the football game, and pleasure.
There he is, our guy, TJ. Wine Time Sports, please review your action, my friend.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys my action that I originally tweeted out, and then we'll go over the added plays. We gave out the Cubs and Nationals over 10.5 -105. Cash comfortably here. It's 8-5 right now in this ball game. So we started off on the right foot right there in that ball game. We're also on the Braves -1 plus 105. You guys can kind of tell I was a little bit worried on this play. It didn't really move in my direction like I thought it would. We're still on it, though. I'm on the Diamondbacks money line +115. I'm also on the Tampa Bay Rays money line, -1 plus 100. I think that's a lot of value there. Even if they win the game by 1, I'll take a push. I just think the Rays are playing some really good baseball right now, and that's an affordable price that we can get them. The plays I added out, Reds, Mets over 9. Paid a lot of juice at -125. TJ paid -113 at the time. I think Jimmy paid 116 or something like that. So I'm paying a lot of juice for that one, guys, but I do think we're going to come out in the right in that one. I could have gotten a -120 if I would have moved on it about 15 minutes before. Also moved on the White Sox Tigers under 8.5 -115. And then we also gave out the Blue Jays money line +117. It seems like that's only moving down now as I gave that out, right? Oh my gosh, we're at a +108 right now, Jim, on the Toronto Blue Jays on that same exact side. It's only moving towards the Jays here in this spot. Blue Jays are the clear-cut side in this ball game. I'm glad I was able to talk that one out with you and TJ in that game because that really got me to the window in that game. Yeah, that's my action for today, guys. Me and Jim are going to break down a couple college football games. Before that, Jose, take it away, my guy. Let us know your action.
Juan, do you want a 5-minute breather because I'm going to bring a college football game to Jimmy just randomly here to talk out real quick.
Yeah, it's not Oklahoma State, Oregon, right?
No, fuck no. Oklahoma State sucks dick. They're gonna get dick rolled.
Yeah, you hear Dan Lane's comments though earlier in the week. I disrespect
yeah.
Gundy over there. I don't know.
Mike Gundy should be disrespected. He's a dumb fuck.
Hey, you're still paying tuition. Oh wait, no, you're.
Yeah, I'm still paying student loans there. Oh yeah.
Shout out to my guy Jose. Yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes. You guys chat it up for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Sounds good, buddy.
Good luck, Wine. Yeah, so just real quick, what I bet in MLB today,
Yeah.
just kind of listening to you guys. I'm on the under in the Guards Rays game, but we said that we were going to bet that yesterday. I got 8 minus 105 because I'm a big dumb bitch. White
No, it's
Sox.
better than what we got. I waited too long.
What did
So,
you get?
minus 120.
Oh, God. Okay, well, maybe I'm not such a big dumb bitch then.
Or maybe I, sir, am the big dumb bitch.
Well, let's all hope we can cash together because it doesn't matter if we all lose, you know. But White Sox, Tigers, under 8.5, minus 115. You guys all rode with that. You guys are all on Mets, Reds over 9. I got minus 125 with wine time because we're big dumb bitches. I took the Rockies team total over 4.5 plus 110. I will also say I think that Yankees Blue Jays line is a trap. I will say that right now. I'm not betting the game because again, I'm being a pussy or whatever. But I think the Yankees are the side in that. I think they line that to get Blue Jays backers. But you know, I looked at the line and I didn't move on it because the tickets were still 57% of the bets on the Yankees, 76% of the money on the Blue Jays now. But I think that line is trying to get people to bet the Blue Jays. They're going to move the line, make people feel comfortable, and the Yankees win that game. The fact that the shit man was a favorite against Kevin Gausman, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fucking believe it. So,
But Kevin Gausman allows 1.14 more runs over 9 innings than the shit man.
I think it's a small sample size for Schittler compared to, you know, Gausman. I think he's been up for like what 7 starts now, probably.
The
not
shit man, yeah. Well, no, he's had 5 home starts, so I don't know how many he's had overall.
So I still will trust. You know, on the face of it, you just think of Gausman versus a young prospect. You're like, give me Gausman. So I personally think that that's a Yankees trap there, but I hope you guys cash because I don't want to see the Yankees win, obviously.
You don't think the 6 left-handed bats in the Yankees lineup gives Gausman a spectacular opportunity?
I do, but again, my concern is why is the books opening up? Why did they open up at minus 130 or whatever it was?
Because the Yankees are 13 games over 500 at home, and the Jays are a 500 road team.
But I think being 500 on the road this year is good.
It is, but you're still 500 on the road against a team that's 13 games over 500 at home. Doesn't matter if 500 is good; you're still 500.
Yeah, I just think that should be minus 110 each way.
Oh God, I'd be all over. I'd be on the Yankees at minus 110 each way.
So I'll be fascinated to watch that game and see what happens. But
and you could very much be right. You could very much be right.
I hope I'm wrong. I really do. Trust me that I want to be wrong there. And then my last play, I am on the Diamondbacks first 5 even money. Now to spring this game onto you, Jimmy.
Yes,
we talked about it yesterday. Bobano is on the over in this game, and I will probably end up betting that as well. But UTSA Texas State, and this is as non-biased as a breakdown as you will ever hear from me. I could not believe this line. I told you guys that this line should be 7.5, because I thought UTSA was going to ship pump these dumb bitches. And seeing this open up at a 5, I was like, okay, fine. And then it's now down to 3.5 at a BOL. Penny still has a 4. Couldn't believe it. I just stopped me in my tracks, and I'm like, okay, if this is the line, then I am definitely concerned about UTSA's chances on Saturday. I will be at this game. Well, I will be at this tailgate, I should say that. I probably won't make it to the game. But I just am shocked at this line, and it feels like this is a Texas State line when all the X's and O's for me would line up to UTSA. I understand that Texas State beat Eastern Michigan. They put up 50 points. UTSA is coming off of an SEC game, but I mean, the way that UTSA ran the ball against an SEC defensive line made me feel like if they could do that, what are they going to do to a Texas State team that is bringing in a bunch of new transfers, new players, and they played a cupcake game to start off? So all this to say, I haven't bet the game yet. I'm going to bet the over for sure. Shout out to Bobano. But sidewise, I couldn't believe this line. Either the books are dumb and they're not, or Texas State is going to win this ball game personally. So
Yeah, and 54% of the tickets, 61% of cash on UTSA.
that is a appalling line. So I think if you are not an biased bitch like myself, I think Texas State is a great bet this weekend. I will be betting the over because I expect a lot of touchdowns, scores, whatever the fuck. And the defense, Bobano talked about the defense. Even the defense played a lot better than I expected against A&M. So I was a little surprised by that. But yeah, Texas State just seems like a good side this weekend that it will piss me off if it wins, but I will be betting the over in this game.
Yeah, that's a alarming number. Means Texas State maybe should be bet. So I'm going to be looking into that one here. My man, Mr. Bouquet. Jose, let's set up the next game here for wine time because we got to keep moving. We're over 4 hours in and we got lots to do still. So let's keep moving. Justin Miller says, finally on the same side as Jose. Let's get that money.
What side? Wait, what do we bet, Justin?
Let's roll. We have Bobano has already given us James Madison plus 14.5 at minus 108. And at this point, this was the one game that our guy Wine Time has yet to move on. We need to hear if he's moving on this spot. James Madison versus Louisville Cardinal. We already also heard from Kong's Clips. The Kong's Clips is on the Louisville Cardinal. Let's get Wine Time back in here. Kong's Clips confident on the Louisville Cardinal. I have drank beers at Churchill Downs and stared at this beautiful stadium. Now called
close.
It's right across, it's right. Like you see, it's right there. You see the Cardinal from your seat, from your.
And I assume the basketball arena is right there too.
I don't know. I'm drunk.
Okay, fair.
L&N Federal Credit Union Stadium in Louisville, Kentucky. Let's take a look at the weather here. I know we did this already yesterday, but let's just take a quick look at the expectation tonight. This one pops off at 7 p.m. Eastern, and we don't. So there, light rain is supposed to start at some point during the game, but the winds are very mild, 6, 7. Not very much. We got Big Zo on Louisville and the over, and Justin Biller grabbed Louisville when it was 13.5. And Bobano gave us the Dukes yesterday. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. Friday night action. We are back. Oh, I wonder if we're back here. I wonder if this. Yes, we are. So this one opened up at 15. So this one opened up with Louisville minus 15, and then by Wednesday, we had moved to a 13.5, a real big move towards James Madison. And then people started hammering Louisville, went through that crucial number of 14, and it's back at 14.5. So overall, we've had a half-point move towards the James Madison Dukes.
Apparently, Circa has this at 16 for Louisville.
Wow, that's bullish.
That's
wow.
crazy.
From a total standpoint, this is a 55.5, opened up at 57.5, a 2-point move towards the under. And when we get to the cash flow for tonight's college football action, 61% of tickets, 61% of cash on Louisville, 58% of the tickets on the over, and 79% of cash on the under. We have dropped 2 points. Wine Time Sports, take it away, James Madison, Louisville.
Yeah, just a quick overview on Louisville, man. Jeff Brom, I mean, I've been high on this guy for quite some time. He's known for bringing good quarterbacks in. Who's his OC coach and who's his OC and quarterback coach is Brian Brom, his brother. The Brom brothers continue to hit the portal hard. They got their quarterback in USC transfer, Miller Moss, he's strictly a pocket passer and wants to sit in the pocket. He's not very mobile. Big thing for me is Louisville is they returned true sophomore Isaac Brown. If you guys remember me talking about him last year, he was ACC Offensive Freshman of the Year. He's pairing up with the other another redshirt sophomore running back over there as well. These guys right here could be one of the best 1-2 punches in the ACC. Duke Watson's his name. These are two true sophomores who are the 1-2 punch. Their third string running back is a redshirt sophomore, and the next guy up is a true freshman in Braxton Jennings. This is a very young run game, but these guys are very explosive with the ball in their hands. Isaac Brown especially, this guy's going to be playing in the league here in a couple years. This guy's going to going to get drafted and go on and do big things. I really like Isaac Brown over here. Like everything Louisville's doing for the program going forward. They also returned senior Chris Bell, who's 6'2", 220, big body receiver coming off a 737-yard season with 4 touchdowns. He's going to be wide receiver 1 for Moss. They grab NC State Dakari Collins, who's the slot receiver. He was a starter for them last year. They have a pretty new offensive line, but it's also a lot of older guys with a lot of experience and that have played some time, not necessarily together. I think they're going to have some cohesion here, though, and they're going to play a little bit better. I don't know. Originally looking at this game, guys, I wanted to move on James Madison from start to finish, and I saw them move to 13.5, and I was like, you know what? I didn't get the 14.5. I'm going to stay away from the 13.5. Maybe this goes to a 13, and if so, we know that James Madison's going to be the side. No, it flips back to 14.5, 13.5. Now, I mean, we're at 15s right now, all across the board right now, minus 110, which is crazy. It's just continuously moving towards Louisville, as it should. I mean, this is a clear-cut advantage in talent and coaching, if you ask me. Don't get me wrong. I like everything that James Madison has done. Head coach Bob Chesney has done a good job with these guys. He brings in Matthew Sluka. You know, we remember talking about him last year with UNLV. He's splitting the reps with Alonzo Barnett III. I think Sluka is going to be the number 1 guy. It's going to be, I'm very curious to see what they're going to do in this game, if they're going to continue to go with the 2 quarterback set, what they're going to do exactly. I'm not super high on this James Madison team. They brought in a lot of transfer wide receivers to go along with this transfer quarterback that I don't really think is good for them. The more I'm looking at this game, guys, the more I think Louisville is the side. I think that Louisville, sorry, I shouldn't even say that. I was saying it wrong the whole time. Louisville, they are the clear-cut side in this game, guys. I think Jeff Brom, he's got everything in front of him for the ACC right now. I don't think he's going to win the ACC, but I think that he can very well have a pretty good damn record going into that game, and maybe have an argument I get into that title game. We'll see what happens by the end of the season, but this is a very talented team. I really like the run game. I think Isaac Brown could be one of the best running backs in the country when he's playing at his full speed, and when he gets enough reps and gets enough touches out of that backfield. He's very dangerous. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to end up being a pass for me, guys. I can't move on Louisville minus 15 right now. It's just too many points for me. Although I think they're going to win this game without a doubt. They're going to win this ball game. It's just a little bit too much for me because I think James Madison maybe can backdoor cover. But at the same time, I don't know. It's just moving towards Louisville. I think that they're probably the right side in this one. I'm just not going to move on. It's going to be a pass for me as of right now, guys. I won't take too much of the time in this one, but it's going to be a pass for me.
Interesting, very interesting market move. Wild 14.5 goes through the key number to 13.5. You're right. If you see a 13, you know it's bet on, and now we have 15. So yeah, tricky stuff. Bobano is on James Madison plus 14.5. Let's move on to a spot we haven't talked about yet. Saturday, September 6th, 12 p.m. Eastern. We have the 11th ranked Illinois Fighting Illini. Shout out to our friend Saturated at the Duke Blue Devils. We're at Wallace Wade Stadium in Durham, North Carolina. Let's get into the weather here. Durham, okay, of course, gotta do that. Here we go. We have on Saturday a lot of rain. Will it be falling during the game? And no, it won't. No, it won't. Okay, so it doesn't start until nighttime. So there's no concern about the rain. Wind is a non-issue. It's actually going to be gorgeous for when the kickoff occurs. Let's get into the line history here for Illinois Duke. We have this total at 49.5. It opened up at 50. It climbed up slightly, and then it dropped. So overall, we are down a half point. It's more of a 3/4 of a point as it's juiced towards the under. From a point spread standpoint here, we have Duke. Well, let's go with Illinois. We have Illinois minus 2.5 and minus 110. That is where they opened, but it isn't as simple as that. Opened up minus 2.5, minus 108, and we're talking last week, and it moved to 3. It moved to 3, and it lasted there until Tuesday. And then on Tuesday, it went back to 2.5, and then back to 3. And not only that, but by Tuesday afternoon, so Tuesday morning, it's a 3, Tuesday afternoon, it's 2.5, then it's a 3, and it's a 3.5. I mean, we're seeing a minus 116 at the minus 3 at 4 p.m. on Tuesday. And then we saw the 3.5 hit. It happened, on just after midnight on Thursday morning. This got to a 3.5. It was a legit, real 3.5. And since then, we've had a full point move back towards Duke, talking about a key number. Mally Mal on Illinois money line. Let's get into the line history. Oh, I did that already. Let's get into the cash flow and then hand it over to our guy, Wine Time. We have 66% of the tickets on Illinois and 58% of the cash. 50% of cash, 50% of the tickets on the over, and 61% of the cash on the over. So we have more U-shaped movement for you to deal with. Take it away, Wine Time. Illinois Duke.
I don't know, Jim. The more I look at this game, it's just continuously moving towards the Duke Blue Devils. I mean, why, guys? I mean, looking at this game going into the season, everyone was saying Illinois, the sleeper team to win the Big Ten. Guys, I mean, think about this roster that Brent Bielema has. This is probably the best offensive line that he's ever had in his whole career. And this guy's been coaching for quite some time. He returns their entire offensive line. These guys are 4th, 5th, 6th year guys that have been playing with each other for quite some time here. I like everything that they're doing here for this Illinois program. I mean, they're the number 11 team in the nation for a reason. Shout out to my guy Saturated. You said that name, Jim, and I haven't seen him in the chat in quite some time. I got to reach out to him.
Yeah.
Shout out to Saturated.
We talked about that last night. We all miss him, and so everybody needs to reach out to our friend Saturated. I'm sure he'll be back for NBA, but usually he's back by now, so it's
for
worth
football.
Yeah.
Luke Altmaier. I mean, this guy's been with the program for quite some time as well. He's entering his senior season. This team is very experienced and has a lot of players returning who are very experienced. This team has every edge here. You look on the other side at Duke here. What did Duke go out and do? They grabbed Darian Mensah, the quarterback from Tulane. This guy, they paid a lot of money to bring him over here. Duke, man, they're really forking over some money. They bring in Manny Diaz, who is a defensive mind. We've seen him do great things as a defensive coordinator. Not so much as a head coach when you think about his Miami days, but it definitely seems like everything is going forward to him. He's still a fairly younger guy. I mean, he's not young, but I mean, he's not old either. He's been building something nice over there. And you got at Wallace Wade Stadium, only holds 40,000 people. This place is going to be jam-packed. This is going to be a sellout crowd here. We've seen Duke play so well at home against upper competition these last couple seasons. When you look back 2-3 years ago, even last year, it seems like Duke is only getting better. When they hired Manny Diaz, there's a lot of questions for me because I said, why? Like, Diaz is where he belongs as a DC, but he's really doing something nice over here at Duke. Don't get me wrong, the numbers are a little inflated from last week against the team they played, a no-name team, and they really scored in that second half of that game in garbage time. You can't really take a lot out of that. This is the move I think is the play in this game, guys. I'm going to add something that I haven't even tweeted out because I have to. I fear the number's going to move away from me before it's too late for me to move on. I'm on the under 24 minus 120 first half. Got this number yesterday. I was surprised. I was looking, I was like, is it going to give me 23.5? No, they gave me a 24 at minus 120. I said, I'm going to take that right now. Probably minus 23.5 at most spots in the first half right now for this ball game. I just think it's going to be a very slow pace game right out the gate. We know Manny Diaz is a defensive minded guy. Darian Mensah, he's a transfer coming over. I think they're going to start off a little slow. I think they're going to try to run the ball with Hakeem Moore and Anderson Castle, two of their running backs. I think they're going to do that, run first, and I think Illinois is going to do the same thing. They're never going to ask Luke Altmaier to really throw the ball downfield unless it is a big-time situation later in the game. I think he's going to be more of a game-type manager. This guy knows the offense from front and back. I mean, he's been with the system his whole career. I mean, he's been with the system for years. It's crazy to see how much camaraderie this Illinois team has. And here I am, guys, Duke +3, minus 110. This is going to be the play I add, guys. I think that Duke is the clear-cut play here. Why are they only a +3 against the number 11 team in the nation? It's an out-of-conference game. Doesn't mean the world to either team because I was talking about this with Moose yesterday because regarding that Baylor game, I was like, these games don't necessarily matter to the program because all you have to do is go to your conference championship and win that game. When you lose these out of conference games, it hurts your record. But now that the playoff is extended, you don't need to win these out of conference games necessarily. It does help your resume by all means at the end of the season, and it makes you look a lot better than what you are, obviously. With that being said here, I think that Illinois could lose this game and still have a really good season, compete for the Big Ten. I have high hopes for this Illinois program, but I think that this might be a big trap game, guys, in Duke. This isn't a huge crowd. Like I said, 40,000, but it's going to be, you're going to hear these fans at the stadium. You're going to hear them loud and clear here. We've seen them storm the field. They've been upsetting teams, it seems like, left and right these last couple of years. And I think this is a perfect spot for Duke to probably win this game outright. I'm going to take the +3. I just want to make sure I can get this number still, because I'm seeing it. Jimmy, can you get me a 3 still? I'm seeing 2.5s at a lot of spots right now, my friend.
Yeah, it has. Oh, you can get a 3, but it'll probably cost a little bit. Let me see if I can get it.
I'm looking around right now because I want the 3. I'm not going to take the 2.5 if I can't get it. Wow, 2.5.
Yeah, let me.
If I can get a -120 here, let me see. I might take it, and I'll take the juice right now because, guys, I mean, it's Friday. The game's tomorrow. Why is Duke a +2.5 against the number 11 team in the nation? It's because Duke's defense is legit. I think these guys are going to go out there, I think Manny's going to have a really good game plan for this defense. +3. If I can find a -1, I'm going to hold off on the play side because I can't give you guys a -110 like I originally thought before I came on the show. This was a +3 this morning. This had to have changed in the last 5 hours, and I didn't actually move on it. I wanted to move on it on screen. Waited a little too long. I can't find it. I'm not going to give you guys any. Could give you a +3 at -130, but I think I'm just going to hold off for right now. I'm going to give you guys the under first half 24 -120 though. Without a doubt, that's the play I already tweeted out and I gave out. I think it's going to be a very low scoring affair first half, but I also think that Duke wins this game outright. I might move on Duke. I'll have to let Jim know before that, but as of right now, it's just going to be the first half under because I can't simply find a +3 at an affordable price. I could have gotten a -110 this morning, and I can't get it now.
Yeah, we have a -120 at Fanatics. I'm trying to check a couple books. I'm having some trouble with some of them, but let's see if we get this here. But we can get. Oh, here we go. Okay, I can get you. Let's go over here. I just think I can beat this -120. We can give you at least a -120.
Let me double check here if I can get a -120 at my book on this one. Let me see.
Oh, here we
Minus
go.
130 for me everywhere, Jim. It's unfortunate because I could have gotten a -10 when
the -120 Fanatics is the best available. I see -126.
Yeah, I'll stay away as of right now, guys. I'm going to move on the first half under 24. First half, though, -120. I already paid a little bit of juice on that, so I'm not gonna force it on Duke. If I do, I'll tweet it out, guys. Be sure to follow me on Twitter, and I will definitely tweet this one out. I'm definitely gonna have to take a look back over this game. This and the Baylor SMU game, Jim. I told Moose yesterday I've capped these games 3 or 4 separate times, and it finally took me that angle to move on the first half yesterday and this. And as I was sleeping last night, woke up, you know what I mean? I had these thoughts in my head about teams. I thought, I'm just like, why am I not on Duke? Why am I not on Duke +3 right now? You know what I mean? It was just one of those feelings I had. Should have moved on it when I could have, and I didn't. So I'm not going to give the -130.
I get it. But we have the first half under 24 in the Illini Blue Devils at Wallace Wade Stadium. The final college game we are going to talk about before we get into the WNBA. We have Justin Mcelvy and Ron Crawford joining us for the WNBA, which will be a lot of fun. Here we have the UCLA Bruins at the UNLV Rebels Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. It was pretty easy to fade the story. And the story was UNLV can't play football. Look how terrible they are week 1. It's just, as easy as it gets. And now we may have that same opportunity with the UCLA Bruins after they get absolutely destroyed by the Utes. Now, Bobano's given us UCLA -2.5 and -110. He's also given us the over 54.5. AM says he thinks this line is spot on. Let's take a look at this line history here for this one. This is Saturday night action here, and Winetime and I both lost money backing the UCLA Bruins. This one pops off doesn't it? Or what? Sorry, when is it?
This one's this is going to be 8 o'clock
p.m.
your
Okay.
time.
Cool.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, here we go. We have the 2.5 still here. It's minus 114 towards the Bruins. Opened up at -2, and it took 2 hours, a little under 2 hours before it was a 3. Even when it got to 3, it became more juice. But that was the last time we saw a 3. It's been 2.5 ever since. So overall, we've moved a half point towards the Bruins, and it is juiced. We get to the total for this one. Sorry, here we go. Come on, so many games. Total perspective, we have this sitting right now at, here we go. We have it sitting right now at 54.5, juice to the over at -113. This opened up at 56.5, and it dropped all the way down to a flat 53. This was a flat 53 on Wednesday. It was a 54.5, which is what it is now, when Bobano gave us the over 54.5. We have Bobano on the over and UCLA -2.5. What is Wine Time doing with his Bruins after the ass kicking in week 1?
Yeah, guys. Utah. That team's most likely going to win the Big 12 this season. It's a very talented team. But I can't say anything against. UCLA looked horrible on the defense. They couldn't stop anything that came at them on the ground. When you have a dynamic quarterback like that, I guess it's tough to prepare for that. But at the same time, you got to at least look up a little. You have to at least be a little more prepared for that. And they were not prepared for that. I think that lit a little bit of a fire under their ass this week. Deshaun Foster, guys, I had a lot of love for this guy. I'm not really sure if this guy is a good head coach heading forward. And I'm not sure if this UCLA team wins 5 or 6 games this year. I do think they win this game, though. I think that this is a big game for them. I think if Deshaun Foster loses this, he might go on the hot seat quick. And that's coming from a UCLA fan, talking about a guy that played running back for them, that's been the running backs coach that has developed NFL players. He's got to get this one. I think Tino Sinceri is going to go out there and have a good game plan for Nico against this UNLV defense. This UNLV team is a pro-based team. They have a lot of NFL and higher-end coaches on their staff. Starts with Dan Mullins. We saw him at Florida. Didn't have a lot of success, but this guy has held some pretty significant jobs in his career, and taking the job at UNLV after Barry Odom leaves for Purdue, brings over some of his older kind of guys, guys that I don't really necessarily are too relevant in today's college football. We saw them really struggle against 2 teams in their first 2 games, especially in week 1. They were able to come back and win. But even in their last matchup, they didn't look that good out there. With that being said here, the UNLV is going with 2 quarterbacks right now, but it does seem like Anthony Calandria is taking over the starting job, the Virginia transfer, over Alex Orji, the Michigan transfer. It's very much of a 2-man game out there, but Alex Orji is really more of the guy that's going to run with it rather than pass it. Calandria, he's got a pretty decent arm out there. This UNLV team has a lot of transfers, pretty similar to UCLA. I just think there's a lot of talent discrepancy in this game here. I think this is we saw what Nico did against the teams that weren't that good last year when he was with Tennessee, and he absolutely dominated against them. It's just a talent level. This kid's 6'6", 215. He's built like any NFL scout looks at this guy from a physical trait and is like, wow, like this guy, it's impressive. He's got to show it on the field, though, and I think Tino's going to set him up for success this weekend with the run game. I think they're going to go with the run game early. I mentioned it last week. The run game was important. They didn't get to it because they went down early in the ball game. So they couldn't really use their running backs because they kind of knew they had to throw because they went down early. I think they're going to get the running backs a lot more involved. I don't think UCLA blows these guys out by any means. I think this is probably going to be like a 38-27 type of ball game, probably in favor of UCLA. But I think that the line is like this for a reason. Look at everything. If you look at any UCLA video right now, there's 100 comments under it from Tennessee viewers talking smack on Nico, saying, wow, thank you for the bargain deal for Joey Aguilar, even though they just played one of the worst defenses in all of college football from last year in Syracuse. I just think there's a lot of hate on him right now, and I think a lot of people are going to be fading UCLA going forward because of the whole drama with Nico. I think he bounces back in this game. Don't think UCLA is going to have a good season, but I think they get this win, minus 140 on the money line. I'm paying the juice. I already paid the juice. I'm not taking the 2.5. I think they win this ball game. We'll see if it happens, man, but I just think the talent discrepancy in this is pretty – it's a mismatch everywhere on the field if you look at it, especially at the quarterback position. I mean, Nico is a much better quarterback than the 2 guys they're going to throw out there. We'll see if they can capitalize. If not, UCLA is going to be in trouble. They might not win a game this season. I think this is one of the games they get, though. Give me UCLA money line -140. I think it's going to be a bounce back spot where everyone thinks they're going to lose this game. And I understand it.
I expect to get there tonight. It's funny because, AM saying UCLA -2.5, a big name school. This is bait. Because the first thing I think of is they just got fucking
Slaughtered.
annihilated, 43-10.
Look at the comments on every single thing regarding UCLA football, guys. There's 100 comments. There's never that many. There's like 10 comments because it's hard to come by here in Southern California. I'm not gonna lie, but it's all Tennessee fans chirping in saying, wow, like, thanks for taking them off our hands. In today's current age, he's definitely reading that stuff.
They let Utah go 14 of 16 on third down. 14 of 16 while they went 2 of 11. They're outgained 492-220. I can't even think about what happened to the Rebels in week 1 against Idaho State. All I can think about is, Jesus Christ, you got absolutely annihilated. And that's when I want to back a team. This isn't week 9 when they're planning what school they're going to go to next year.
Exactly.
This is week 2. I don't see how I'm not going to be on UCLA here, but there's different ways of reading it, and I can understand the way you're reading it. AM, Mike is on UNLV money line. AM says UNLV +2.5 has value. I expect to be with you guys on UCLA. I think that in this situation, you got to be burned twice before you are afraid of being burned, and so I'm gonna put my hand in the fire here with you, but I am gonna cut the vig down with the 2.5.
Yeah.
But Bobano couldn't get a 3. It's moved a few cents in the direction of UCLA. I just want the vig down. If I can't get a 3, I don't care too much about it. But I can understand your plan. UCLA Bruins here for our guy Wine Time Sports, and you're leaving the total alone.
Going to leave the total alone, although I do lean towards the over because I'm not sure who's really going to be able to stop who here. I do think UCLA will make a little bit of adjustments on defense. This is a big step down in competition. You have to think Utah after that win is already ranked 25. They probably should be ranked a little higher. It's Kyle Whittingham. This guy's been here for forever. He brings in one of the top transfer quarterbacks. Utah's a good school. They might go 11-1 this season. So, it doesn't change. UCLA still should have had a better showing, without a doubt. But Utah might just be that damn good. I don't know.
Wine time here on the first half under 24 in Illinois Duke, and he is on UCLA money line for us on Wednesday. Let me pull up the Wednesday slate from Wine Time Sports, and on Wednesday, sorry, here we go. 1 second. Oh my God.
I can pull it up right now, Jim. You're all good, my friend.
Did we open with college? No.
Yeah, we did. No,
we did the one game first. There we go. Okay, let me say just so we can confirm that everything's right. Wine Time gave us Iowa +3 at -110, and the first half under 20.5 in Iowa State. Then he gave us Kansas +7 at -120, and Virginia Tech at -110 on the money line.
Let's go. That's everything correct, man. And Virginia Tech is now -2.5. I love everything I'm seeing in that game. I just hate that me and Moose had just paragraphs going back and forth on that game, and we didn't see eye to eye on that one. It was just like I was trying to, we were trying to convince each other. That's the fun of all this. Everyone looks at games differently, and that's what makes it all great and what makes us better. That we can look back and be like, okay, where did I get this wrong? And you can look at certain things that people tell you and stuff. It's so much fun doing this stuff, man. I love doing this.
It is extremely fun, but it also helps that all the hard work that we're putting in to this, that, we're seeing the rewards, we're seeing our ROI. You added to your unit size. You get out of life what you put into it, and we're really fighting a good fight to succeed here right now. And doing it, man. What work from Wine Time so far in college football here on the show? 8-4, 66.7% plus 3.65 units. ROI plus 30.42%. Average line -111. A Wine Time yeoman work today. Absolutely spectacular, man. And I cannot wait to see the roller coaster that we will be riding here in just a couple short hours. I'm going to put Wine Time's X handle here in the chat. Please support our friend Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, you crushed it today, man. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Oh, man. Good stuff, everyone in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to my guy, Justin. I'm glad you got that over with me in this game. It's not always nice to get that early cash, guys, but thing is, we have a lot more plays going on tonight, and we have a lot more plays tomorrow. A lot of action coming up this weekend, guys, as far as baseball, college football, NFL. I'll be with Jimmy on the Pub Hub show on Sunday morning. So catch me there. Catch me tomorrow morning, guys, 7 a.m. over here on the West Coast, the tailgate. Me, Dabby Cab, Moose Money Bets, Guns, Kongs. My guy Gorki will be there as well. All the fellas will be there giving out their fire college football plays. We had an off week last week, guys, but you know what that means? That means that this week is going to be a huge week. I'm already excited. We'll probably be backstage 30 minutes before the show talking about our game. So I'm looking forward to it, guys. Love all you guys. Good luck on all your guys' action. Give me a follow on Twitter, Wine Time Sports. I'm going to be tweeting out all my action this year, guys. It's all posted on there. You know, you don't got to subscribe to anything. No, nothing. You just click on my profile. All my stuff is there. My current plays my college football plays will probably be pinned every single week. I got to do that for this week right now. But appreciate you guys, man. We've been on the show for almost 5 hours right now. I think I've been here with you for 4 hours and probably 30 minutes. It's been a great time, man. I love doing this with you, Jim, man. Can't wait to kick it with you in San Antonio here in a couple months as well. It's going to fly by before we know it.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully you get out here before then as well. But shout out to everyone, guys. Love you guys. Good luck on all your action.
Our guy, Wine Time Sports in the house. It is time to move on to the WNBA. We have WNBA, then we have college football best bets from the Gorakle, and we talk Canadian football before putting a bow on the proceedings. We have our Cappers contest as well. Our Cappers contest is up and Adam, 80 entries so far. We are close. We are close to 100, and we want more than 100. That'll put 10,000 in the prize pool, including the $1,000 that is given to us as a bonus from Harbor Acres Cottages. $1,000 bonus for the capper with the most perfect weeks accumulated throughout the 18-week season. There we go. And Spooner's going to be in the contest tonight. Thank you, Spooner. We're really pumped up about it, man. Really pumped up about it. It is time to talk the WNBA. We're hoping that our first guest is going to be joined by his co-star over in the 2-3 zone over at Tony's Picks. But let's get to work here. Okay. Yeah, that's all good. We won't be. Oh, you need to. Okay. No worries, Ron. Do your thing, my man. Please welcome our guy, star of WNBA programming here on the channel, star of the Stacks play of the day. And speaking of stacks, it is. Oh shit, that was Wednesday's stacks. It is athletics team total over 4.5 is Stacks play of the day. God, where the hell? Jesus. Where the hell is it here? I'm doing that off the top of my... Oh, yes. And Keenan Allen, 40 or more receiving yards. Number 1, athletics over 4.5, team total plus 116. Number 2, please welcome our friend, Mr. Justin Mcelvy.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Mike.
Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm okay. I always... This is the point where I got to get action in. I'm just thinking about... I want to sit back, have all my action in, and then get on the roller coaster. That's what I would like. So I get a little antsy. At least I got 6 of the bets, even though one was taken off with the pitching change for the Dodgers.
Where's Ron at?
Ron has a show. He's not going to be able to jump on with us. He has a show.
Yeah, he got a happy hour start at 5. I don't have to do that, so we're not. I wanted to do it, but I don't have to do it, so we're straight.
All right. Well, thank you for walking with me. This has been one of our Friday marathons. Let's get to work. I got hit hard last night. It sucked. Gave back the money I picked up from the Atlanta Dream 2 days ago.
I meant
Now
to check
back-
Twitter. Did you end up getting on the Valkyries and Mercury?
Yes,
Did you
And
see? Did you see how I lost that first half though, Jimmy?
I did. Yeah, it was astonishing. I was happy that you cashed that Aces first half money line. But yes, we got to heat up, and now is the night. Right now, let's get to work and set up the 3 spots, here on the board. And of course, the biggest news here is in Game 2, Angel Reese is not going to be in the lineup. She picked up her 8th technical foul on Wednesday, and I thought about immediately betting the Fever, and then it had gone from 13.5 down to 11.5. I was like, you know what, let's just wait and talk it out with Justin. But let's talk about this game here. Sparks Dream, Gateway Center in College Park, Georgia. As I said, and we've talked about many times, you fade a team and you're right, and then you want to back them 2 days later. But I still don't want to back the Sparks because it's over. The Fever are going to beat the Sky tonight. There's no Angel Reese to get in the way. It feels like it's over and the Sparks will be eliminated. They're still going to go all out, but it also feels like Atlanta is going to do what it can to get that second seed. They just beat the Sparks by 11. It was clinical. They did it without the services of Alicia Gray. They just played very good basketball. This is the third meeting between the two teams this year. Dream have won both. They won 88-82 in LA, then won 86-75 just 2 nights ago. Let's take a look at the line history and the cash flow and hand it over to Justin here, because I have gone against the zigzag this last situation with WNBA, and it worked for me, and I'm ready to do it again. We have Atlanta minus 5.5 at minus 112. 5.5 minus 112. This opened up at 6.5. We've had a 1 point move towards the Sparks. From a total standpoint here, we have a 170 minus 109 to the under. Opened up at 169, now at 170. It is unbelievable to me how the Dream are just more than the sum of their parts. They're just a very good basketball team. They're deep and they're playing well. Let's get to the cash flow here. Move over to WNBA. I hope that it's up. I did get a different site that Ron Crawford uses that can help us when it's not up, but we're in business here. We have 89% of the tickets and 89% of the cash on the Los Angeles Sparks. God, I want to fade that. 72% of the tickets on the under and 79% of cash on the under. Justin Mcelvy, take it away. Sparks Dream.
Excuse me. Yeah, I threw away that whole. I got the zigzag theory in WNBA. I got it out my head, and when I did this with Ron and Ramon, I think I gave away the over in this game. And I still like it, but it got a little higher. And then I had to dig a little deeper. And by no means am I on the Sparks. And it's not because they embarrassed me. It's because I realize now it's hard to cap my team, but I mean, we're good. Atlanta and Dream are really good. And the Sparks haven't beat us yet. And even though the Sparks, they not eliminated. Not from what I've seen.
No, they're not eliminated. No.
But their backs is against the wall. And they're not going to win tonight. But what I'm on is a prop that cashed 100% of the time when they played each other. I'm on Bree Jones over 13.5 points. Best number you could get me. And I still want to get to this over because I think this game going to fly over. I think the Sparks going to give us everything they got. I don't think they're going to win. And I felt like their best shot was, and that's because, like, I really had to, I don't know if you be joking sometimes when you say you sit in a dark room, but I really do that. I go in my man cave and turn the lights out. And I just sit there and think. Before I even cap, like, I take like 30 minutes and drink my coffee in the dark. And everybody in my house think I'm weird. And I think, what am I doing wrong? And what I'm doing, what I over and over and over, what I'm doing wrong, Jimmy, is treating the WNBA like it's the NBA. Like, and that's what I keep doing over and over and over again. And it has me like so mad at myself because just because teams have to win, that don't mean they're gonna win though, Jimmy. Like, I gotta get that thought process out my head. Like, I don't believe the Sparks gonna win. I'm not on the side. I'm on Bree Jones over her points, which she cast 100% of the time against the Sparks. And before we get out of here, I'm working on it now. I was trying to get it done, and I had to go get my daughter out the bus. But I'm gonna have to dream money line in a parlay. I'm gonna do that because the Sparks not gonna win this game. Because all I keep hearing is the Sparks has to win. It has to win. It has to win. Don't nobody in life have to do anything but breathe. That's the only thing that has to be done. And the zigzag theory, it works most of the time in NBA. But this is the WNBA. You got to put a W in front of it. Like, maybe I'm wrong again. I could be. Look at my record. I definitely could be. But I don't see the Sparks winning this game. But I don't want to lay no points. It seemed like the line from when we did this 2-3 zone, it seemed like the line moving towards the Sparks. But in the WNBA, in this situation, I don't care. I'm not, like I said, I'm not giving the spread up. I'm on Bree Jones. And I'm also on the over, but I got over 168.5. If you could get anything close to that, I'll make that official, along with Bree Jones, then I don't got to worry about no parlay.
You know, at All-Star break, or at basically MLB All-Star break, which is a little earlier than WNBA All-Star break, but I was getting absolutely annihilated, just destroyed. And I was like, what am I doing? And then I came to the realization too, I'm capping this like I am the NBA. It's my first full year doing it. And I've tried to stop that as well. And it's easier said than done because it's our whole life we've capped the NBA. So it's hard to kind of get that out of your system here.
For me, it's my fault. For me, it's a little more frustrating because for 2 years, I was capping the WNBA and I wasn't betting it, but I was just tracking it, writing it down, and I wasn't even making no plays official. I was just seeing how I was doing. And I thought I did good. And it's like this year, and the problem is, I don't like giving out the same plays every show that I do. So when I find another play, I'll win one show, lose the other show. But from now on, when I cap a play, I'm giving out, if I go live, I'm giving out the same play every show I do. That's just, because like you say all the time, it's not about my record, it's about my bankroll.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, at the end of the day, like, I need to win and I need bread in my bankroll. So trying to give different looks is getting me hurt, and I'm not doing it no more. That stopped yesterday.
I can get you over 13.5 minus 115.
I'll take it right now.
Over 13.5 points. Now, this is more expensive at Sharper Books, which is a good sign.
It's 100%. She casts 100%. I mean, which means she probably won't tonight, but that's another story. But what's the best over and under you could get? The lowest, I should say.
The best number for the total across the board right now is a flat.
That's what I really like.
It's a flat 169.
I'll take it because I bet it at 168.5, and I need 169 to win.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I ain't gonna have no dream parlay now. I'll take the over 169. Flat 169?
Yeah, 169 minus 110.
Yeah, 110? Oh, yeah. I'll take that right now.
You are in a business here. The Dream have to win this basketball game.
That don't mean they're going to.
But I think they're just take out Alicia Gray and they're still better. They have to win this game. The Sparks have to win this game, and they just don't have the intangibles. They don't have the toughness. They don't have the defense. I still like betting them at times, but
that's the good thing about getting towards the end of the season, especially for this game, because you need two teams that have to win the game. They both have. Dream can't lose no games, so we can't give up positioning, but yet the Sparks can't lose no games. Or if they lose this game, I think they're done.
Oh yeah, they're done. Rakia Jackson is on the injury report right now, questionable. We know that Alicia Gray is not going to play. So the problem I have here is without Alicia Gray, the Dream, shot 43% from the field and 39% from three. I told you 2 days ago that I've in my entire life I've never bet a team that's won the first two games of a 3-4 in the third game ever in my life. And now it's 4-6, but they've had a chance just at least to rest. They shot 6 of 25 from three. You have to think that the Sparks shoot better than that. Now they're going to need Rakia Jackson to shoot better than that. Their starters shot 5 of 21, and then they scored just 34 points in the second half, and so did the Dream. The Dream stopped scoring in the second half. If the Sparks shoot 40% from three on Wednesday, they win. So I mean, if what is the outlier statistically in what happened in the basketball game 2 nights ago? It's that the Sparks couldn't hit a three for their life, and we know that they're capable of doing it. So that does make me a little uncomfortable here.
And this game, like, that was when I gave it out, that was one of the first things that I circled about this over, because there was so much that went wrong, and it only stopped by like, excuse me, I want to say it only stopped by like 2 or 3 points shy of over. And this is the game that you got Sparks team coming in, balls to the wall, but I guess you can't really say that for WNBA, but you got them. This is like they're throw the kitchen sink at it. All we need is a little bit more positive shooting from one team, not even both teams. That's why I love this over. And would I be surprised if the Sparks win? Maybe a little bit. But you see, I'm not on the side. So I just think both teams are going to score. And whoever wins this, I don't see how the Sparks win this game. I think the Valkyries, and it's the same situation as yesterday. The late game going to see who won this game, meaning the Liberty, because they all jockeying for spots. Like Liberty, everyone think that the Liberty they're not playing for nothing, but they could slide back one more slot. So, and we're going to talk about the Liberty in a second, to a team that they haven't beat in the last 2 tries. So
I'm incapable of seeing 89% of the tickets and 90% of the cash on the Sparks and not betting against them.
You said 89?
89% of the tickets, now 92% of the money is on the Los Angeles Sparks. I have to bet against that. Now, a very important point was how, and TJ was making it last night, that if you are focusing on the market in your capping, then you can't do that really with WNBA. We heard from Dave Mason, a bet online, that they had more bets. Now it was a Chicago Sky, like Connecticut Sun game. Like it was a real trash game, but they had more bets on the Little League World Series than they had on the Sky Sun game. That's crazy. And it's facts. Like Dave Mason wasn't joking. It was facts. And that was the Little League World Series final, or when like near the final, and they had more bets on that game than on the WNBA game. And then TJ sent that to me. He's like, "How do you bet into that shit?"
That's hilarious.
It made me uncomfortable, but still, all this money. I'm gonna see. Also, I'm gonna bet baseball as soon as the show's over, unless there's something here I feel like I need to bet. And then I expect the information to be sound. If this goes down to 4.5, it means the books do care that the money's coming in on the Sparks. If this stays at 5.5, or even goes back to 6, it's an immediate bet on the Dream.
But this is what's funny. And I don't look at line movement, or I don't look at where the money is until I come on your show. But so if Rakia is questionable, and when we Ron and Ramon did this, it was 6 or 6.5 yesterday. Why is the line dropping?
The line's dropping a point because people believe in the zigzag theory, because if this was the NBA, we'd all be on the Sparks.
Even with a questionable Rakia, they're still believing in that?
Well, she's still on the books for player props. Now that screwed me here, because remember 2 days
Got
ago,
me too.
Alicia Gray was on the
It's
book.
got me with that. Well, I can't ever think of Paige. It got me with Paige one time. Her name was on there on the books, and it got me. Matter of fact, oh no, that was Liberty. It got me with John Quell.
And we can explain that, right? It's because there's not enough money being bet. In the NBA, there's so much money in being bet. There's no way they would leave it up. So
Makes sense. Makes sense.
all right, we have Justin Mcelvy on Brianna Jones over 13.5 points, minus 115. The over 169 at minus 110. And I expect to be on the Atlanta Dream. Let's talk about the Chicago Sky at Indiana Fever. The Chicago Sky are going to be playing without Angel Reese. She picked up her 8th technical 2 days ago. So no Angel Reese in the lineup. No Haley Van Lith in the lineup as well. The Sky have been playing much better basketball, and it culminated with them destroying the Connecticut Sun. We had cappers in the chat. I think it was Will Johnson and others, but cappers in the chat that were telling us, move on the Sky first quarter, move on the Sky early. Well, they just destroyed the Connecticut Sun. And we have the Fever off of 2 straight losses. They lost at Golden State, and then they lost at Phoenix. We all have heard that Caitlin Clark is not going to be returning to the lineup. And they have all of their guards hurt, but they're still able to play pretty good basketball. And without Angel Reese, you have to think that, and with so much on the line, you win this game. You basically knock the Sparks out. So I thought, wow, I want to bet them. But then I saw this line, and it was confusing. Opened up at 14. The books obviously already knew that Angel Reese wasn't going to be in. And it's just been one-way traffic towards the Sky. And what we've talked about, Justin, is that the teams don't step up when someone gets hurt. They don't do anything. The Sky got their win over Connecticut Sun and feel good about themselves. The Fever have to win here. The whole story about Caitlin Clark being out. But then, do I want to go up against a 2.5 point move? That is the question. When we get to the cash flow, we don't have any information on the side at this point, but we have 72% of tickets on the under and 83% cash on the under. Justin Mcelvy, take it away. Sky Fever at Cambridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Yeah, well, I'll start off by saying I got a problem in this game, but I don't want nothing to do with the Sky. Absolutely nothing. And I can't even convince myself to get into the Fever. Like, half of me thought when I first looked into it, and I seen that CC wasn't coming back, I was like, oh, giddy up spot. Losing CC, now it's official. But then that made me think, they already knew that. We might not have knew that, but they already knew that. They might have just now announced it, but I feel like the Fever been knew this because they said, Ron was telling me the other day or earlier in the week that CC was supposed to come back September 2nd. And now all of a sudden, miraculously, she's not coming back. So it makes me feel like it was manipulation the whole time. Like, y'all announced it, y'all knew it amongst yourselves and just didn't make it public. And I'm okay with that. But I also know, just like we know, the Fever know they win. They pretty much, it's gonna take a miracle for the Sparks to get in the Fever to win this game. It's gonna take like an act of God. But 11.5 points, and I don't want 11 points without Angel Reese. And then I wanted to look at Cardosa, but then if they're getting blown out, they're gonna pull her. So I didn't want to get on her. So I went on one of my little buddies. I'm on Kelsey Mitchell, and the closest I want plus money over. If you could get 18 and a half for Kelsey Mitchell.
Let's take a look here
20
for Kelsey Mitchell. It's a funny I think that they just destroy this guy, but this move towards the Fever is uncomfortable. And more so, you told me yesterday that the Mercury and the Valkyries would win, but are they going to cover the number? And they did exactly what you said. Mercury won by 6. Valkyries won by 4.
But yet I didn't win no money on them games.
But I thought about it. I thought about it. I looked at what they'd both be on the -3 line. It was still too juiced. That was probably the bet to make. I guess it would have been a little better on the -3.5 line.
That's like the worst feeling when you have a team and you say that you get the first half, they don't cover the first half within the last 30 seconds of the first half, but then they cover the full game. And then I gave away the Valkyries first half on 2-3 zone, and they don't cover the first half. Like, it's just, it's frustrating. Like, I shouldn't have, I overthinking taking the Mystics yesterday first half. Like, but, you know, today's another day. I like Kelsey Mitchell. I originally liked the Fever. And then when they start dropping and dropping and dropping, and I'm like, they know they only got to win. And it comes back to what I said yesterday. The Fever know all they got to do is win. Pretty sure they don't care about no 11 points or 12 points. And without CeCe, you got to be healthy anyway. So if y'all go up 20 in the second quarter, you know what's going to happen. And then I started looking at like, damn, well, maybe I was looking at the under. But then they trend over, the Sky trend over without Angel Reese. And then that made me go back to Cardoso. So I think this game going to be a blowout. So when it's a blowout, Cardoso, she going to sit down like. So one thing I could trust in a blowout or not, I could trust Kelsey Mitchell.
And it's probably the right bet because yeah, don't worry, guys. Don't worry about Lad McConkey unless there's some secret information or something. He's all good. It's only 19.5 and it's heavily juiced. It's either -135 or -145 that I'm looking at.
125 or 145?
-135 or -145.
Yeah, that's a lot too.
Now, this book here that has it right now at -135, when they don't want you to bet a prop, they don't change the number. They just heighten the juice.
And that's funny because I want to say, my phone's in my man cave. It might not have been plus money. When I got Kelsey Mitchell, I got her 20 plus. It might not have been plus money, but I don't think it was 135. But I'll take it because I really love her in this spot. So over 19.5.
You got it. -135 for Kelsey Mitchell. I mean, if I look at the score and it's Fever up by 35 points, 5 minutes left, I'm gonna beat myself up. But I know what this guy play like without Angel Reese. They're horrific. Why would that change here? It won't change. They're actually going to come into the arena feeling good about themselves.
I want to say I was on here, and shows get confusing to me, but without Angel Reese, this is the same team that was losing by like 40 every single game.
Oh, yeah.
Like high 30s, high 20s. It was just getting sparked every game without Angel Reese. So why is it not no different? I can't lay it at this time of year. If this was 2 months ago, I would lay it without Angel Reese, but it probably wouldn't be 11.5.
Yeah, it's hard to go up against a 14 move down to 11.5, and I probably shouldn't. And it looks like I'll have enough action to not worry about it. But let's roll here. Let's roll. Let's move on to the New York Liberty at Seattle Storm Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle, Washington. It'd be crazy to think that the Storm are healthy. They add Brittany Sykes and they're 2 games under 500 at home. We watched them early in the year stop the Lynx' unbeaten streak. And now here they are, just a bad basketball team, losing to the Sparks at home in, a very important situation. It's crazy what the Storm are doing. They've been healthy. There's no excuses whatsoever. The question is, could they be dangerous in the playoffs? As a really as a low seed? Are they capable of doing damage? And don't forget, like, they can't just lose out at this point, because I think the Sparks have enough games to catch them right now. We have the Storm. Yeah, Storm are sitting right now 2 games above the Sparks. The Storm can screw this up, but then the
And I
Sparks.
think the Storm they got less games left than the Sparks, I want to say. I think the Storm got like 2 games left, 3, 2.
Oh no! You're right. They have the Sparks have 2 games in hand. Wow, very, very, very interesting. My man, Good in the house, truth teller, ready to get to work. Says, what's the best bet for NFL? I Oh yeah, because I meant to give that for Chang to tie in with Wine Times College. I apologize, Chang Kim. That's on me. But I'm getting higher and higher on the Ravens every hour that goes by. I just I think they're going to get their revenge in week 1. I think they're just a very good football team, and we know that that they squeeze the ball a little too tight when games are important, but they're not important in week 1. But let's talk about the Liberty. They've lost 2 straight games. They were both on the road. The last one was Tuesday at Golden State. They lose 66-58. In the last 2 games at Phoenix and at Golden State, they scored 63 and 58 points respectively. They're playing bad basketball, and here they are still on this road trip, just 24 and 17, currently ranked 5th. They have no chance of getting to 4th. What they do have a chance of is getting usurped by the Valkyries. That's the situation. Valkyrie, Golden State's 1 game back here for the Liberty. The Liberty play tonight at Seattle. Then they head home, play Washington next Tuesday, and then on Thursday play at Chicago. So that is the spot for the Liberty. The Seattle Storm are just less than the sum of their parts. We've seen it all season long. They bring in Sykes, and it changes nothing. Now, they were winning basketball games, but again, and this was such an important point. Other than that win against Minnesota, at Minnesota, that was really impressive. That Ron Crawford was on them +9. It closed at 8.5, and they won outright by 14. I was on them first quarter and lost that badly. They dominated the second half. Other than that, look who they've beaten. They beat Chicago, Dallas, Washington. Then they lose to Indiana. Then they beat Chicago again and lose to Los Angeles. They played 1 good game, honestly, maybe 2 if you count beating the Wings by 35 points, but they're not beating quality competition. And they have tonight against New York, and then they have Golden State at the end of the season, and that could be everything on the line. That could have everything on the line here, that game. So let's take a look at the line history. Here we have Seattle -1.5 at -101. They opened up -2. It got up to 2.5, and now we're at 1.5. So there's a half-point move towards the Liberty. And then on the total here, we have a 162.5. It's -109 to the over. This opened up at 159.5, got up to 163.5 before dropping to 162. And cash flow wise here, we have 50% of the tickets and 59% of the cash on the Liberty, 50% of tickets and 64% cash on the over. I am all ears, man. Take it away, Liberty Storm.
Best number, Liberty money line. I didn't give it out yesterday, and I'm glad, because I had to dig in deep. When I woke up, I gave out one of my favorites, and I better. I'm just not giving her out twice. I gave out for the Storm, Nneka Ogwumike on 2-3 zone. But then when I woke up and started digging, man, I feel like this is a clear Liberty spot. I don't know who you're on the side, but this is how I felt, and it didn't work out in my favor, so it's probably not the best example. But this is my conviction bet right here. Like, I like the Liberty right here. Like it's just like you said, you did half the cap for me. They can't better their seed, but they could get worse. And the rest of their schedule, there's no reason they can't win out. There's no reason. And this Storm team, like, I'll just say it, this Storm team suck. Like, they suck. Like, they got Brittany Sykes, they got Nneka there, but they added Brittany. Nneka's been down there. They just not. They got Gabby Williams. They just not a good team though, Jimmy. And they beat this Liberty team twice already.
But
it might have been 3. Just the last 2 they won.
My issue is that every game without Ionescu, they look worse.
They
every
do.
Single game without Ionescu, they just look worse and worse and worse. I guess, and Natasha Cloud, she should step up and say, let me be the ball handler. I will, distribute. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Against the Valkyries, she was a -12. I mean, so that's the issue. I mean, that's the issue.
This Liberty team is a championship caliber team. Like, y'all lost 2 in a row. Now y'all playing the Storm, playing a team that beat y'all twice already. And unless y'all not looking at what's ahead of y'all and what's behind y'all, y'all better win. Like, you in your schedule, excuse me, and your schedule is a cakewalk. Like, I ain't gonna say a cakewalk, but they're all winnable games the rest of the season. And when I bet this, you probably won't get this now, but I'll take the best bill number because I ain't posted. But I got it, and I even sent this game to Ron Crawford, and he didn't give me an opinion back. But I sent him and told him that was my best bet on a WNBA board. Is Liberty plus 105. That's why I was hoping he was coming on here. I wanted to hear his opinion because I can't remember what he gave out in the 2-3 zone yesterday. But I know I gave out a prop, but this is my best bet on the WNBA board today. Liberty money line. I feel like they're going to win this game. I wish I could just go ahead and bet this game separate and then take the Liberty money line all the rest of their games, like, and put it in a parlay. Like, I wish, you was able to do that and just take, you know what I mean? I wish I could do that because I'm a firm believer that they're going to win out. Like, you don't want to go into the playoffs limping. You don't want to do that. And you don't want to slide up to, or maybe they do want to slide up to the 6th spot, or maybe they do. Maybe they got it all mapped out. But I feel like this is a Liberty spot. This Seattle team, I don't think it's that good. I think they borderline suck. And I think, like, this team done beat you twice. I don't care about Sabrina or not. I mean, I would love to have her in, but she don't look like she's going to be in. Last I seen, don't look like it.
Yeah, she's officially out.
Yeah, but when I bet the plus 105, I didn't care if she's in or not. I like the Liberty. I like the spot. I don't believe in the Storm. I figure, like, now it's go time. Y'all lost. Y'all done threw 2 away. Now you're on the road against the Storm team that beat y'all twice. The Storm could afford to lose. Not that that's part of the cap, but the Storm, like the Liberty, both these teams can afford to lose. It's just a matter of where you want positioning at. But I think the Liberty is the better team. And when it's all said and done with, I want the better team in my pocket. And you're talking about all I got to do is win the game. I ain't got to give up nothing. Sign me up.
Plus 102 for the Liberty. There was a very legitimate move towards them. They opened up at plus 108. And at 5 in the morning, they got up to their highest one where they were plus 121. But we saw them here at minus 109 2 hours ago. Since then, we saw them at minus 109 40 minutes ago. So there's been an 11-cent move away from Liberty in the last 40 minutes. There's still been 6 cents of movement towards them. And you are locked in. Liberty money line here for Justin. I think I'm going to end up staying off of this Liberty Storm game. I wonder if I can find the conviction to be on the Fever.
What's keeping you off this game?
That I can't trust Natasha Cloud running the offense for New York, but I also don't know what I'm going to get from Seattle from a game-to-game standpoint. And what we've seen them at times this year play up to their level of competition and then down to the level of competition. And when they went into Minnesota and beat them by 13 and I lost on the first quarter and Ron cashed on the full game, I was like, I couldn't, watching them in the second half look like a different basketball team. There's just no consistency of character. And this should be a crucial game. This is a crucial game for both teams. I
don't know the exact numbers. I just happen to know what it is on the road. But I know they're worse at home, ATS. But on the road, they kind of like the Sparks, which didn't work out for me in the game. The Storm on the road, they're like 7-2. They're probably 8-2 now after the last one. 8-2 on the road, ATS. But at home, this is not where you want them. And especially this game, you don't want the Storm on this game. I don't know. Anybody on the Storm, I don't know. I wish they could text me and give me the reasoning why they was on the Storm.
Will Johnson is on the Storm, and he's on the Storm with confidence. San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm on the Liberty with confidence.
Is on the Storm as well. So
that's wild.
Yeah, it's just San Francisco 49er and Will Johnson both on the Storm. I'll be cheering for you, my friend. Liberty moneyline plus 102 for Justin McCelvy. Kelsey Mitchell over 19.5 points minus 135 for Justin. And then Brianna Jones over 13.5 points minus 115 and the over 169. And for me, it's just the dream and the fever. And I'm very interested to see what happens with the market for the next, you
don't have no action yet in the WNBA?
No, I have none right now. We're 2 hours and 5 minutes away from this dream spot. And you know what? Yesterday really bothered me. I sweep the board in Major League Baseball, and my unit size is smaller in WNBA, but just giving any money back. And then I gave money back on the interception with Dak. The live bet covered the rec SGP, but I was like, when you sweep the board in MLB, you should be richly rewarded 5-0. And so giving some of that money back in WNBA, I was just like, I was pissed off. And
makes you want to punch a window out.
Yes, I would. Instead, I like to run and jump through the window is how my feeling. Truth Teller is on Truth Teller says, so we like Liberty tonight. Ron is on Seattle, says Marquet. So we'll have to see. But Justin, thank you. Thank you for being here and rocking with us. We believe in you, and there is still time. There's still lots of time in this season. And never a wrong time to heat up either. So let's get you heated up. Right after this, our guy Justin is going to go shoot the 2-3 zone over at Tony Picks alongside our friends Ron Crawford and Ramon Scott. So go get the
directly right after this. I'm gonna probably have to wait. They probably jumped on a happy hour, but like I said, yeah, I'm doing probably 6 o'clock Eastern. I'll be doing a 2-3 zone for tomorrow's games, but everybody against me. I wish everybody luck, and I'm fully confident that I'm gonna fix this by the end of the WNBA, whether it's playoffs, regular season. I'm fully confident, fully confident.
We believe in you. And playoffs are a great time to gamble. I'm going to pop the Justin McCelvy's X handle here in the chat. Please hit that link and support our friend Justin. Justin, thank you so much for your time, my man. Have a great weekend. And I'll be in touch, man. And let's get that cash, my man. Let's get that cash.
Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure, man. There he is, our guy, Justin McCelvy. We go from the hardwood to the gridiron. We're going to start with best bets from our next guest in college football and then roll into the CFL, the Canadian Football League. We have Bobano's action as well. And I still haven't bet these games yet, so I've got a lot of work to do. By the way, Will Johnson, Chiefs and Storm moneyline, bet the house, says Will Johnson. We can also hear from NFL from our next guest. But without further ado, our next guest been hanging out backstage, watching them smoke cigars, chilling, getting in his prep work. And now we're ready to see the glory that is to come. Please welcome our friend Gorki to the show. Maybe Jose busy. Gorki, what's good, man? How are you? Gorki, are you muted? Let me see. Let's get you. There we go.
Is that better?
There, you are in business, my friend. How are you?
Good. Good, Jimmy. Good. I've been here just trying to stay focused. Even though I'm getting my ass kicked in tennis, I knew that was going to happen. Let's have a day.
Well, let's have a day.
No. That's what happens when you take a plus 250 dog, and the favorite comes through. You're supposed to. Yeah.
Well, there's lots of time left. We have a huge night of sports action ahead of us. We're going to get into college football best bets, but did you want to touch on tonight's football game? I'm not going to track it because we're not going to have Friday night action much this year. We'll check you on NFL Pub Up. Are you moving on Chiefs Chargers?
Chiefs Chargers, I already gave you the play That's my only play. The over 28, over 25 to cash, over 24 and a half team total over for Kansas City at plus 100. I played it like last Sunday, I believe it was. That number is probably gone now. The plus 100 value.
Yeah, the total is climbing. The total is climbing here. Do you believe in this Chiefs offense, or you want to fade the Chargers defense? What is the angle on the Chiefs?
Listen, I believe in the fact that they still have Chris Jones defensively. So if we can get a stop nice and deep in our close to our offense, get the ball around the 50-yard line, I believe like this team total is way too low for the offense, because after all they do have Patrick Mahomes, and yes, this team goes under, but I like to play big odds. Plus 100, I think is a nice bet, and I like single plays where I can get them.
You are in business. Gorki on the Chiefs team total over 24.5 at plus 100. You're not alone. Nut Flush Allen also with you on that Chiefs team total over. Let's move on to college football, my friend. It was a 1-3 week for you last week. You did cash with Miami to heat up. So your last bet was a winner. What are your college football best bets for week 2, Gorki?
That's actually better than I thought that it was, Jimmy, to be honest with you. It felt like I went 1-17, brother.
Just 1-3, my man.
But that's part of the game. You tend to lose more than you win. But anyway, some of my bets this week include West Virginia money line parlayed with Kentucky plus 10.5. I believe that Kentucky has enough to keep the game close with Calzada, because he's playing two freshman quarterbacks for Lane and Mississippi. So I don't have to work too hard, I don't think. Mississippi is the favorite and should be, but we all know that Kentucky pulled it out in Starkville against Mississippi last time they played at their place. So Mark Stoops will know what he needs to do to get in Lane's kitchen, so to speak. And all I need them to do is keep it close.
West Virginia money line, Kentucky plus 10.5. What'd you get for that?
If you give me 2 seconds, I will find one of my 1,000 plays and be able to tell you. Plus 135.
Plus 135 for West Virginia. Moneyline Kentucky plus 10.5 at plus 135. Gorki, what else do you have for college football? Or do you want to move on to Canadian?
I have also today I played at plus 140. I played Kansas money line. I feel like Kansas should be the favorite because they have, again, in my opinion, the more dynamic quarterback, and running quarterbacks in college, especially seniors, tend to shine on Saturdays. So I trust it.
Kansas plus 140 to add to West Virginia, Kentucky plus 10.5 at plus 135. Anything else in college football, Gorki?
Not that I can think of right now. I will touch back with you after we do CFL, maybe.
Let's get into CFL right now, Gorki, my friend. And I still haven't moved, so I'm very interested in this breakdown. Friday, September 5th, this very evening, in less than 2 hours off of their bye week at the Ottawa Redblacks, 3-8, 1-4 at home. We're at TD Field in Ottawa, Ontario. Let's get into the weather here in Ottawa, Ontario. Ottawa weather, see what we'll be dealing with tonight. Very nice conditions here, but it is windy. It dies down a little bit, 14 mile per hour wind, 68 Fahrenheit, but it does die down throughout the game. By the end of the game, it's about 9 or 10 miles per hour, so it's not too big of a deal. Let's get into the line history here. Drew Brown not at quarterback. Dustin Crum out of Wake Forest will be, out of Kent State will be at quarterback. Let's get into the line history here and talk about what we know. We know that Bobano is on the Lions team total over 30.5 at -115. This line moved in a very interesting direction. It opened up at 4 before these sharp offshores even came out with it. Opened up at 4 and moved to 3.5 immediately. I wasn't sure if Drew Brown was going to play, but I was interested in the 4. Went down to 3.5. Next thing you know, it's a 7 because Dustin Crum is at quarterback. It is a 6.5 right now. It opened up at this book at 4.5. So we've had 2 points of movement towards the BC Lions. From a total standpoint here, 54.5. We moved down.
They thought Drew Brown was gonna play because the Ottawa coaching staff, namely Bob, let's call him Bob, said when the injury initially happened that he was gonna play after the bye. There was no question. Like, he kind of came out and said that if this was a game where we needed him, he would be able to come back right after the injury against Winnipeg. But they just kind of wanted to give him the bye, which kind of makes me think that they're hiding a bigger issue, because this is the second time he's been injured and this season, and he's just kind of maybe not made for football, for the roughness of football.
I wanted the under 55.5. I was curious to see what kind of sign we'd get, and the sign tells me to bet this. I think that the focus on the defense for the BC Lions was a priority over the break, and Crum is just not, he's a mobile quarterback, a dual threat. When he starts airing it out deep, there are problems. I want to bet this under right now, and I will as soon as the show is over. Gorki, what are your plans here for Lions Redblacks?
This, for me, is a get-right spot for BC's defense. Nathan Rourke has nothing to prove. He's proven everything, especially in the last 3 weeks. He's played like an NFL all-pro quarterback, but his defense is trash, and these guys need to get right, because if they don't win here, that crossover spot comes into activation, brother, because Ottawa is actually looking to cross over to the West and make the playoffs via the crossover. So, very important game. BC better step up. I parlayed these 3 favorites, but if I was a betting man with a bigger unit size, I would be all over BC, and I would eat up all those points.
BC, the first leg of a 3-team parlay here for Gorki. The nuke worker on BC, double result as well. And I'm going to bet this under very, very soon here. And I should have moved on at the 55.5. I was very curious to see what the market was going to do, because in what happens with the CFL market is there's heavy movement initially, and then there's this standstill time until game day, and within 6 hours of the game. So I'm going to move on this under here shortly. We have Bobano on the Lions team total over 30.5, and this is the first leg of a 3-team parlay for Gorki. We move on to Ticats Alouettes, Percival Molson Memorial Stadium in Montreal, Quebec. Bobano moved on the Alouettes plus 3.5 at -112. James Morgan, the former 4th-round draft pick out of the Green Bay Packers, will be starting at quarterback off of the bye. And the question is, can he play better? We have taken advantage of every quarterback playing their first game in the CFL. The league is wide, the field is wider and longer, but it's the width that seems to affect the American quarterbacks the most. So he has a terrible game where he showed some good signs. We made a lot of money off of fading him, and then he has bye week, and then he comes back. You'll hear Bobano back in the Alouettes talking about Jason Moss. The ex-quarterback knows how to work with quarterbacks and can make James Morgan good enough to deliver. I still don't really believe that. The other important part here, I mean, he's going to play better than he did 2 weeks ago. But the other important point is the short week for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. But they were just embarrassed in Toronto, and I think they want to get back at it. Do they want more than 5 days off? You would assume so. But it's not the worst case scenario because the travel from Toronto to Montreal, or Toronto to Hamilton, then to Montreal, is not too bad. I want the Ticats here. They scored 9 points in their week before the bye. They have the bye week, and then they fail to fire and cost me money. I did bet it I put a second unit on the double result, so it was a costly outcome for me. Let's take a look at the side and total here, Gorki, for our first spot on tomorrow's board. This total is a 52. It is juiced to the under. There's been a 2-cent move towards the under. And we get to the point spread here. We have the Ticats -3 at -117. They opened up at 3.5. We know that the Alouettes plus 3.5 was a bet that Bobano took. Then they moved to 3. This became officially a 3 on Wednesday. Since it's been a 3, money's coming in on the Ticats. They've gone from -102 to -117. Take it away for us here, Gorki. Tiger Cats Alouettes at Percival Molson Memorial Stadium in Montreal, Quebec.
Let me ask you a question, Jimmy.
Yeah.
What the hell actually happened in Hamilton on Labor Day? Like in the last 15 seconds of that game. How does that happen?
It was astonishing. It was
like I was sitting here. I was gonna jump out of my chair. I was so frustrated. Like, you can't do that if you're a pro defensive back or whatever position you play. Like, you can't get ripped up for 55 yards when all you have to do is make them run out of time.
It was appalling, but this coaching staff for the Ticats has let their fan base down over and over and over again. The one spot where they hadn't broken their fans' hearts is after the bye week, and yet they screw it up here. It was appalling. It was appalling, and I am very interested to hear your side because I need to have the conviction to go up against Bobano with the Alouettes here.
Bobano is on the Alouettes?
Plus 3.5, -112.
Okay, well, I'm obviously on the other side because I said I'm on the other side already. But my breakdown is offense. And the fact that you're playing a rookie quarterback from the States, yet again, like, you have to show manhood. This is the time where Hamilton, if you lose this game, you're a fade for the rest of my year. I don't care if I lose every single game for the rest of the year. If they get a loss here, they're dead to me. And that's just how I feel. There's no excuse to have what happened to you on Labor Day, but what do men do? You dust it off and win the next week. Why? Because the Alouettes with Davis Alexander under center will be a better team than Hamilton. But right now, hell, I don't care if it's all offense and Bo Levi Mitchell. If need be, we put up 60 on these guys.
I mean, you think with all of the defenders that the Alouettes are coming back, bringing back, they're fortifying their defensive.
But what did I just say about manhood, Jimmy? This is a test of wills. If you lose this game, there better not be any excuses that Mustafa Johnson came back. I don't want to hear it.
I'm right with you, and I'm placing these bets as we speak so I can get it all in, because I'm going to have to move very quickly with my MLB action here as we are getting close to 6 o'clock. So we have leg 2 of the 3-leg moneyline parlay here from the Gorakle, BC, Hamilton. I'm going to be on the under 54.5. I'm going to decide which book to move on that one with, and then I'm going to be on the Ticats -3. That brings us to the next spot on the board here, Saskatchewan. What's up?
What are you? Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, worries.
What I was still about this game. So what are you getting on this team total over for the Ticats? Because that could be a way that you can protect part of your investment.
No, I don't think that's my angle at all. I want to attack James Morgan. I fear this Montreal defense off of the bye week. I fear the defense being fortified. I fear the Ticats on a short week. I need to attack one man, and that man is James Morgan. I don't care if his coach is Jason
So
Long.
you're taking the under on the team total for the Alouettes?
No, I do not want to touch the total. I just think when push comes to shove, Levi Mitchell will get the job done when James Morgan fails in the same situation.
That's right. I agree. Okay.
Do you want me to get you the team total, though?
No, I'm not touching it. I already said I'm set on my play, and that's my CFL angle for this week. It'll also be difficult for me to have about 7 games on at the same time, but that's neither here nor there. Let's move on.
Let's roll. Next up, we have Rough Riders, Blue Bombers. Gorky, we got to keep it tight because I've got to get some action in here myself. 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We have the Rough Riders 9-2, 4-1 on the road. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers 6-5, 4-1 at home. Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Winnipeg lost the game last week more than Saskatchewan won it.
Definitely.
And I think that Winnipeg has answers here. There's options for how we want to bet this. It's a very, very low line. So do we want the money line? Do we want to add the second unit on the double result? That's been something that I have been messing with for the last little while. This opened up -1 at even money. It's now -1 at -114. A lot of books have gone to 1.5 or 2, which tells you this is, an angry team. This is the Banjo Bowl. It's a big, big deal. And the Bombers are going to be ready to go. This total is at 52.5. It is juiced to the over. It opened. These two teams on Labor Day play very, very high scoring games the last couple of years. I did fade it. It was 0-0 after the first quarter, and then all hell broke loose. I was very fortunate to catch the first half under, and I lost the full game under pretty badly. Take it away for us here, Gorky. Third game on the card, Rough Riders, Bombers.
For me, I don't have any action in this game. Obviously, you guys already know that. But my only angle would be the under, with the fact that Winnipeg is looking to win this game. And for them to win, it has to stay under. It has to be a slugfest. I think they are the tougher team, and they cannot go up and down the field with these guys possession for possession. Shot for shot, Saskatchewan has the more explosive team, and in my opinion, especially in the wide receiver core and all that stuff.
I like it. I think that I'm toying around with the double result as well to double down on this, and that is a bit of a danger.
Yeah,
I'd like to see what that double result is and see if the risk reward is worth it. Plus 187. Honestly, I think that risk reward is pretty nice. I think that's a pretty nice risk reward, and I'm interested in that double down. I've also decided and it's been working in the CFL. I'm going to double down on the Lions Red Blacks under. I'm going to take the first half under and the full game under. I've moved on to Ticats -3. I'm going to double up on the Bombers. The game that I have yet to move on, Gorky, is our final game on today's show and our final game of Week 13 in the Canadian Football League. That is the rematch, but in Commonwealth Stadium in Edmonton, Alberta. Calgary Stampeders 8-3, 3-1 on the road at the Edmonton Elks, 4-7, 2-3 at home. Let's take a look at this line history, Gorky. This total is a 50. We cashed the first half under, full game under very easily. The problem is we gave money back on the Elks +8. Elks +8. Keep that in mind because now they've gone home and they're still big dogs. This total's not moving at this number of 50. We have Bobano moving on the over. I needed this, even though I gave some back on the Elks. It gave me the 3-3 week with just loss of some vig. The Elks are +8 on the road, and now they're +7 at home. Gorky, does that make sense to you? Take it away.
Curly Gittens may be out for this game, Jimmy.
Yeah.
He got dinged up quite badly there on Monday, and I would tread carefully if I'm on the Elks here, because the Stampeders, everybody is down on them and has been pretty much all year. They have no names in their explosive areas, but yet they are a good team. They know how to win in Calgary. It was an exemption to the rule that they don't make the playoffs. I think that was the first time in like 25 years. Last year they didn't make the playoffs. It's a big disappointment. I think they sweep the Battle of Alberta and all is right in Calgary.
And you are adding their money line to your 3-team parlay. So that gives you BC, Hamilton, and Calgary at what number?
+105.
+105. Now, if we're sitting at the sports book together, Gorky, and I pull out $1,000 and I say bet on the spread, 7 points. Bet on the spread, we'll split the profit 50-50.
Right.
Do you go there and take the stamps?
You have to, Jimmy, because if they're gonna win, it's gonna be, I hope, a comfortable win. Because I keep saying how they are gonna, they are gonna blow them out and this and that. But there are no blowouts in the CFL, so nobody knows. But I trust their offense more, especially with Curly Gittens questionable and or out for this week. Like, he's highly questionable. If he plays, he might get re-injured on the first drive for all I know.
I hear that. I've got decisions to make because I want, you know me, when everybody says they don't want a team, it piques my interest in
what's the double result, brother, here for Calgary?
For Calgary, good question. Let's find out here. The double result for the Stampeders. Main props. Here we go. Double result -110.
See, that's telling you pretty much everything. Even the sports books, they like the Elks. It's dangerous to play them because they've been so terrible for the last half a decade.
I would expect that to be a little more expensive, honestly. Just 10 cents more.
Even more expensive.
I would expect that to be a -120. I mean, look at the Eagles game. We had Newkirker move on the Eagles double result, and that was -120. That closed at 8.
Yeah, but Jimmy, that one, the Eagles last night, if you want to talk NFL, the Eagles were supposed to win that game easily by 2 touchdowns, especially after getting the ball back right before the right before the lightning storm or whatever it was, and it was a real letdown for the fact that they didn't, because not only did I look like a jackass, but a lot of people.
But
lost
we
money.
know that the divisional dogs are the best bet in week 1 in NFL. I mean, it's so I understand that the storyline behind the Cowboys after the Micah Parsons trade was that they were trash and the running game was questionable, but it's the
Not
best
that
angle in week 1.
Not that they were trash, Jimmy, but even the guys that they have, like George Pickens, that guy is not a team player. That guy is probably the top 3 biggest diva in the NFL wide receivers. Like he fades himself on blocks and stuff like this on a deciding play of the game last night.
No, I hear you. I hear you, Gorky. There was a lot of questionable.
You put yourself on the line, because if you're out there, you got to be out there for your team, bro.
No, I feel you, Gorky. And there's lots that we could talk about what happened last night,
Yeah.
but I have to get action in
Of course.
before first pitch here, my friend.
6:15?
Sorry, say again.
6:15 is first pitch.
I'm not entire. I think I got the first games in. I've got to go over everything, but the thing is, I need to be calm when I get my action. We are 45 minutes away from first pitch, but I've moved on those games already. It's just the rebuy in Baltimore at 7:05. I've cleared the early game, so it shouldn't be too much pressure. But I need to, when I'm as calm as possible, I get the action in. I make the right reads with the numbers and everything. So that's all. I just need a little bit of time. As Big Zo says, meditation is key. Our guy Gorky has moved on a 3-team parlay in the CFL: BC, Hamilton, and Calgary. I'm going to be on BC Ottawa under 54.5. BC Ottawa first half under 27.5. The Ticats -3. And I'm still deciding whether or not I should double down on Winnipeg. I think what I'll do is I'll just bet Winnipeg money line tonight, and then I will see if I have the conviction, if I think it's that much better of a bet than the others. And I do. I'm going to double down on Winnipeg. And then the question is, do I take the Elks +7, regardless of the Curly Gittins situation? I'm close to that as well. So that's my plan for the CFL. And I'm very thankful that the Gorakle could help lead me in the right direction. We also, from Gorky, got West Virginia, Kentucky +10.5 at +135, and Kansas at +140. Gorky, I love how much you care about action and capping in our community. And I loved seeing you backstage for hours and hours, smoking that big cigar and capping and prepping, my friend. What do you want to add, my guy? Oh, we got you muted, man. Let's see if we.
Sorry, it's
no worries. You're good. Oh no, you're not good. Let's get that clicked in.
I will also make sure that all my action is up to date and posted on Twitter before tonight for CFL, NFL, and college. All of those. Even though I believe I already tweeted them out once, and you are tagged in them.
You are the man. Thank you for all that you do for us. And thank you, Muhammad Joma, in the chat. Great to see you, Muhammad, my man. Muhammad says, New West +2.5 tonight in the Man Cup. From our guy, Muhammad Joma. Gorky, thank you, man. Have a great weekend. I'll be in touch. Go out, get that cash, get it started here tonight with the BC Lions. And thank you for all that you do for us here at Pub Sports Radio and for the community. I'm going to pop Gorky's X handle here in the chat. Please support our friend Gorky. Gorky, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Just one extra play for those of you who like to follow Eurobasket tomorrow. Slovenia against Italy. Luka Doncic and Slovenia are +135 underdogs. against, in my opinion, a Italy team that has very little proven players. They have about 3 of them, but that's about it. Gallinari is 37 years old and on his way out the door from the national team, playing in Puerto Rico. And Nicolo Meli is the other guy with NBA experience. So I'm going to fade that.
I love it, Gorky. Thank you for the fight, my friend. Gorky, I popped his X handle in the chat. Please support our friend Gorky. Thank you to all the cappers here that have rocked with us. Thank you to my producer who's never, ever, once, ever complains about the hours and the hours and the hours he puts in. I'm so thankful to work with Jose Bouquet, and it was his birthday yesterday, and I loved seeing people celebrate my friend. Let's review action. Thank you to our guests, Wine Time Sports, TJ, Jose, Gorky, Justin Mcelvy, and that was all of us. Thank you guys so much for all of this. Let's do a quick review. Stacks play today. Number 1, Keenan Allen, 40+ receiving yards. Number 2, Athletics team total over 4.5 plus 116. Nuke Workers on Maryland minus 16.5. Slow Jams Arsenal already cashed that over in Nats. Cubs, Dougie Wise, free bands play today. Chargers +3. Turnbuckle Tom, easy cash play today. Number 1 is KC LA Chargers under 46.5. And he's also rolling with us in the Cleveland Tampa Bay under 8.5. We have Talk Sports with JT on James Madison, but going up against Kong's Clips, who's on Louisville and the over 55.5. Not Flush Allen has the Chiefs team total over, and so does Gorky. Here it is. He says, I'm only on the team total over 24.5 from Gorky. AM is on the Chiefs -3. Tariq is on the Chargers +3.5 and the under 46.5. And the Pig Milk play. I need to see this just because it's been a really long show and it's been a battle. And we fought the good fight. And sometimes I just need a little pig milk. Just a little pig milk to get through the day. We have Crystal Craig on Brent Rooker. That's her play of the day. Shout out to our friend Crystal. She's on Brent Rooker over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at -110. Lucas Ryan's on Mahomes under 249.5 passing yards. Ladd over 5.5 receptions and under 23.5 rush yards for Harris. BJ's best bet Chargers +3.5. I'm on that as well at -122. Ronnie Lofton on Chargers first half money line. The first half over 23.5. And Turnbuckle Tommy play of the day number 3 is Mahomes over 3.5 rush attempts. I'm on the Chargers +3.5. Troy's on the Chargers +3. Wine Time's on the Chargers team total over 21.5. And TJ got the Chargers +4 on an exchange at -119. That is the National Football League for this evening. Catch us on Sunday for NFL Pub Hub. Wine Time cashed that over 10.5 in Washington Nationals, Chicago Cubs. You guys have already heard the MLB action here. Wine Time also on the under 8.5 in Chicago, Detroit. TJ on that under 8.5 as well. I just took the first 3 under 2.5. Then we have the over 9 in New York Mets Cincinnati. I joined TJ on that one. I'm on the Orioles first 3+0.5. That is voided with the pitching change. I'm going to bet it again. We're both, TJ and I are, and Wine Time, all 3 of us are on the Blue Jays, and Razor Sharp picks on the Blue Jays. 4 of us are on the Toronto Blue Jays. Phillies Marlins is a stay-off spot, but I'm going to move on the first 3 under 2 in Seattle, Atlanta. I got to get this action in fast. TJ's on the Mariners first 5+0.5, and Wine Time's on the Braves -1. I doubled up on unders, first 3 under 2.5, and full game under 8 in Cleveland, Tampa. Wine Time's on the Rays -1. That is the spot here. Then we have Twins first 5. Twins first 5 for who? I guess I was thinking of moving on the Twins first 5. That's right. But the Bookie Buster play of the day is the Kansas City Royals. Oh, I did bet. I bet it because of the price difference. Yes. Sorry. Going back. I don't even think I bet this one, actually. Go over to my action here. I've got to get this one in still. This was a 30-cent price difference. Okay, I got to sit with that. Then the Rangers got to study Colton Gordon a little bit because I like Merrill Kelly quite a bit here. The Giants money line. The Rockies, will I do the first 5 team total over and the first 3+0.5? It's questionable. I'll have to figure that out. I'm interested in the Athletics, but I don't know if I'll get to the window. And then I'm back in the Diamondbacks first 3 and first 5. One time on Diamondbacks full game here. And then Jose got me interested in Texas State. We have for college football, one time gave us Illinois Fighting Illini and Duke Blue Devils, first half under 24, and UCLA minus 140. Bobano also on UCLA. In the WNBA, Justin Mcelvy gave us Brianna Jones over 13.5 points, the over 169, Kelsey Mitchell over 19.5 points, and the Liberty money line. That is our show for today. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. It means the world. And I'm excited, man. The Nuke Worker, thank you. Spooner, thank you. AM, Action Jackson, Big Zo, Chris Warren, thank you for all of this. Trisha M, thank you for joining us. Big Zo, thank you. Truly. Chase J in the house. Chase J, can't wait to compete with you in our Cappers contest. He won the race to earn the Cappers contest. We do. Mojo. All of you guys, thank you so much. Nut Flush, Alan, Will Johnson, Lucky Power. Thank you guys. Intellect on Freddie and Mookie to hit home runs today. Nuke Worker is on the Riders money line. Interesting, going up against Winnipeg again. Maybe I shouldn't double down on it. I've got to make that decision here shortly. On behalf of all of us here at Pub Sports Radio, thank you. Jim Dewigger, thank you. We put in a ton of work, and we've been reaping the rewards of that work, and it must continue today. And I'm very thankful to rock with you guys in this community. Gives my life so much. So I'm indebted to all of you supporting the show and giving me a forum to do this on. And I've cherished every minute of these 6 hours. I've not been sitting here trying to figure out how to go. The only reason why I need to go is I got to get my action in, man. Got to get my action in. Jose, I got the closer here, so don't worry about a thing, because I want our guy LJ from H-Town to take us home. So I'm going to hit the LJ from H-Town outro. On behalf of all of us at Pub Sports Radio, thank you. And the work that you've put in will bear fruits. Go get that cash. Leche! Hey, los bookmakers. Roll that shit like that shit. Smoke it!
From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston, shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Gabby Cap. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Profit. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Conor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up a Sparky. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at fam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit, try, wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit nut plus, cause I'm fishing for bait. Smoking straight to the chest. Gotta fly out to the beta, homie, moose money bets. From bookies to west, cash and checks what we do. Cause I'm who banging with balls in the OG Ragu. If we need it under, I gotta hit no nose. If I ladder my prop, I gotta holler big show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew or buy his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Briz. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Bobano. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bag. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of razor sharp picks, cash it. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm Mike Knight M, pimp slap player of the day. Ron Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son, and your daughter, cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.